All right, y'all, we about to get started over here. Getting everything set up right. Hope you guys are doing great today. I'm gonna work on this survival runner game. Yeah. I've been working on this project for about a month. A little more than a month, I would say. Most recently, I added a heart in the center of the character. Look at that little heart. That represents the empathy health bar, which is a recent addition. Today, I'm gonna be adding more health bars. There's 2 health bars up right now. That's one of them applies to the head, which takes separate damage from the limbs. And then that blue health bar represents the health of the empathy. Now, empathy damage happens when so see these little cows in the ground? Say we just stomp on one. Bam. Empathy health goes down. The head health will go down. Let's say I run into this dead tree stump. Bam, head health goes down. You can see there's some limbs flashing as well. So if I bring up some debug numbers, you'll see a bunch of numbers around here. These debug numbers, I would like to fully eliminate today. So the big one in the middle actually represents the head damage, that big 3. The other ones represent the limbs damage. So if I run into this tree, you can see my arm takes damage, and you can kind of see the 2 there went down. If I go to this dead tree again, we hit that leg, that goes down. And so actually our limbs will disappear if we take too much damage. So if I run into these houses, you'll see that leg is gone. There's a lot of little animations I want to add still to get that all working even better. We'll get there. We can break off these legs entirely, and you'll actually fall to the ground. So the idea is going to be that the limbs, as they go away, you will lose certain abilities. Now, the other thing about the empathy health bar is you can actually heal. So using these cows, the idea is that you're eating these cows, but I haven't quite added like an animation or anything for that. But if I drag a cow in front of the player, it's gonna actually heal us. So see, it just gave our head more health, but it drained our empathy bar. And so the idea is going to be that in theory, you can heal yourself using these cows. Or other things that don't drain empathy. And upon doing so, you will get some health. Alright, y'all, so I'm about ready. I'm about set up. Just gotta do a couple things. So what I want to do today, what's up? How y'all doing? Hope y'all are doing great. Thank you for joining me. My name is Lise. I love learning how to develop games. This game in particular is kind of a learning project, but it's something I would like to flesh out and finish at some point. That is a goal of mine. And yeah, I want to do a Mondo health bar today. A Mondo health bar. I don't know what the origin of the word Mondo is, but it's the word I chose. I want to make a 4 stacked health bar. A health bar stacked 4 high. That's my goal. That's my goal. So let me show you some of my reference images here so you can just sort of see what I'm going for. It is not something that I have got all set up yet. That's what we're gonna do, because we've been doing health bars the past couple weeks, and I want to add a health bar in for the limbs. Now the limbs health bar is going to behave differently than the head and the empathy. The head and the empathy bar are pretty similar. They're just like a single bar that goes across. It's just a single bar. Here, let's reload it so we can appreciate the whole thing. It's just single bars that go across. But the limbs health bar is a little more ambitious. A lot more ambitious. The limbs health bar is gonna have multiple layers to it. Multiple layers. Now, when the limbs take damage, each layer will go down individually, one by one. However, when a healing item is consumed, or meat, as this game has it laid out as, which could be people, which could be cows, could be a lot of different things. When a healing item is consumed, I want all of those health bars to increase by a percentage. By an equally distributed percentage. And then, you know, when one of them gets full, we clicked away from it. That's okay. These are some old concept arts. When one of them gets full, that percentage, you know, more... what? Oh, pressing the arrow keys. We can move around in a weird way. Okay, noted. Nice feature, but not what I'm looking for. But yeah, so you know, this one, for example, this bottom one is full, and then I'd want these to go up more. So that's kind of the idea. So that's going to be interesting to figure out that code for the math. I don't know about that, but you know, I don't even necessarily have that as a goal for today. The goal for me today is to figure out how to actually get a duplication of our health bar logic, because we have some logic already set up that makes the health bars, these 2 health bars, work. That logic is already there. And how can I take that logic, duplicate it, but also change it a little bit, so that way we have these 4 stacked? Right, so I'm going to need to figure out how to design the health bar in 4 sections. And I'm going to need to figure out how to send that information and it be received in 4 different places in one health bar. So that's kind of my goal for today. I would love to just be done with health bars. But, you know, it's such an important part of this game. Like, the entire concept of this game is limb damage. That's, like, my main thing with this game. So it's very important to me that that stuff get figured out. And the sooner we can knock that out, the sooner I can move on to other things. Enemies, and level design, and more stuff like that. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm sure I'll need to go over it again through the course of this live stream. Again, I'm learning Godot, and thank you for joining me. Backseating is always most welcome and invited. And you know, whether I'll take your suggestions, you know, we'll see. But I'll hear you out. Oh, I will. Gladly. Okay. So I think I'm about ready to jump in now. I am using Hack and Plan. If you're not familiar with Hack and Plan is a project manager similar to Trello, for example, but more game dev centric. And I'm using it to keep track of my progress, what I'm planning on, what I've got done, where I've got to go, and things like that. It also lets me kind of plan out different aspects and like the story, the mechanics, the levels, and then have progress bars associated with those. It's pretty cool. It gamifies project management a little bit, which is perfect if you're making a game. And yeah, I think the limbs HP bar is the next step. Something I also want to do is I'd love to get that. So something, you know, if you notice, when we hit limbs, they flash. When we take empathy damage, there is no object flash. That would be something to add in as well at some point. When we take damage, you can see the screen kind of flashes around the edges that's limb damage. If we take head damage, the screen flashes on the edges and in the middle. So it's just kind of a different flash. So I kind of would want to flash there for the empathy damage too, but that's not really what I'm going to focus on today. Something else I also want to do is shrink the limbs whenever they take damage, so their hit points be represented in other ways besides just the bars. But I do want to do the bars. So here's the bars as I have them right now. I do see I'm outputting some messages that I don't need to have outputted. So I'm just going to fix that real quick. Let's get these prints cleaned up. Let's clean up these prints, because that's a little messy. It's a little messy. I think it's coming from two places. Not here. Maybe over here? Where's this other print coming from? It's true. Oh, maybe that's on the health bar script. There it is. Okay. We're probably going to need to bring at least one of these back. So here's the health bar design. One bar. So if I want to make this 4 stacked bars, 4 entirely stacked on each other bars, a couple different ways I can see approaching this. Now again, I'm new to Godot, so a lot of this is speculative. What'll actually happen, how it'll actually turn out, I don't know. But here's what I speculate right now, just as we're planning this. What I speculate is we could either do one, somehow expand this into one unit. So over here in this tree, this node tree, we've got HP bar. So maybe I could add a few extra children in here that represent each layer. Or I could literally spawn 4 of these health bars and design them as such that they're kind of open on the bottom, right? This has like an outline on it. So I could maybe set it up so that way it, you know, connects on the edges and the bottom and stuff, depending on which one it is. And then we just try to like arrange them on top of each other. I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea. Well, because I think it's going to be hard from like a front end perspective. It's going to be hard to get those to line up and stay lined up and that look right. From a back end perspective, that's going to be quite nice, because then I just keep the same logic as it is and we just have it for each health bar. And the only thing that has to change is that when we heal, it needs to take that into consideration and make sure that it's healing them all proportionally or whatever. So my first inclination is to try adding multiple nodes in here. We'll have to reconfigure it a little bit. We have this animation thing here. It's gonna have to be a little different. But that's my inclination as to the best way to approach this, is to add multiple within this node tree. So I think that's what I'm gonna start with. And let's see where that takes us. As always, if you want to help support this live stream, one very easy way to do that is if you hyper smash that thumbs up button. Hit that thumbs up button. It'll help this live stream because it means more people will see it while I'm live and after the live stream ends as well. And it'll just help spread the word about this game. We'll attract more collaborators. It'll help my channel grow. Thank you for that. It means a lot if you're willing to do that. Smash that thumbs up. What's the worst that happens? It's supporting Hyper Game Dev, which is that logo I accidentally brought up. I didn't mean to bring it up, but it kind of works out. Thumb it up. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Hey, what's up, S? Welcome. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. on this Wednesday, at least for me, afternoon, whatever it is for you. I'm working on a stacked health bar. I'd like to keep as much logic as possible from the other health bars that are present, and then get the stacked health bar to somehow actually work. And so I'm gonna first approach designing it by making a new version of the health bar, progress bar, control node scene thing. I guess I'll make a new scene. That's probably what I should do. The empathy health bar does have its own separate scene. So if I come down here in the bottom left, health, we have the empathy health bar scene. And then where we're just calling the HP bar. Really, it's the head HP bar. Not a great name, but technically that's the head HP bar. So I think what I'll do is I'll duplicate this. And I'm going to call this limbs HP bar. Have you studied HTML before? A little, yeah. Yeah, I have. Actually, I have. Now, this was a while ago. HTML has changed a lot from when I did it 10 years ago, maybe. Haven't really needed it since then. But as far as languages go, that's about the only other one besides GDScript that I have any familiarity with. Why? Why do you ask? I'm curious. Boop, boop. I feel like my volume's a little low. I'm going to turn my microphone up a little bit. I hope that's okay. I apologize if it's not. Boop, boop, doo, doo, doo. Yes, my microphone is louder than it was earlier. I apologize. It's true. Adjust your volumes accordingly. Try adding an image to one of your index.html files among the div tags. I have index.html files in here? Are you talking about for the game jam? You mean for the game jam? That's what you're talking about, isn't it? Yeah, so every Friday we do game jams here on Hyper Game Dev. 1 hour game jams. They're pretty wild. They're pretty out there. And there's a requirement that we have for the jam that they be HTML submissions so they can be played in the browser. And so I'm always exporting as an HTML. So you're saying I can do that. Now, what is the result of that? What will that do? Where will that image appear? Will that appear? I don't even, like if I make it like a PNG file or something with like a little logo to like appear in the corner. How will that even look? It's an interesting idea. All right, so I'm going to take this duplicated health bar I just made down here, called limbs HP bar. Let's pop it open. Let's make some changes. Let's see if we can make this make sense. Now, in a perfect world, I could actually not even create multiple new nodes here, but that's not gonna work. You know, right? Like, there's no way I could duplicate this. Index HTML is where the loading bar is. Oh, yeah, that was cool. That was cool. So this was a very cool thing that S did in the last game jam that we did. Here. And I was wondering how S did that. So if we run this, look in the loading, made by for 1 hour game jam. So using Godot. So I think, so what you're saying is you actually coded that into the HTML file. So you hopped back, so you exported it from Godot, went into the file system, and then, you know, used Notepad Plus or something to actually edit it or whatever you used. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't think you can like view the source. Oh, maybe you can't. You probably can't. So then I guess if, as long as the image is in the folder that you zip up, it'll work just fine. I don't think this is gonna be what you want. That's pretty cool. It's a pretty good tip. So you're just kind of just like coding it in. Noted. Noted. Thank you for that information. It's a really cool little, it just adds, look how I love that. It just adds so much to the little Godot loading area. And then you get the loading bar. It's all underneath it. Because like here was my entry, right? And mine's in Godot. Mine's also an HTML export. And this is what mine looks like. And it's just a loading bar. It's pretty cool. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. We'll see if I have the patience to do it during a jam. I might have to figure that out off stream. That's a good tip. You made a custom index.html in advance. So then when you go to like export it, and you add like a web thing here. Custom template. Is this what you use? Oh, but it's looking for a zip file. Custom HTML shell. Oh, look at that. Export icon. Head include. You could even code into the header right here. Nice. Wow. That's pretty neat. Didn't even think to do that. Didn't even think to do that. Thanks for the heads up on that. So yeah, that'd be a good thing to work on for myself. Off stream. To have ready for the jam. Very nice. Again, we do those every Friday. Those are at 6 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. You can head over to the channel page to see when the next one is happening. I'll show you. I'll show you what that looks like. So click on the channel page, and you'll always see upcoming live streams here. And you can just say notify me, and you'll know when the next one's happening. All right. So, I mean, you know, in a perfect utopian world, I could, like, that I'm sure doesn't exist, I could, like, literally just adjust the settings right here to make this extend 4 times and then control it. That just doesn't make sense because this is one progress bar. So here's what I'm thinking we have to do. I'm thinking I'm going to add a control. Well, it's a little tough. What if I duplicate? Can I duplicate this? We can't duplicate the tree root. Can I copy and paste? Boo. That's pretty unfortunate. I wish it could just figure that out for me. Because that makes this a little trickier. What if I do it this way? What if I copy this? I'm actually going to delete this new health bar we just created. I'm going to burn it down to the ground. We're going to start this over. I'm going to create a new scene. And this will be a user interface scene. And what if I paste it into here? What does it think about that? Not a lot. Mostly nothing. Let's see, let me try again. Come here. Go to the new scene. Let me close these other ones that are open. Nice! There we go. Now, I didn't do the animation player, so I'll need to go grab that. Let me undo that. I'll just grab them both. Copy. And then I'm going to paste it over here. Okay. Still only did the HP bar. All right. Let's just do it. We'll do it individually, one by one. It's no big deal. It's just one by one. There we go. And it still finds it and applies to it. Excellent. Good, good, good. Okay, nice. So this will be limbs HP bar. And I'm going to save this as such. So let me come to UI, health, limbs HP bar. And so this would be for like, so I kind of have to decide this too, is like which one goes to which limb. It's it makes it not a great health bar design, because it's like which one's which, right? How are you gonna know that this one's the arm, this one's another arm, this is one leg, this is the other leg, you know? Like there's different ways to approach this. Bringing up trusty paint. You know, I could just have like text next to it. That's super boring. I don't like that idea. But it's an idea. Right? Just to flesh them all out. Could say that's arm left, that's arm right, etc. and so forth. Leg left. Not ideal. And what I like about having these stacked bars is it's just similar to the other ones, you know, and I like that similarity. So there is this. This is I hate this idea. And I'd probably flip it so it was on the left side, not the right side. But that is an idea. You know, in theory, you could also do, I mean, this is pretty terrible, but you could do like, you know, drawings of each limb. And look, I'm just going through them all for the sake of finding the inspiration somewhere along the line. So like there's a disembodied arm. Don't like that, especially considering, I mean, in theory, first of all, it's like, what the heck even is that? And secondly, technically, you can take on other creature shapes. So that wouldn't mean we'd have to make separate icons for each creature, which is not the worst, but it would be something to consider. So we could also just have these completely useless icons. So both of these ideas to me are not good. There could be like lines that draw to the limbs. That seems not good either. That seems like a lot of effort for something that isn't going to look that good. Honestly, I feel like, but it's tough, you know, like, because first of all, this might mean reconfiguring the head health bar, which is horrifying. At least we could keep the empathy bar. But another alternative, possibly the best one so far, which doesn't delight me that it's the best one, but there you go, would be to have a diagram. And perhaps the hit points could be built into the diagram itself. Okay. No, it doesn't have to look good, but you know what? I just need to redo that. Okay. So then the idea is it would be like we would divide these all up into 4 equal pieces, which could go nicely with the idea where they're going to shrink over time. Oh God, is this gonna be what we do? Is this the best idea? Oi. But that's a real challenge, you know, representing the health of multiple limbs. This might be more than I ever could have wanted. So then you would have your health bar, you know, divided up that way. Dang. Honestly, it might be the best course of action. It really might. It doesn't please me. But so then you'd have more or less health points in each section. Just trying to make this stand out a little more. You know, this is by and large the best idea. Divide these up. I think it's what I gotta do. It's just gonna be the most intuitive, you know, and that's really important, that the game is easy to play, is easy to pick up and understand and figure out. And if we have this 4-way stacked health bar, I just think we're just asking for confusion. Because even if the player understands and like gets it, right? Like, oh, okay, that represents the limbs. In the middle of playing, your brain is going to have to like figure out, wait, which limb goes to which body part? You know, that's gonna have to happen. I guess we'd want it to decrease the other way, huh? Like, yeah. And whereas this takes out any calculation the player needs to do for which limb is taking damage. There's just no brain calculation that needs to happen. Our players can just rest easy, check this UI, and easily figure it out. Why I didn't catch this sooner? No idea. No idea. You know, and it's gonna look a little silly. But, you know, so it goes. So it goes. Part of the point of me doing this project is to make discoveries like these, to make mistakes, like setting up a health bar that I'm gonna ultimately want to just completely change. Because a dream game that I want to make is a survival game that uses limb damage as an important mechanic. And so I'm making a game that isn't an entire survival game, an entire survival genre game, because that's a lot of work. So I'm just making a small game that has well, specifically the limb damage element in it. And then I can make all the mistakes, learn all the things, and then take what I learned there and apply it to the big game. This would be one of those things to take and apply, is have a very clear way to communicate the damage. Absolutely freaking not what we've been doing. And it's a little stressful. So then for the empathy damage, you know, we could do a similar thing in here. I think I'd rather draw like a heart than like use the entire body, because the body is technically indestructible. So you don't actually have to worry about limb damage on your torso, except for the empathy damage, which you do have to worry about. So we could divide that as well. Dang. I mean, I feel like this is it. The empathy damage, by the way, will affect power-ups that you get in between runs. So the more empathy damage that you take, the less points you'll have to spend on buffs and power-ups in between levels, is the idea there. Wow. Oh, we want to go bottom up. I think this is the best idea. I mean, in a lot of ways, there's not much I have to change. You know, because all the logic for the head health bar will really be the same. You know? Because all that it does, and I'm actually gonna go ahead and save this up. Let me get a couple of variants here, just for the sake of potential clarity. Hey, Pierogi, what's up? Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing good. Pierogi Gone is a member and a patron. And for that, you get a song. You get a song for being so awesome. Pierogi Gone. Welcome, Pierogi. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being a member. You're welcome. And I'm sorry for singing you a song because you support this channel. I appreciate it. The old and red looking accidentally festive. Wait, festive like what kind of festivity? Oh, I guess it does have kind of like a Cinco de Mayo vibe, doesn't it? Because, I mean, the, the alien head already has like a sombrero kind of look to it. So you know what? I see it. I see it. I'm thinking I have to redesign my health bars, which is just real talk. Looks like a sombrero. I'm thinking I have to redesign my health bars. Not what I expected to be doing, but you know, as I just started now to dive into making the limbs health bar, I'm just realizing that this is a disaster. This is a UI disaster. Because the player is going to have to constantly calculate in their mind, well, which is what limb, right? It has no obvious. Let me see if I can move this without turning the sky blue. You know, I could have these labels like this one is arm left, this one is arm right. Like that's disastrous. No matter what, as long as it's set up this way, the player is going to have to make calculations to figure out which bar applies to which limb. Which is not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. Whereas with this, that immediately, completely goes away. Because it's completely obvious what's what. And so the health would decrease this way, which is gonna work great because ultimately the limbs are gonna shrink when you take damage. And so it's even gonna visually match the shrinkage that's happening. The heart might even be better done from the outside in, now that I think about it, because the heart's going to shrink that way. Whatever ends up happening, the way that I've been doing it ain't it. But luckily, there's a lot of similarities. So here's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to... I'm going to take this, I'm going to save it and put it in our reference program so that way we can have it up. And I'm going to try to make it, which, I mean, that's going to be, apparently this is going to be a graphic design stream. Something I normally say for the Monday member streams, but, I mean, I gotta do what I gotta do. So I'm going to export this in my docs folder. This is health bars. Okay. And let me add this in. And this is what I gotta make. So luckily, there's a lot of logic. I feel like we don't really have to change anything logic-wise. It really is just a visual thing. I might have to adjust the animation a teensy weens. Just a weensy teens, but not much. Not a lot. Okay, there we got it in here so we can have it overlaid. Because really the functionality is going to be the same. It's taking away one hit point at a time. The only difference is I might need to change the direction of the animation. So right now, so that may take some ingenuity, actually. That may be the hardest part. So right now, if I take damage, it goes from right to left is how it disappears. And if I heal, it goes from left to right. So we'd want it, so it's going to be, that's going to be a little tricky. But maybe not, actually. Actually, perhaps if I, because all that it's doing is it's changing the progress on the progress bar. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky, because how am I going to embed with like alpha exclusivity a progress bar into a shape, a cutout? Maybe a shader, right? Like it's not going to be an easy problem to solve, actually. Oh man, I'm getting hit today with a task, with a serious task. Because I could have it be like, you know, this is actually a box, a progress bar, right? Like this right here could just be a box, and that's the progress bar. And we have these lines. And then maybe I could use a shader or something to somehow cut out the head shape. So then all we have to do is use the progress bar logic. That's gonna be tricky. I think color values have alpha, definitely a shader, and I can't promise anything, but my limited experience indicates it would be very possible. Yeah. We might be learning about shaders today. So then it would just cut this out, and then we could just have, you know, that same logic of it. And I could maybe even keep it the same thing, right? Because this goes from left to right, the progress bar. We could just tell the progress bar to do top to bottom or something, right? Or rotate it if we have to, but we can probably just tell it to top to bottom. So then that would be true for all of these, right? And they'd be like rotated or whatever. So that way they could have these angles to them. So this would have a box. Man, this is quite a challenge for today. This is gonna take, to me, this is a multiple day project. Do I want it to outline a green? Hell. No idea. I don't even know. You know, this is like so outside of what I was planning. The filling in yellow I think would be easy, but keeping the head outline would be hard. Interesting. I see what you're saying. Huh. I guess I could I mean, outline would be nice. But yeah, I guess I see how that, because right now the health bar outline that we have is just from the Godot progress bar thing set up, which lets us have, which it would be impossible, because if we be outlining it, we'd be cutting it out. I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe I could overlay something, just like overlay an image that goes on top of it, you know, just get like a PNG that has the outline and then put it right on top of it. That would probably work. It would be a little hacky, but it might work. So we're doing this. We have like this separate texture here, but this would be cut out, right? Because we'd have this shape, and then the idea would be that the alien head would get trimmed out of here like a cookie cutter, and so we'd lose that outline. It's hard to tell what it is if it's invisible from yellow up. Yeah. Maybe you could have a separate mesh just for visuals. That's the outline. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. And so we could orchestrate, you know, make sure there's the gaps. I mean, basically, it would just be this. It would just be this without this border here at all. So, like, if I were to make it not visible, right? It would just be kind of like this. And then we could overlay the outline somehow. Wow. Wow. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky. As says, shaders do seem very interesting. I watched a video on shaders in Godot, so I know what they are now. Probably out of scope for my current project. We'll definitely learn when I upgrade to 4. Yeah, I think they added a lot of changes between 3 and 4 when it comes to shaders. Yeah, I kind of have a feeling that I'm going to be on my own with the shaders. That we're not likely to have much help. I don't expect help from you guys, but that seems like that's definitely going to be a Lee's on her own kind of challenge. What's up, Dragonblade? Welcome. Monkey with the hammer. That's me. That's me. Where's the nail? I'm having a wonderful, regrettable epiphany. Only slightly regrettable, mostly wonderful. That my health bars are actually terrible. Not really, because, so my plan, what I've been working on is, and you've been here for it, Dragon, which I appreciate. What I've been working on is setting up the head health bar and the empathy health bar, both of which are just these very simple static, or not static, but linear single health bars here. 1 row, 1 bar. Makes sense, not too complicated. The brain can easily piece this together. Everything's fine. What I was going to start doing today was trying to make this logic work in a 4 stack that takes damage individually and then heals all of them proportionally. But what has just like dawned on me is that this is a monstrosity, an absolute monstrosity, and it's gonna be so difficult to understand what limb goes to what bar. And the player's gonna have to constantly like be holding in their brain, like, wait, which one goes to which one, like, and that's a nightmare. And so, and I'm open to other ideas. My gosh, am I open to other ideas? Oh my gosh, save me from this idea, because to me this is the best idea that I have. You know, to me this is the best idea. But if there's an alternative to having there be obvious health bars for every limb that doesn't involve this, you know, another option, so there is another option, which is having multiple health bars that aren't joined up like this. You know, that it wouldn't as well represent the proportional healing. I could let go of the proportionate healing. Yes, I'm willing to axe a mechanic so it makes more sense for the UI. You know, there could be like, just like these single rows, there could be a single row here, a single row there, a single row there, and a single row there. I could do that. I could also do that. And so then my new potential certain idea, which I'm not at all certain of, is to have a special UI element that draws out the shape of the character. And then we draw the bars on the character's body parts, and then they go down with each hit. Because then it's going to be incredibly obvious what goes to what. So anyway, and then, so now I'm trying to think, okay, how would I do this the easiest, right? And so already we have this set up with the progress bar. So in theory, right, I could use Godot's progress bar system and just have like 5 progress bars or whatever, like here, and then make a shader that traces an outline or cookie cuts the rest of the bar and only keeps the shape of the character. I guess I'd want to do it for the heart as well, in theory. Knowing me, I'm about to make it part of the drawing. So here we are. So that's kind of where I'm at. And then, you know, I'm open to other ideas as well. Progi says, shaders are really awesome and basic things are actually easy. I love that. I love that. They can get complicated fast, though, just like anything else in dev. All right, heard. S says, Godot still supports visual scripting for shaders. Right. I'm open to that. You know, I thank you for remembering that I have a strong affinity for visual scripting. I think I'd want to do the code, although the code, as I understand, is a little different. So I don't know that that is deeply appealing to me, but that is one plus. It's good to think of the upsides here. I think an easier visual design would be green as health, and above the green, instead of transparent turns red. Well, you know I'm going to disagree with that. You know I'm going to disagree with that. I think you already know why I'm going to disagree with that. And that's just because, love the ideas, keep it coming. But that's because of color blindness. Red and green and any really just rely, I don't ever want to rely on purely color. So I mean, I could be into the idea if we could do it without color. But I want it to be a visual, like a contrast, like imagine in monochrome. So I actually do have a button for making things black and white, right? Imagine monochrome. So then, you know, you can tell the difference between black and white. But other than that, could it still work if you couldn't tell the difference between the colors? Is my goal. And so here you can still see. And to me, it's just like a good design principle in general, is to make sure it works functionally without color, regardless of color blindness. That's just my response to that. It would communicate well to the player too, potentially. Instead of any health bars of any kind, you can create 3 limbs, each more shriveled and messed up than the last, and switch between them. Yeah, so that is, yes, and that is absolutely something that I plan on doing. That is already going to be happening. So that's a good point. Do I even need the health bars? Are the health bars even necessary? Because the shriveling limb is absolutely something that I already want to do. And, you know, we can already prove that out as something that would work. So if I need to do, Dragon Blade made a great suggestion a week or so ago about using shape keys in Blender to animate between the different limb sizes, but we can sort of prove it out here. If I grab the skeleton, we take one of these bones. So I'm gonna take the left arm. Let's try not to break off the left arm mid-demonstration. So this left arm, if I change its transform size here, or I scale it, so let's make it 0.3 on every axis. You know, it's shrinking. That's a very obvious visual thing, you know? And I think that works. And that is something I want to do. I was imagining this in addition to the health bar, but maybe that's overkill. You know, I could let go of that. We could do the head that way as well. I think it looks pretty good if you do the head that way, right? We could shrink this down. So, like, that's also an option. For sure. S says, something random that just came into my head. Make the limbs into health bars. So darken/blink, make red part of each limb. So that's... I like that idea, and I had considered that. And here's what made me not like that. is that then your character doesn't look like, just kind of looks a little, I don't know, UI-y? Does that make sense? Like, I don't even really like that the UI is all around here, to be honest. But it kind of like, I would say this, I would really want it to have like a very nice, it would have to look awesome, you know? But I feel like, you know, by shrinking it, that is kind of the effect that we get. But I feel like what ends up happening, so like, the reason why I don't like that is when I first did the damage indicator. So like, we take this damage, right? It was gonna be that they flash at different speeds depending on how much damage they have. And they'd flash really fast if they were almost about to die. And I noticed it was just like annoying because like I wanted to see my alien. I wanted to see my alien not covered in UI. And somehow it just made it feel different and bad. You know, seeing the flashes for a second, not a big deal. But then them being there all the time, I don't know. But I like that idea. I love the idea. That's kind of what I meant. I like your explanation better. That's kind of what you meant, was putting it on the character. Shader code is just maths. True. I see, yeah, maybe a dark red. Yeah. What's up, Jorn? Welcome, Jorn. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate that. Round health bars. Interesting. Even gray or black. Yeah. I think shriveled limbs are round health bars. So maybe we don't need health bars. And so wait, when you say round health bars, so part of the problem that I'm having is that I want to represent the limbs without having, I don't even know if I like having all these health bars. You know, the more I think about, look at all these health bars. They're just getting in the way, man. I'm going to restart it real quick. Just get in the way. What's up, Frank? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. By the way, guys, don't forget to hit a thumbs up. It means more people will find this live stream and see it after we go live, which I really appreciate. It means more collaborators like you guys get attracted to this game, which reminds me, Jordan, I like that you're making these suggestions. I will throw you up on, I will not throw you up. I will put you up into the credits list because you're contributing to the ideas, and I appreciate that. I take that very seriously. So let me get you up on there. Yeah, leave a thumbs up. It means we'll get more people attracted to this game, hanging out with us, helping the channel grow, and I appreciate it. Jorn Jackson. More friends. Grow our little community. We got a Discord link, stuff like that. Jackson's. We'll just say S for suggestions. All right. You can make it make sense. Make them bandages. Whoa! Whoa! The more bandage the limb, the less HP it has. Wow! That's a cool idea. Very cartoony. Right? Like, where did the bandages come from? Where did they come from? Why would the alien have bandages? When did they get applied? Do we need an animation for the bandages getting applied? Am I asking too many questions? And because, I mean, we've seen cartoons, right? We know when you get injured, bandages appear. That is a very clever idea. I really like that idea. Now the ideas are approaching shriveling limbs and avoiding UI altogether, which suggests, to me, we should only use health bars for testing. Interesting. Yeah, of course, Jordan, of course. Yeah, it's a really smart idea. Then armor, it drops as it loses HP. Oh, cool. So, right, so you're making a point, like, where we can represent, without using colors, the hit points on the character and literally get that like division along the way on the body without having separate UI. The alien just has blood that looks like bandages. Whoa. It's lore. It's blood that looks like bandages. I don't know. I don't know. It feels like too... I don't know. To me, I guess shriveled is sounding like the best. To me, that sounds like the best, and we just embrace the shrivel and forget the health bars. And like Rogi is saying, just keep the health bars purely for debugging sake. Which kind of, it makes me a little sad because of all the love and learning that's gone into setting up the health bars. But that's just it. There was lots of learning that came from that. It made for a great debug tool. But ultimately, yeah, maybe the shriveling's the way to go. So maybe we just do that today. Maybe we do the shape keys in Blender, right? So that would be the next steps, would be to set up the shape keys in Blender so that way we can have the shrinked degrees of limbs. And then set up some code in Godot that will apply those sizes or animate the limb to those sizes along the way. Yeah, I think that's the best idea. You guys do have some great ideas though. I love the bandages. Genius. The round health bar, I'm not sure I totally understand, but because, you know, it's like, how does that make it more clear that it's limbs versus body, which is kind of the problem. Many small thing, you're a bit privacy focused, forgot your username is your full name, so if you could just change it to Jordan Jax, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you know what? I've noticed that. No problem. It's, you know, at first I'm like, well, you know, this is the person's username. They don't mind. But actually, I've totally seen that happen where we just, because of Google, YouTube is Google. So, it's quite easy for us to just hop onto YouTube with our default name. Okay, I've switched it. And let me know if you want me to be even more specific. Let me know. Totally understand. Sorry about that. It's kind of unfortunate that Google does that. That they just like take your Google name and they're just like, this is your username. Like, make us pick one. Come on. It's a pleasure to have you here, though, Jordan. Hey, Neil, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Welcome back from school. All right, so I think this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to go into Blender. We're going to make shape keys. And then we'll figure out how we apply those shape keys to an animation. I mean, I feel like I'm going to have to abandon some of this. Just Google yourself. It's shocking how much you can find with just a name. I know. Tell me about it. I love like moving like to different houses because then the internet hasn't caught up with me moving. And then if I do search my name and they've got my wrong address, I'm like, good. You can use the username on Google? Yeah, somehow. Yeah, you can change your name. You might have to, I don't know if you can, I'm not really sure. Because I just changed my name. You have this as your name. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're like doxing yourself. But I hear you. Yeah, I'm actually not really sure. I can't look into it right now or else I'm going to dox myself, so I can't. But, or I'm going to put myself at risk of that on accident. But you can definitely do things. Reaper's the health bar for bosses as well as debugging. Oh, good call. Ooh, I like that. Repurpose it for like enemies and bosses. That's a great, oh, that's an amazing idea. Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh, thank you. That's such a, of course, use it for other things. Oh man, that's awesome. My session has expired. Okay, all right. Hook me back up. Get me back in there. So this is Hack and Plan. It's the project manager. I use to set this game up and keep track of everything. And I'm just going to put that suggestion down for sure. Technical. I don't even know. This is a default category that was made. Gameplay, story, characters. Technical. Sure. You know what? Why don't we just drop it in technical? I don't know how there's already work items attached to technical. Oh, debug tool. Okay, all right. Maybe I'll, you know what? I'm gonna make that a task. Let's make that a full-on task. I think that deserves that much. So I'm gonna say repurpose health bar for enemies. Genius. Genius. Someday. All right, we've got that somewhere to ever be returned to. And now I can feel totally fine about moving forward. So right now, the health bar logic works like this. There's a lot going on here, to be honest. So we have these messenger signals, these signals that determine when we really don't need any of this. Like, this just really goes away. This just goes away. We just need to start over. All right, I'm not even going to go over this because it's just different. All right, let's go into Blender. I don't know what else to say. It's time to do shape keys. That's all there is to it. Let me fix the alien proportions right now, and we're gonna go into Blender. That's all there is to do. So let me pull up the skeleton, fix these so that they're not looking like they are. Let's get the head back to normal. Thank you guys so much. You guys saved me. You guys saved me. Like Pierogi, S, Dragonblade, Jorn, y'all really came through and saved me from just like going down an overscoped rabbit hole. Thank you. Thank you. All right. You fixed the space in your name. Oh, nice. Nice. Hey. Whoa, I gotta type your name a new way now. Whenever I put it in the newsletters, or which, yeah, I have. By the way, I do have a free newsletter. If you go to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can join that for free, and you will get in your inbox a newsletter that includes a secret live stream. And I type up, you know, what happened during the Wednesday live stream, and I'll be like, Dragonblade, help me do this and that. And I've been spelling it the way you spell it normally, so I'm gonna have to change it to this. I gotta keep that in mind. People do. 25 right now. We got 25 people subscribed to the newsletter I put out. So absolutely. And the reason why, and here's the advantage to newsletters, is they are resistant to social media problems, right? So let's say, you know, Twitter goes down, or it becomes an X, or, you know, whatever, like things, or Instagram becomes less popular and you move on. So if you get people to join and sign up or become part of your group, it did change. No, join, it changed. If you get, you might have to refresh it or something. It changed for us. If those social media sites aren't accessible anymore, or for whatever reason they're not as popular, people move on, then the newsletter will survive that. The email newsletter is just like always, because email is very stable. It's a very stable situation, form of communication. So that's the real advantage of a newsletter, is that you don't have to go somewhere to find, like, did they post it on Twitter? let's see here. I know I'm subscribed to so-and-so on Facebook, but maybe I joined someone else over on Threads. I don't know. You know, it just kind of becomes a bunch of different things to manage, whereas your email is like this one place, and this place you're always going to have and you're always going to use. So that's the advantage of newsletters. Anyway, just thought I'd mention that though. And Jordan, if you don't mind, I'd love to update your credit in here as such, so that way it matches your username. I prefer that myself. Okay. Kai is here. Kai is a member. And as a member, Kai gets a song. Welcome, Kai, to the stream. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're feeling real good, Kai. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Kai. Thank you, Kai, for supporting the stream. And welcome. I'm sorry. You're welcome. Yeah. Welcome, Kai. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Isn't your newsletter dependent on Patreon? Actually, technically, it's not. So, on one hand, yes. On the other hand, it does give me a list of everyone's emails. So I have your email. When you sign up, you're essentially adding your email to a list that I, Lees, have. So if Patreon does go down, I still have your emails and I can send them out. By the way, I did notice that the stream got a little glitchy there. That might happen once in a while, but it is okay. It is okay. There's nothing to fear. We're not living in the old days. Let me make sure I close YouTube. Sometimes opening YouTube causes that. It wasn't your stream, it was mine, but don't worry. This isn't gonna happen repeatedly. Everything is fine. Anyway, yeah. So I'll still have your email address if you sign up for it. How do you do the email that is done by Patreon? I do feel email needs an upgrade, but I do also dislike social media as it is now. Too centralized. Right. Absolutely. It sounds like an infringement of GDPR that I get your email if you sign up for Patreon. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know anything. I don't know if you're joking or not. But I hope it's not. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to infringe. I'm not trying to infringe. I mean, it's like basic like marketing stuff, you know, is to have a collection of emails. And it's for everybody's benefit, right? I don't think it's, if you feel like there's something surreptitious there, you know, I definitely don't want to do that. But I think it's pretty clear, like, that you're signing up with your email, but maybe it's not. How do you do the email that is done by Patreon? So, yeah, that is done by Patreon. So basically, any post that I do on Patreon, if you are signed up on the free tier on Patreon, let me actually pull it up here. Incognito. So any post that I do here, so this one this is only for members. This was a members only post. If you are a member, you got an email in your inbox, right, with this post included. Same for this one. This one is the newsletter. So this one goes out to everybody who is a member or is on the free tier. Either way, they're going to get this in their email, and they're going to get the live stream too. So this shows up in their email inbox. So Patreon just sort of sends out an email to everybody who's signed up on the Patreon if you post something and you make sure it's visible by everybody who is joined on that Patreon. And that's all there is to it. And then it also, you supply, I'll make sure, honestly, I'll make sure there's more disclosure for that, you know, because that's not good. Not that I care much. I figure, and that's just it. Like, I figure it's like, does anybody care? Does anybody care? Because I feel like you're signing up. Like, if you use your email to sign up for something, I feel like you know you're using your email to sign up for everything. Patreon takes 5% of everything, right? Patreon takes, it can change. It can depend. It takes different fractions. So, Patreon percent. There's like, for me, it's 8%. Patreon percentage taken. So you can sign up for different plans that takes less than that. Yeah, 5%. They can do 5%, they can do 8%, and then there's like another one they can do as well. 2.9%. It kind of depends on what plan you have. Mine takes actually 8%. So yes, they do take a percentage. But the advantage is I'm willing to pay Patreon to do that, right? I'm paying Patreon because it's a recognizable platform. It's a platform that people, will feel like, okay, I can trust this platform, right? Like, I'm comfortable going here. It's not like, hey, go to my come to my Zipdo site and give us money. I don't know. It's like a familiar brand name, and it's easier in theory for people to sign up there. I also started doing that, before I had access to YouTube memberships. YouTube memberships are very much like Patreon, but the difference is Patreon takes a lot less. If Patreon only takes, 3 to 8%, YouTube takes 25%. And not only do they take 25%, but they only allow me to withdraw anything if I make $100 at a time, which for big creators, not a hard thing. For me, I mean, that can take a while. Whereas Patreon, if someone donates once on Patreon, I can take that money right away. So, there's a lot of little nickel and diming going on for sure to think about. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, 25%. That's even more. Or maybe it's 20%. Maybe it's Twitch takes 25%. Wait, let me correct myself. Twitch takes 25%. YouTube takes 50. Let me actually look. YouTube cut versus Twitch. Let me actually give you the right information. Oh God, it's worse. Oh wow. Oh my God. Are you serious? It's 55% on Twitch. 50%? Okay, what? Wow. I mean, if you're a partner, it can go less. All right. It actually might be 25%. Yeah, it's a lot. YouTube takes a lot. Holy crap. 20. It's 30%. It's even worse. They take 30%. Jordan, they take 30%. I'm being too generous by saying 25. So that's why I prefer Patreon, right? Because Patreon is going to take a lot less. It's a lot of little calculations to make, as a creator. But yeah, Twitch takes freaking 50%. Unless you're a partner, then I think it takes 70%. It's pretty rough. It's pretty brutal. Dragon Blaze says, I have 3 emails. Important stuff, government accounts, work, Cont'd, etc. And entertainment, YouTube, Netflix, game accounts, and spam. Throwaway stuff that require an email, but I don't care about. Yeah, same. Exactly. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I also like changing my name. So like, if something this editing software I use, DaVinci Resolve, requires that I sign up with my email and my name and stuff in order to get the program. And so I'll make my name Lee's Da Vinci is my last name. And so then if I start getting mail in at my house that says Lee's Da Vinci, I'm like, you did this to me. $100 at a time. Yeah. It's It's not great. I still haven't hit the first 100. We have YouTube members. We've gotten donations. We can't run ads yet because I need to upgrade my account, get more views, then we can get ads. I don't know if I'd run ads, honestly, anyway. Honestly, there's something called affiliate marketing that I've been doing, and that's been almost as good as Patreon so far. And so that's Humble Bundle stuff. So Humble Bundles are awesome, for example. And so Humble Bundle will have, coding collections, complete learn to code bundle, right? Or make your own games in Unreal Engine. Sometimes they'll have assets and stuff. And so during the game jams, which have been getting 800 plus views the last couple weeks, if I get at least 800 views on the game jam and I put an affiliate link ad, so if in there I just say, hey, look, there's this cool Humble Bundle, which it is cool, and it is happening, and if you use the Hyper Gamedev link and someone buys a Humble Bundle using that link, Humble Bundle will give me a cut of that. And that's actually been the most financially viable thing that I've done besides Patreon. And if I make videos and streams that keep getting more views, it could outpace Patreon even someday. So, it's kind of what this whole thing is doing YouTube in content creation, is finding multiple streams of income in different ways and hoping that those add up and build up over time. But the Humble Bundle affiliate marketing has been a really good one. And I don't have to ask the community for anything. It's just like, hey, you're already probably interested in Humble Bundles. Now you can just divert that to Hyper Game Dev, and that'll support the channel. A lot of patrons who distribute some software codes or services need a way to distribute it and check if someone won't cheat by getting more by only one payment. But that's just my thought. Oh, that's interesting. It's interesting. I thought it would be 30%. Yeah, it is 30 on YouTube. Not sure correctly how and why, but it seems logical. And Kai, what are you talking about exactly? I don't remember what you're referring to. Twitch isn't 50-50? It is. 50% just for hosting you? Yeah, forget Twitch, man. Forget Twitch. Like, I don't mess with Twitch. Twitch is too much grind for too little return, in my opinion. If you're one of the lucky few who are vaulted to success, then it can be okay. But it's such a gamble, and it's so much investment of time that I just can't find it worth it. On YouTube, I can do my live stream, and it will, and then YouTube will promote that live stream after it's done. On Twitch, it doesn't do that, right? I'd have to re-upload it to YouTube, and then it's going to be Twitchified. It's going to have all kinds of Twitch stuff all over it, and the things Twitch does, and I don't want that. So for me, YouTube is a better path, but everyone's going to be different. 5% seems like nothing now. Yeah, right. Exactly. Now you understand. Twitch changed that to 50-50, and even the bigger ones have 50-50, yeah. And it went so hot takes on that, because 50% people and streamers got mad by that. But, well, as we can see, it's somehow faded away. Yeah, well, that's because Twitch is so popular. It doesn't really have competition. I'm live streaming on YouTube, and that's a weird thing to do, right? You're starting to see more Twitch streamers come to YouTube because Twitch recently allowed multi-streaming. There's some rules, but for the most part, they allow it. And you'll notice the viewership on YouTube is many fractions less than what they're getting on Twitch. And so, yeah, so Twitch is just sort of, you're kind of stuck with Twitch if you're a live streamer. But I'm willing to go outside of that because I tried Twitch and I didn't like it. And I'm willing to go outside of that and take the risk of building a foundation here on YouTube. But you're right. It's true. those bad things happen and people just stay there. Twitch can get away with it. I don't know how much longer Twitch can get away with it, because who knows how much longer Twitch has to survive. I mean, they probably will. They probably will, right? They just announced that they're not profitable. They did a bunch of layoffs, but a lot of social media isn't profitable, and they still are around. So, you know, they might still be there, but personally, I would rather stay over here on YouTube, because YouTube just offers so much more potential with shorts and long form videos, and live streams being transitioned into either of those formats. And YouTube is big. YouTube is more of a household name than Twitch is. You know, when people come to my house, they look at my studio. They're like, "Are you a YouTuber?" They don't say, "Are you a Twitch streamer?" They say, "Are you a YouTuber?" You know, and I like that. I like that YouTube has that ubiquity. Cont'd Live. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I like DaVinci Resolve, but I don't even know what Cont'd Live is. I ain't never heard of that. Video editing freedom. Dang. It's something you can do with most email providers, to add a plus and words after, and all of those are valid redirections to your email, and it will still go to your Dragonblade at Gmail. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I certainly do set up redirection so I don't have to check each email, but I didn't know you could just, like, add something in there. So I do like forwarding, email forwarding and stuff, so I don't have to check multiple accounts, for sure. Lisa cut, isn't it like a person who buys chooses what percent to a certain point? Yeah. So but it'll always be a percentage. So let's say, let me pull up, actually, if you can check it out in the chat right now. There's the by the way, links in the description box, links in the chat right now if you do want to contribute to Humble Bundle. I'm just pulling up this link so I can actually open it. Right? I have my bot. Wait, maybe my bot isn't active. Hold on. Oh, my bot isn't connected. Okay. I actually have to connect it. The bot's not gonna work. Boring. Let's see if I can set this up. Let's see if I can set this up on the fly. Probably, right? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, now it should work, Jordan. Lazy bot. The bot is taking a break. The bot is taking a break. Let's try it one more again. One more again. One more again. Maybe. One more again. We're trying. We're trying. I like how we're totally not doing game dev anymore. That's okay. This is important. I did just hook it up, so it should... I can just give you the links. It should be working, but let me see if I can force the bot to join the chat. Wake up. Wake up, bot. Usually I make sure I have it running for the game jam. I don't usually bother for these streams, because the game jam is where most people are there. Okay, let me try it this way. Let me try it this... Oh, yeah, it's not connected. I might have to, like, start my live stream while... It's okay. We'll be fine. Social marketing is part of game dev, is it not? Yeah! Yes! Yes! Absolutely. 100%. I agree. Okay. Here, I'm just going to post the links manually. So we'll pretend that was a bot that did that. Really, it was me. But we can imagine. We can imagine. So this is what I normally put in here. Okay, now we got the links. Now we got the links. Oh, this Blender one's probably gone by now. But if we take this, that one's definitely gone by now. But if we take this one, Yeah, this is, I like that. I think you're right. Social marketing is definitely a part of game dev. All right, so here's my Humble Bundle link, right? This is my affiliate link here. And let me actually open it in a incognito. And so what you'll see up here at the top, no, okay, never mind, just kidding. But you can buy games, right? So this, let's see, this Tekken 8, you want Tekken 8? Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, right? And then when you do this, we'll get a little kickback. And the adjust donation thing, so let's say you come down to the Unreal Engine bundle, right? And you open this up. So if you don't hit adjust donation, it's going to default a little bit to Hyper Game Dev. It's going to automatically give Hyper Game Dev a percentage. So you don't have to divert that much. But ideally, you would be willing to come down here, click on it, and drag this all the way up. And then Hyper Game Dev would get that much. So it's kind of a nice thing that Humble Bundle is willing to do. And it's a nice way to just donate to, content creators without having to not get something tangible in return. How long are your game jams on average? So it's a 1 hour game jam. Yeah, it's 1 hour game jam. But if you ask how long does a stream take, around 2 to 3. It depends. It depends. So it depends on how many entries we get, right? So I take an hour, right? My entry takes 1 hour. This last one, by the way, the most watched game jam we've ever had was last week's. So that's cool. You can see it took about 3 hours. Actually, this one took almost 4 hours. Because we had 14 entries. 14 entries! So I try to give meaningful attention to everybody's entry. And so it ended up taking quite a while to get through it. So the whole game jam itself can take up to 4 hours depending on the entries. But the actual period of game jamming is about an hour. And you have as much time. If you need extra time, we can give you extra time. I gotta check out the other entries, I can stall for you a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, this one was big. This was a big one. It was awesome. It's awesome. I love to see it. Come through. Take up my time. 14 entries. Yeah, isn't it awesome? It's really exciting. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really, really cool. And then the one before that didn't quite get up to the 800 views, but I don't even think that's the one before it. Oh, we got to go back further. There was another one. So all the ones that have gotten a minimum of 800 views brought in some money from Humble Bundles. Nope, not these. This one. So this one did over 800 about a month ago. And this sold some Humble Bundles. These other ones did not. This one did, and this one did. So we kind of can see a clear return here if the game jams get a lot of attention. Which goes, all that money goes into the channel. So it's cool to see it happening. Yes, I do. I host it every Friday. You can head over to the channel page to find the link to that for the next week's jam. So it'll tell you right here, upcoming. And you can turn the notification on so you know it's happening. And I do it every single week. And then I put it up on itch. So that's the other place you can find it. We do these on itch.io. And so you can come and join it here. And hit join, like that. And submit your entries there. All right. Now, if we don't have any more social marketing related topics, I'm still here to talk about it, but it seems that topic has faded a bit. So perhaps we hop into Blender then, and we make some shape keys. Maybe it's time to make some shape keys. This is not something I have ever done, So I'm going to have to learn how to do this. How does it have to be done? You should come through. Come through on Friday. I explain it at the beginning of every jam, so you'll get the instructions and all that. I will help you. I will help you. Can you upload a Python script? Okay, I see what you're saying. So, there's a couple different ways to do it. Basically, I require that you do HTML. Since we're a live stream, I realized that doing downloaded files was a bit of a risk. A bit of a risk for someone to, like, have something terrible happen while we're live. So all the submissions do have to be HTML based. So you have to find a way. So if you want to upload a Python script, you have to find a way to get it to be embedded. HTML, CSS, JavaScript. As long as it can be embedded in itch.io, you're good. So, like, for example, if I click on this page here, so this one was made, I don't know what this was made in, actually, but it'll run right in my browser here. This looks like this might have been Godot, but I don't really know. Yeah, this looks like Godot. Yeah, it just kind of, Pierogigon pointed it out, and I had been thinking about it, but it just kind of sunk in, like, okay, this is a bad idea. Like, I could do, like, a virtual machine, but, like, what if it's just all HTML? Yeah, look into itch. And so when you go to submit a game, right? So let's say you want to add a game on itch. I won't go too far into this so we can get into the blending of life. Oh, there it is. Upload a new project. So if you want to upload a new project, you can say what kind it is, right? So if you set up some of these options, HTML, Flash, Java applet, Unity, less than 5.3, you can play it in the browser. I recommend figuring a way to do the HTML, a zipper HTML file, and then you can play it in the browser. So that's really the only rule. Other than that, you're good. And as long as you do this, you'll just come here, you'll upload your files, and you'll be golden. I hope we see you join in. We do it every week. So if you miss this week, there's always next week. And it's just for fun. It's not a serious, severe game jam. We don't do ratings or anything like that. It's just a learning opportunity, a community thing, and we're very supportive. So if you don't finish something in time or whatever, or it's just a little something, that's great. I rarely finish something, but we're just kind of there to hang out and learn together. Yeah, think about it. Shape keys in Blender. Don't even know where to start. Don't even know where to start with shape keys. Blender, how to make shape keys. Let's go. Let's do it. Select your object, go to F9 editing window, press the add shape key button. Seems simple enough. A video would be ideal. So I did find a solution for my internet. If you guys haven't been privy to my internet drama, good. How's the chat done? Yeah, so the chat is called Social Ninja chat stream, something like that. Something like that. Yeah. No, I gotcha. It's this right here. And basically what it is it's set up on, you set up a browser window. So I have to open up the chat. I have to pop it out in a browser. Actually, so this is part of my solution for my internet problems, is I use a phone. I have a broken phone. The screen doesn't work, but I can still hook it up to my computer. And this is how I'm going to browse the internet. I have two internets. I have bad internet and worse internet. My bad internet is the one we're streaming on, and it's good enough. But if I try to use YouTube while we're streaming, it's going to mess up the stream. So that's why I have my worse internet on the phone. And it's fine for watching YouTube. It's not fine for streaming. That's why it's worse internet. So I have my phone hooked up here, and that's how we're going to look at YouTube. But not only that, but I can pull up the camera, and I can explain this even more, which is just absurd. Okay, so here we are in my live stream studio. Welcome, everybody. So I have the chat open here on a separate computer. So like this is my main computer here that I'm streaming on. And then this is the same computer, just a second monitor. Now here's another laptop that I have open. And on here, I have the chat popped out. I have a browser extension installed that corresponds to this chat app that I'm using. So this browser extension, as long as it's open, and I have, as long as the chat is popped out, and I have the browser extension installed and up to date, then it appears in my broadcast software right there. So I have to add it in my broadcast software. So like here's, right, I'm just putting these messages up here. I can scroll through. So now people can find you on itch.io spreadsheet of game jams. Yes. Yes. Correct. Correct. So this is just in my broadcast software here. And so I have to like make a doc. It's kind of a few steps, right? So you kind of have to know what you're doing a little bit with OBS and stuff. But you create a doc in OBS that links to a unique ID. And then you have to create a special, let me move this out of the way real quick. And then you have to create a special source as well. Hello, you. Hello, you. You have to create a special source here. Right there. And that controls the visibility of the message. So you create both of these using the unique ID that relates to the browser extension over here. Pop out the chat, and then it connects it. And it works with Twitch, it works with Kick, it works with Discord, with YouTube. You could literally have all of your things there at the same time. Yeah, it works out. It works out well. It works out well. So yeah, also that's my internet over there. That little orb back there, that's my internet. All right. Get this out of the way. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. It's a little trippy. This is the first day I'm really trying out this phone thing, but it works. If it works, right? Okay. So, shape keys. Shape keys in Blender. Let's learn about it. Let's learn about it. So the lucky thing is that I can use my phone here to search YouTube, and it won't affect my internet anymore, which is a wonderful thing. Wonderful thing. Now I just got to make sure we got audio.
Shape keys, also known as morph targets or blend shapes, are a feature in Blender that allow you to deform a 3D model by defining a series of target shapes. These shapes can represent different states of the model, such as facial expressions. Most commonly, shape keys are used for facial animation or for correcting areas where your model doesn't deform well once it's rigged.
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit.
Those are called corrective shape keys. Okay, now let's
This is from Eve Sculpt.
Before we start making the shape keys, just make sure that a few settings are turned on in Blender. Go to Edit, Preferences, Key Map. Then enable Tab for Pi menu.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Edit, Preferences, Key Map. Okay, there's Key Map. I assume it's enabled. Insert Sims learning animation. Exactly. I mean, we are basically Sims. It's pretty much real life at this point.
As well as extra shading pie menu items from in Blender. Go to Edit, Preferences, Key Map. Then enable Tab for Pie menu,
Gotcha.
as well as extra shading pie menu items from here.
Let's go. Tab for pie menu. Extra shading pie menu options.
After that, click here and save preferences.
Let's go. Let's do it. Saved.
This will allow us to enter the different editing modes quickly by just pressing Tab. Okay, all set. Now let me show you how to make shape keys in Blender. To start using shape keys, you need to have a 3D model. This could be something you've modeled yourself or a pre-existing object that you want to modify. In my case, I'm using this character that I created in my 3D course. If you're interested in learning how to model this specific character, you can find my course on Patreon, Udemy, and Skillshare. Additionally, the finished character 3D model is also available on my Patreon. Okay, so what I'll show you in this tutorial is how to make a blink for one of the eyes. Once you have your model, you can start creating shape keys. To do that, select the object you want to make a shape key for. In this case, this is the head of the character. Here I've separated the head as its own object. After you have the object selected, click on this icon to go into Object Data Properties. Go to Shape Keys here. Click on the plus icon next to Shape Keys to add a new shape key. By default, this creates a basis shape key. The basis is the initial state of the object.
Is the phone set up as a second screen, or are you tapping into the void? Tapping into the void. I am tapping into the void. Yeah, that one. Yep. That's what I'm doing.
It's just the original unedited position of the model, in this case, the neutral facial expression. To add an additional shape key, just click on the...
I mean, okay. To be more specific, that's another trick I have. I got all kinds of tricks, guys. I love that you're asking these questions. I got all kinds of tricks. So this is called screen copy, or SC... Let me put this out of the way. SCRPY. It's another little GitHub project. Let me give you that link in the chat. And it will clone your phone screen to the computer. It does require that I wire it, so I do have to hook it up, but it's not too bad. And the reason I use that instead of like Windows Phone Link is because this is a Pixel, and Google Pixel does not cooperate with Windows, so on purpose. So I have to do it a different way. And so this just gives me a copy of exactly what's on my phone screen. Even though my phone screen is broken, right? I can't actually use the phone screen. It's just broken. But, so it's not really even copying the screen. It's copying what's supposed to be on the screen. And then that's really it. That's all there is to it. And then I just have a source in my broadcast software that points to this window. So that way we can have it slide in and slide out and unnecessary but awesome things like that. That's how I do it. Also, tapping into the void. A little bit of both. Good question.
Plus button here again. That creates our first actual shape key. By default, this creates a... In this case, this is the... Additionally, the finished character 3D model is also available on my Patreon. Okay, so what I'll show you in this tutorial is how to make a blink for one of the eyes. Once you have your model, you can start creating shape keys. To do that, select the object you want to make a shape key for. In this case, this is the head of the character. Here I've separated the head as its own object. After you have the object selected, click on this icon to go into Object Data Properties. Go to Shape Keys here. Click on the plus icon next to Shape Keys to add a new shape key. By default...
Let's roll it back just a little bit. So I'm gonna let's do an arm first. It seems simple enough. Let's do an arm first.
To go into Object Data Properties, go to Shape Key.
Object Data Properties. Which one is that? Object? Is that this? Or is that something else? Might be something else. We have world properties, collection properties, object. It's got to be object properties, right?
Keys here. Click on...
But there's supposed to be a shape keys section. Oh, there it is. Wait, where did it... I just searched. That's how I found it. There it is. Oh, I'm in the wrong, I see. So it's actually in, oh, data. Okay. So when she said object properties, she didn't mean object properties. She meant the object's data properties. Oh, it does say object data properties. Confusing. Okay. She was right. Object data properties, but it starts out with just the word data. So it's this like triangle here. And then we got our shape keys. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. Basis.
The basis is the initial state of the object. It's just the original unedited position of the model, in this case the neutral facial expression. To add an additional shape key, just click on the plus button here again. That creates our first actual
I do have a green
key,
screen.
so the basis needs to remain untouched.
Not only do I have a green screen, but I have a button to make it go away. I just have to find it. Oh, there it is. Bam. I actually, it's not really a green screen. It's actually a green wall. I've painted my walls green. Whoops, I just turned my phone off. Okay. And here, I'll show you on here as well. I'm willing to be distracted. What can I say? Yeah, it's a green room. Right. It's a green room. Precisely. You got it. Whoops. We have a cat down here as well. Cat cam. So basically, I've painted my wall green. Yeah, we got a kitty. We got a kitty just hanging out, chilling with us here today. Hey, what's up, Sheik? Welcome, good to see you. He's sleeping on my light, because that's very warm. That's an old TV screen that I've converted into a light. And so then on the floor, because you can see the floor as well at this angle. So on the floor, I've got these wood panels here. And I've painted those green. So that way, it's green all the way. And then we just get rid of it all. So that's how that works. That's how that works, if you were wondering. Yeah, it's Travie. That's Travie. Godot's going good. I started out the stream, so my plan for the stream was to work on some health bars. That was my plan. That's what we were going to do. But I realized that my plan for the health bars was ill-fated. And it wasn't just going to be as visually good as I really wanted it to be. So ultimately, I had to scrap that idea. And the chat, shout out to Dragonblade Jorn, Pierogi, and S, helped me decide that a much better option would be to not have health bars at all. But use all of the health bar logic we've done for enemies and stuff. So it's not for nothing. And instead, have the limbs shrink. So Godot is going good, but I'm going to be hopping into Blender now because I want to represent limb damage, because my idea for the limbs was going to be to have this like chunky health bar that was 4 bars long. But unfortunately, so that was this. I realized that this is disastrous from a front end perspective. Like, not front end, but just like the UI communication, the UX. From a UX perspective, it's a disaster. Because how do you know what limb goes to what bar? And so then it's like, well, okay, do I create a bar for every limb? So we're going to have bars just sticking out everywhere. And I hate that. I don't want that. so the best idea I had was to create like a separate UI element that has like the health bars built into the body. So we have the head with a separate health bar, the arms with a separate health bar, the legs with separate health bars, the heart with a separate health bar, and they drop down one by one. And that would be a UI element. And chat was suggesting maybe I have this represented on the player itself. Yeah, the bandage idea was good. The bandage idea was good. I love like, from a creativity perspective, I love it. For me, I think I struggle with the fact that it like does so the idea with that was if we say that if you've taken, so here the health point is like gone, right? So the yellow means it's filled in, and then the black means that it's empty. And so the bandage idea was Dragon Blades, and that if you take damage, bandages appear to represent that being gone. Or there's armor, right? And the hit points can represent armor. And then as the hit points go away, the armor can fall off. And that would represent the hit points. I do like that a lot. I think, and so I think the shrinkage idea I like the best personally, because it fits with the game more specifically. Like the bandages and the armor, it's not really conducive to the game concept, which is about losing abilities as your limbs take damage. And so, you know, if your limbs are getting shorter as you're taking damage, we can actually have that reflect in the gameplay. So let's say you only have, you know, a half of a leg or something, you know, you're going to walk a little slower and you're going to be hobbling, right? But maybe your right leg is good, and so maybe you kind of like can still move better on the right side. I don't know. It makes more sense for the arms, for example. So if you have like one arm that's really small and one that's really long, the right arm could grab things more easily, which is a mechanic in the game. Whereas the left arm won't be able to grab as easily. So the shrinkage works well with the concept of the game in general. It just like meshes better. Now the shrinkage idea, I kind of was thinking that would be in combination with the health bars, but you know, the more I just think about having tons of health bars everywhere, or goddess forbid, the monstrosity that is this chunky boy, the more I just think maybe shrinkage will do enough. So that's what I'm working on now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Blender, and I'm going to make shape keys. So it's basically like these endemic keyframes to the character. So we'll get the arm at different lengths. And then in Godot, what I can do is I can animate into those shape keys to say, okay, you've taken one hit point, so it'll get smaller. You take another damage, it'll get even smaller. And those even smaller moments will be shape keys. And so that's what I'm doing. What is the game concept? The game concept is a survival runner game where you are an alien who is invading Earth to collect meat, specifically the meat of humans and animals. And you will grow limbs of the creature that you consume. So those limbs can be destroyed. So if I put these debug numbers up here, you can see there's numbers for each limb, right? So if the arm takes damage, you'll see that number went down from 4 to 3. If the legs take damage, these went down, right? So the game concept is all about managing these limbs that you grow. So you grow these limbs and you have to make sure they stay healthy, because the healthier they are, the more ability you have to play the game. And the gameplay, I'm not explaining it super well right now, but the gameplay is twofold. One, you want to keep yourself healthy. So you want to heal your limbs, and eating meat will heal those limbs. You also want to send meat into a score dunk. So let's say you have taken some damage and you grab a human or a cow. you can either apply that damage to yourself to heal yourself, or you can send that into your score. This is the equivalent of sending it back to your home planet. I'm going to get better explaining this game. But to go even deeper, the idea is that you're on your home planet. One day, this will be explained in a cutscene. One day, a human Earthling-made spaceship arrives with a mouse, or maybe a couple of mice, because humans have done this, and they've lost mice in space. And one of the aliens ate this mouse and grew mouse limbs. And now this alien is like, hey, we need to go to Earth and get more of this meat stuff so we can grow more limbs and build our civilization. So you are one of these aliens who's being sent to Earth to go collect more meat so they can send them back home. That's the score dunk. Send the meat back home in order to win the game and build your civilization. So you start out as just a little head with a body, and you're going to try to eat cows and everyday people. Level 1 will only have cows. It will actually only have cows. They're all hangry. Yes. I like you, Jordan. Yes, they're all hangry. Absolutely. And you will eat a cow, and in theory, you're going to get cow limbs. So this will introduce you to limb damage, managing your head health, and all of that. The last enemy in the first level is going to be a cattle farmer, because you're going to be raiding cattle farms. And the cattle farmer, you'll have to eat the cattle farmer in order to beat the level. Once you eat the cattle farmer, this is a cutscene, you will grow human limbs for the first time. That's the character that I have designed so far in here. Well, actually, right now it's only a head. So this is how you start before you get any limbs. Yes, it would be like Pac-Man. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, you know, again, here's some hangry aliens just feasting on humans and all of that stuff. But something else gets gained. You don't just get arms and legs when you eat a human. You also get human empathy. So the humans start protesting, and they're like, can you stop eating us? And the aliens are like, why do I care? Why do I feel bad? It's because they got empathy now. They ate a human, and they got empathy. So this is the empathy health bar, which is another health bar, which is that heart in the middle of the character, which you can't see because the debug number. There it is. And so, in the middle of this protest, this is a cutscene, all right? In the middle of this protest, military, National Guard, militarized police attack the protesters and the aliens simultaneously. The protesters are just seen as collateral damage to try to get the aliens to be eliminated. And so, the aliens and the activists become friends. Is it GDD? What is that? What's GDD? And so they become friends. And this is how the empathy health bar plays into things. So now, if you eat animals like cows, or you just, for example, rip off the roof of a house, right? So like this is a house. There's just a person in there, an everyday person. If you try to eat a person in a house, your empathy health bar is going to go down. Men in Black, but with more lethal memory wipes. What? Wait, who are the Men in Black in this scenario? The Violent Authority? Game design document. Yes, this is a game design document. Yes. I mean, you know, hack and plan is what I'm really using for most of that. Is the hack and plan, which is more of a project manager, but it does let you put documents on here and collect information. So I do have a bunch of information about obstacle types and what they do, and information about different mechanics and stuff. And then you'll see on here, in fact, that this very thing I have embedded. So yes, indeed, it is. See you for now, S. You'll see it is indeed a design document. Absolutely. 100%. Doesn't matter what planet you're from, we all hate taxes. Yes. So the violent authority is kind of the main enemy in this. So the empathy bar won't go down if you collect meat from, like, you know, helicopters that are attacking you. There'll be, like, you know, soldiers and stuff. So those will be the enemies that you do want to get meat from. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it together. So you'll be attacking now. Violent authority will be the main thing that you use to heal your health and to get points and to send back to your home planet. And in between levels, depending on how much empathy health you have at the end of a level, you'll have more points to spend on, like, power-ups and buffs. So you'll check in with the activist hub who, like, have power-ups and buffs and help they can give you. They'll help you in freeing them from the violent authority. And that's the game concept. But really, if I were to nail it down more specifically, it's really a runner game about managing the health of multiple limbs. That's the, like, quickest way I can describe the game. And so by shrinking the limbs, it works with this whole concept, because you have to make sure that you have your legs, because if you lose your legs, you're gonna move more slowly. Right now, you don't actually move more slowly if you lose the legs, but we'll get there. But in theory, if you lose your legs, you're gonna walk more slowly, and so you're gonna want your legs. So if we do the shrinkage thing, we can literally represent your loss of abilities visually and functionally, which I think is what makes it such a good option. And I mean, you know, I don't know. It wasn't until you guys really just helped me decide to let go of the health bars that I thought we'd do this for sure. Git push? Have I done anything? I don't think I've done anything. You're right, we might as well. The only thing I've done is I started making a limbs health bar, and then you guys talked me out of doing it, or we talked each other into me not doing it. And so, really, if anything, I should just not save it. You did. Oh, I like that. That's a cool idea. Okay, but first of all, you're just saying it. Congratulations. Good work. I'm glad you're set up on there. I know you had a problem the other day where you didn't have something backed up, but I'm glad you sorted that out. But that's kind of a fun thing. Like, everybody do a git push. Whatever you're working on, make sure you push on Git right now. That's actually kind of an awesome little event. We could, like, time into the stream every, like, so often. A little Git commit reminder pops up. I would appreciate eating UFO enjoyers. Eating UFO enjoyers? People who, like, I mean, by the monster. So are you saying, like, an alien who, like, goes to, like, a convention of humans who likes aliens and eating those humans? I don't know if you've seen the show Resident Alien. It's a TV show. I want to say it's by Sci-Fi. I really like it, and it's fun, and you might enjoy it, by the way. Okay. Blender shape keys. So that's the whole trajectory of what we've done. So now I'm going to try to do shape keys so we can shrink the body parts. I don't know how to do shape keys, so we're learning it. Yeah. It would be ironic, wouldn't it? They played with fire. You know? They wanted aliens. They got them. It's so ironic. Yeah, it's called Resident Alien. I really enjoy it. It's okay, Jorn. It's the name of the TV show. It's okay to distract me. I appreciate the distraction. Imagining walking in a room and it's half collard green in one corner. It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're welcome. It's a lot of fun. I really like this show. It's you know, it's anyway. It's about an alien, and then they have people who like aliens. It's fun. All right. And then there is, like, conflict between, like, aliens and people who like aliens. All right. See if we can get the shape keys. And if you feel like distracting me, honestly, it's up to me. And know this, it's up to me. If I don't want to be distracted, it's up to me not to get distracted. Remember that. It's not you who distracts me. It's me who distracts myself with you. All right. So we're learning shape keys here. Presumably. We've started to create them. I've got a basis. I've created a basis for the left arm. So this is specific to the left arm. If I click on the right arm, that goes away. So it's not there anymore. If I click on the left arm, the basis reappears. Let's see what our next step is to be.
And then you work on audio.
And this is a video from double click on the Eve Sculpts is the YouTuber. All right, Jordan, get some sleep. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. I'll be here for another several hours, to be sure. But I do this Godot devlog every Wednesday and Thursday. And then on Fridays I do the game jam. And Mondays I do a member stream. But I'll be here, so you'll still be here, just not chatting. Thanks for letting us know, Jordan. And thanks for hanging out with gamedev while you get sleepy. I appreciate that.
Shape key and name it. Name it L top lid down. So that is L for left, top lid coming down. Make sure you name your shape key so you know what each one.
Okay, so let's do this arm. And I'm gonna name this I guess we'll say arm left. And I guess I'll number them. So it's like, really, I mean, this could be its own shape key, right? Like the first, the default. Maybe not. Maybe I only need to do a shape key for if you have 3 hit points left, 2 hit points left, 1 hit point left, or 0. I guess I don't need to do the full hit points. That's just unapplies a shape key. I'm not really sure. Maybe I should. I think I'm going to do one. Dragonblade says no. You need one that's nothing, the base form. Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Dragonblade. Thank you. Obviously, there ain't zero way to actually watch it by streaming in Poland. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I mean, maybe there's piracy? There's piracy? I'm not endorsing piracy. I'm just saying, you know, if you are okay with piracy, if you're okay with piracy. So that one should be default or base or something like that. Okay. I wish there would not be geological localization restrictions. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I mean, yeah, I don't know if like streaming services do that. I don't know anything about watching American TV in Poland. It's an American TV show I was telling you about. I apologize. But it's a really fun one. Install a VPN. Yeah, that's true. You can just pretend like you're from the United States. All right, so I'm going to call this left arm 4. So this is with 4 hit points. If buying isn't owning, the piracy isn't stealing. Oh, that is a compelling argument. I mean, I really like what Pirate Software says about piracy, which, like, that piracy is fundamentally, like, I don't know if this is the way he would word it, but it's like an access issue. It means that somehow the user doesn't have access to the content somehow, for some reason. And so it's kind of incumbent on those who create the content to make it accessible to others. Otherwise, it's gonna get pirated. So in that sense, like, I feel like it's not necessarily ethically wrong to do it, because it's kind of on the company to find a way for it to be accessed by you. Right to repair. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I think I'm butchering what Pirate Software would say about this. Most of the times VPNs aren't 100% way because your card also has a country which you're from. That's why I could also get into something. And Netflix abhors. That's frustrating. That's not fair. Everybody should get to access stuff. Okay, so we've got that shape key.
We'll do a separate shape key for the bottom lid coming up. Having them as separate keys gives you more control over how the blink animates. Once you've added your basis key and your first shape key, it's time to actually modify the first shape key. Ensure you have the first shape key selected. Set the value from here to 1. After that, press Tab and go into Sculpt mode or Edit mode. Personally, I prefer to use Sculpt mode for adjusting the general shape and Edit mode for fine-tuning. I switch between both modes by pressing Tab. Okay, let's prefer to use Sculpt. Set the value from here to 1. After that, press Tab and go into Sculpt mode or Edit mode.
Okay, wait.
Control over how the blink animates. Shape key and name it. Name it L top lid down. So that is L for left, top lid coming down. Make sure you name your shape key so you know what each one does. We'll do a separate shape key for the bottom lid coming up. Having them as separate keys gives you more control over how the blink animates. Once you've added your basis key and your first shape key, it's time to actually modify the first shape key. Ensure you have the first shape key selected.
So like in theory, I might want to keep my named basis, but whatever. I'm a rebel who likes to make mistakes and learn from that. So I'm gonna make a new one. I'm gonna call this arm left 3. Let's keep going. I mean, we don't have to do anything to it. I think it's fine. And if you look, it has nothing next to it. So I think that that's another way to kind of just know that it's a basis. I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be okay. So we need a separate one for every stage of its length. So we've got 5 different stages here. Full health, 3 health left, 2 health left, 1 health left, no health. Okay.
From here to 1. After that, press Tab and go into Sculpt mode or Edit mode.
So we're just changing a value to 1. We're just changing a value to 1. Double click to rename. Nice. Totally is. Same with changing the number, actually. Semi-annual reminder to go and press Control S on everything you have open. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. That's nice of you to do. That's nice of you to do. I like that. We might want to do these save reminders. It's like a genuinely good idea. Because we're co-working. We're here doing our things. So I don't really understand what this column is. Value. Value of the shape key at the current frame. Okay. All right. I'm setting it to 1. I'm doing it because I was told to do it.
Personally, I prefer to use...
So the other thing too to keep in mind here is I don't want to animate this in Blender. I don't. I want to animate this in Godot. I want to set up the shape keys to be used in Godot and then animate it there. So I'm just defining the shape keys here. I don't know if that's going to like come into play, but just thought I'd put that out there.
Sculpt mode for adjusting the general shape and after that, press Tab and go into Sculpt mode or Edit mode. Personally, I prefer to use Sculpt mode for adjusting the general shape and Edit mode for fine-tuning. I switch between both modes by pressing Tab.
I never use Sculpt mode. I've never used Sculpt mode. Never once. Not a single time. I don't think I'm going to start now. I'm sure it's great, but like personally, it would be learning something new that I don't know if I have the capacity to learn right now. So we're just going to stick to edit mode and we'll just shrink it because really it just has to be like adjusted. The value is how much of the mesh is blended into the new shape. So I would think 1 then. I don't want it to be like half blended. Although that is kind of interesting because it almost raises the question of like, well, what if I only have 2? We have full health and we have no health. And then we just blend between that, right, at different stages. Instead of setting 5 shape keys, we'd have only 2 shape keys and we just do a percentage between them. That might give us a lot less control over how it looks. So I don't know that I really like that, but it's good to keep in mind. Noted. Noted.
In edit mode for fine-tuning. I switch between both modes by pressing tab. Okay, let's adjust the shape of the top lid now. Press tab and go into sculpt mode. Select the grab brush from here. After that, press F to adjust the size of the brush. Bring the top eyelid down like this. Make sure that your brush is small enough so it doesn't affect the bottom eyelid.
You can set the max value to 4. So like, oh. Oh, I see. Maximum. Oh, cool. And then we can divide it. Noted. So the divisions would be a lot easier. Thank you. You have some experience here. Yeah, chat. What are your thoughts on AI? It's a very broad question. I think it's cool stuff that should be researched and should be developed. I think stealing other people's work is bullshit and is not good and should be avoided in every possible way. I also think that it's great for iteration and planning. And I also think it's super awesome if you want to train your own AI on your own work or something. So generally, I think it's really good. I just think that it's being used, as all new technology is, by corporations in bad ways. Also, my cat is coughing up a hairball. But as cats do, I think he's going to swallow it. Because he's a champion. If you were wondering what that sound was. So yeah, to me, there's going to be a lot of exploitation by companies. And they're going to fire people that they shouldn't fire. And they're going to use it in places that they shouldn't use it. And they're going to steal work they shouldn't steal. And that's bad. But I think that it has plenty of useful things, like anything. There's good and bad. Unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of the bad. It's a crutch that humanity will use to trip itself. Impeding development until it learns its lesson. I think that's true. I agree with that. AI is not that bad if you use it like a tool and not like a way of creating something without any tuning by the artist. Yeah, I agree with that too. I agree with that too. Yeah, and I mean, it can help you, like, visualize your work better. It can help you improve your workflow. You know, but if you're just using it to make something new, claim it your own, I mean, that's just kind of embarrassing. Things today aren't there for the good of people, but just for money. Yeah. Dragonblade says it has its uses, but currently everything is AI that, AI there, AI no, AI here, AI everywhere, where it has no place. I know, dude. Oh God, it's so embarrassing. I mean, like yesterday, or not yesterday. Well, I was editing a short yesterday about me setting up a GitHub repo. And I was looking at the GitHub website when I first went to sign up for it. I mean, now it's got my homepage. But if you go to it and you're not logged in, look what it says. The world's leading AI-powered developer platform. Like, what are you talking about? You're GitHub. That's not what you are. You're not the world's leading AI-powered developer platform. You're a place for people. You're a cloud storage. You're freaking cloud storage. Come on now. And you have AI stuff. We get it. It's like a buzzword for marketing, not actual technology. Totally. Also, welcome, Tincho. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I agree entirely that it inherently is not that bad. And I also want to say that, going off the buzzword thing, I mean, most of the time we're talking about machine learning algorithms. I think there's another way you can describe it too, but that's what I think of, right? Is just training a computer, an algorithm, on data sets and then having that algorithm spit out certain information based on queries. Like, that's what it really is, right? It's not true artificial intelligence. So like the misnomer of it all always irks me. But like, so a way that I've been using it is I like the Copilot. I really like Bing's Copilot a lot, which, you know, it's very helpful. So if I like don't understand something about a piece of code, you know, I like to ask it, hey, help me understand what this code does, and it can explain it to me. For like straight up coding something, it's messy, and it doesn't really piece things together in my experience super well. But it can really help. I think what I use it for the most is explaining things to me that is harder to search for an explanation of. You can find very context-specific explanations, and that's something I really like about it. You know, but like automating workflows and all this stuff, like I feel like that's a little overblown. I feel like that's a little overblown. You know, but there's a cool person on Twitter, all right? And this is the only AI bro that I will get behind. Okay? And he's not really an AI bro. His name is Martin Nebelong, and look, he's at the top of my feed. He's right there as soon as I log into Twitter. There he is. And the way that he uses AI is controversial. But, you know, he takes things that he drew, art that he made, and he runs it through these algorithms to have them be recreated as art. I mean, it's somewhat ridiculous, and it's a little like, where did they get this person from? Where did they get these images from? This style is very specific. This is possibly some stolen stuff in here. So that's messed up, right? Cannot support that. But then there's some other cool things too that he does, where he takes art that he made, right? So he made this, and then he used AI to add detail to it. So we already laid everything out, established the artistic style, and then the AI filled in little details. It's controversial, but it's interesting, you know, and I think it blurs the lines of what is okay or not a little bit, you know, ethically. I mean, upscaling, right? That's an amazing thing to think about. Like, think about old movies or something that has low quality images, or me at the zoo on YouTube in 4K. You know, like, that's kind of a cool thought. And it is borrowing information from other stuff, but it's not really like copying things in the same way. So I think that the lines can be blurry, and it's interesting to see how these tool sets can be used that way. But it's often kind of problematic. So, like, to me, the art side of it is less interesting than kind of what Dragon Blade is talking about, where it's like being like co-opted by companies like all over the place. Like that, that is one of the most egregious, I think. I think that's much worse than art being stolen, because it affects art being stolen. Is these companies thinking that it's some kind of magic bullet for everything, you know, and a lot of them are just capitalizing on the buzzwordery, but it has real impact. You know, it's actually changing departments, and not for the better. So, like, I think, to me, that's the worst part of it, is the way the rich and the corporations are going to use it. In Copilot, I don't believe an LLM is the best way to get a computer to generate code. Language learning machine. Language is not what you need in programming logic. Whoa. You can't generate entire code without a revision by the programmer, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can maybe, right? Like maybe you can set up a system that's designed to correct code, to bring it into line with something, right? But like, are you actually going to just like expect it to make an entire game for you? There's GDevelop, right? GDevelop is a really cool game dev platform. We're going way distracted. It's okay. It's okay. Let's lean into it. Let's let it happen. And GDevelop has a little AI feature because they're jumping on there. This is free and open source software. And it's game dev, but it's an engine. But they added an AI feature. And it's really kind of obvious what it's doing once you like generate a couple of them. So it's very guided. So let's create a new project in GDevelop. And so you can type a prompt to get an AI game. So I'm going to say Mario game with, do you guys have any ideas? Mario game with money instead of coins. Wait, that's what coins are. With dollar bills instead of coins. Oh, sorry about the internet. So I see that the screen is glitching. That's probably because I'm trying to play videos. That's why I had the phone up here, because it makes my internet not be as bad. Sorry about that. Sorry about the glitches, guys. Don't worry. Everything's fine. We'll come back to normal. Just give it a second. It just needs to regain itself. Just give me a second. The AI isn't attacking us. Well, it kind of is. It kind of is. A little bit. It'll sort itself out. So over here in GDevelop, if I say make a Mario game with dollar bills instead of coins, I don't know, whatever. I'm not thinking too hard here. It's going to generate a project. And you're going to kind of see something very similar in each one. I found out lately one site you're not sure about its safety, but you tried some of their stuff and it looks kind of cool. A name of one AI site that might sound really cool for you to check out. Yeah, I'd like to hear it. All the AIs on the market right now for code generation is language learning model. But that only means it has been trained on text and found a pattern on how to write it itself in different ways. But from the start, it's faulty because it didn't generate it based on the logic needed to get to the goal. Interesting. I like this point you're making. This is a fascinating point. It used a pattern that learned from other code. It doesn't understand code logic. Yeah, that is dangerous. It's like learning a language just through hearing and speaking it. Yeah, sure, you could have a conversation, but it doesn't mean you're grammatically correct. Wow. Spitting fire. Don't use AI for code, it's way too insecure. Sorry about the glitches on the screen, guys. I apologize. It's because we're doing all this advanced stuff. So it'll be okay. So this first of all, for some cool. If I press down, we'll go through the platform at the bottom and we die. Wow. There's no dollar bills. It did not understand that. It's got bells. It's got the worst sound effects I've ever heard. And I want to let you know, spoiler alert, this looks like every other game that this AI can develop. It looks like the rest of them. That's a good point, that it's not safe, that it's insecure. So, like, this is what it made. Okay. We got some enemies. We got some pickups. Could move around and jump. So, did it code something? I don't know. I think that's a difficult argument to make here. Is background, what the hell is this background? Like, what is it even doing? All right, so forget this game. Let's do another. Hopefully I still have some tokens left. Let's try a totally different game. Oh god, this is killing my internet. I think GDevelop. Let me close some windows here. Forgive me, guys, for the glitches. The reason why it glitches is because my internet currently doesn't like handling a bunch of tasks at once. We're gonna do one more though. Don't worry, it'll be okay. We're gonna do one more. This one is gonna be, let's do flight simulator with donuts instead of planes. I mean, I don't even know why I'm bothering giving it such a specific request. Tincho says, in every aspect, actually, in art, AI doesn't understand emotions. In code, AI doesn't fully understand the goal if you don't have a full doctorate in psychology. True that. Ignore emotions. It doesn't even understand form. It's just not human. It's like trying to let a dog drive your car. That is an amazing analogy. Dragonblade says, I would let my dog drive my car if he knows how to. So what must be happening with the internet? GDevelop must connect to the internet. So that's why we're seeing the glitches. Bear with me. We'll stop soon. So here's this. We got a flight simulator. Apparently, was the prompt. And this is what it popped out. We've got 2 donuts as the player character. There's some sky, so kind of understood that. But look, we have the same little green blob poison slime balls. It's a side scroller. It's kind of got a lot of similarities, right? So there's this, like, it's got a score. It's got this high score. I'm sorry for the glitches. We'll stop this soon. We'll get back to work. GDevelop just must be connecting to the internet very hard. But this is not what I typed in. This is not doing something very different than the other game. So I think this kind of makes the point that it's not coming up with something on its own. Now granted, this is GDevelop's version of it, but it's not coming up with something novel on its own. It's got a very specific structure that it's given, and then it's sort of just generally changing out pieces of that to make it work. All right, let me stop torturing you with the internet, and let's get out of here. Site is called Lumalabs AI. Oh, I've heard of that. That sounds familiar. Tell it to make Minecraft. We gotta stop. It's killing our internet. This stream is just gray blocks. Try to make a really long specified prompt. Let's make an actual walking simulator. You guys all make great suggestions. I missed them all. We have to skip them though, because it's killing the internet. We can't even see them. We can't even enjoy them. The level's not even randomly generated. As for after generating it, I have no idea. Yeah, it's just not. The point that I wanted to make is that it doesn't, there's not like a way to like generate a game, right? Probably. That is one example. That's one example of many possible examples. But as far as I've seen, they're like that, where there's a lot of similarities between them, and it's dependent on how it's been told to build things. All right, so let's pray that the internet sorts itself out. I apologize tremendously for that. In the top left there, you can see some numbers and some green bars. We're going to leave GDevelop alone, because that is just murdering our numbers. The numbers are supposed to be at 9,000 kilobits per second. And GDevelop must be connecting to the internet, because what I've learned is my new internet bundles download and upload speed. So if I'm doing too much with download, for example, if that app is connecting to the internet, then it's going to affect my upload speed, which changes the live stream quality. So I apologize for that. But if we stay away from it, it should be fine. I don't know if I really made my point well. I hope it was worth it. As you generate the game, generate new levels with different thematics and game mechanics procedurally. That's a nice way to describe it. That would be a good prompt. I wish we could type it in. It's just not going to work out. I can't do it. Because look, we're still bouncing back from what that did to my internet. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I want to see how the AI will freak out. Oh, I wish you guys. I wish I could. Let me just make sure also it's shut all the way down. I'm sorry to tease you that we could have tested the AI more. To be fair, it probably would have run out of tokens anyway. All right, now it's balancing back out. It's hitting 9,000. We should be good. As long as we don't poke the beast anymore, we should be fine. I'm gonna get back to work. I'm still here to chat, but we can't try the AI stuff. Shape keys. I think I was doing something. I think there was work. I think there was work that was happening. Adios to the AI for now. I think work was a thing that was being done at one point. All right, get some sleep. Thanks for hanging out, Jordan. It's been a pleasure. It's nice to meet you, and hopefully I'll see you next time. So see, the internet's chilling now. It was GDevelop. I'm telling you, GDevelop. The AI, and that makes sense, right? Actually, that makes perfect sense if you think about it, because the AI has to draw from a network in order to do all that stuff. And so it's very resource intensive, evidently. But we're good. We're good now. But you guys should try it for yourself. GDevelop is free and open source. Try it for yourself and tell me your results. Go to the Discord. There's a Discord link in the description. Go to the Discord and show me what happens when you type those prompts, because you guys have some good prompts, but you should let me know what those are so we can keep working here without chaos occurring. It's called GDevelop. It's free. It's open source. It's an awesome game engine. Anyway, you should learn it for fun. Okay. Maybe not the AI, though. So we're doing shape keys. That's what I'm actually here to do. Dude, my tab key is... Dude, they fundamentally changed my tab key. This tutorial fundamentally changed my tab key in Blender. What the what? I didn't quite realize that that's what that tutorial was telling me to do. But now my tab key makes me choose a mode every time. Which is very interesting. I don't actually mind it. It's actually kind of nice. So if I press tab, it pulls up the menu every time. That's kind of cool. All right, so we're setting this to 1, and then, I mean, I'm just going to guess. Like, I'm not following the tutorial right now, but, like, what if I just change something? Obviously, this is not what I want it to be, right? So the idea here is that I want to shrink these limbs on these shape keys. So I have all these shape keys on the right here that I've defined. Am I, in theory, changing this shape key? Oh, I don't know if I like my tab key set up this way. I don't think I am. Because it's not like going back. All right, let me look back at the video. Let me go back to the video. Video, learn me. Learn me things. Oh, they've got music.
Also, try to work from the front inside view to make sure that everything looks nice from all angles.
So how do I know I'm actually modifying the shape key?
Also, try to work from the front inside.
The poly count is too high. That's a good point, Tincho. Yeah, the poly count is way too high. I agree. Yes, yes, that is an intention that I have. So currently, I'm using this in this game that I'm working on, which is a survival runner game about managing the health of your limbs in the face of many obstacles. This is that same model. Right now, it's not really causing performance issues, but yeah, I am going to want to reduce it. I think I want to re-topologize, I think is what I want to do. All right. I just haven't gotten around to it. I actually have reduced it once using decimate in Blender. But I think I do need to make it even smaller, right? I think there's like a specific range that we should shoot for. And it's because I made this outside of Blender. Yeah. So I have done this before, and basically the way that I did it was I added the decimate modifier. And then if you want to animate, it's better to do a retopo. Yeah. So I don't want to do this right now, but this would be kind of what I would do if I did do that. Yeah, I plan on doing that. For sure. But today, I want to focus on the game stuff more than the performance stuff. Because this is also... So this game... Part of the intention for this game is to be a prototype, so not like the final version of the game. So I'm kind of willing to save the project. Yeah, that's true. It can do a lot of damage. So like part of what's most important to me is to focus on gameplay. And yes, learning all the other things, like making sure it has the right poly counts and stuff. But even though I am open to distraction, I do want to stay a little on topic. And I'm going to stick with the shape keys, but you make good points. These are things I want to focus on. Yeah. No, you make good points. So I really haven't done much, so... But anyway, we're not going to do that anyway. So let's go back to the shape keys tutorial. Also, what? How do I actually affect the shape keys? And not just like the thing in general.
Go into sculpt mode. Select the grab brush from here. After that, press F to adjust the size of the brush.
I mean, it just
General
looks
shape
like...
and edit mode for fine-tuning. I switch between sculpt mode or edit mode. Personally, I prefer to use sculpt mode for adjusting...
It doesn't look like we're like defining anything here.
A separate shape key for the bottom lid coming up. Having them as separate keys gives you more control over how the blink animates. Once you've added your basis key and your first shape key, it's time to actually modify the first shape key. Ensure you have the first shape key selected. Set the value from here to 1. After that, press Tab and go into sculpt mode or edit mode.
So if we just have it selected, we're good? No influence map. Nothing like that. Not really worried about texture stuff or anything right now, if that's what you mean. Like UV mapping? Not doing that right now. Add rest position. Add a rest position attribute that is a copy of the position attribute before shape keys and modifiers are evaluated. Range min max vertex group relative to arm left 4. Interesting. Okay. So we just click it. Just make sure we have it clicked. And then switch over to the mode we want to make changes in. I mean, it can, I can switch between these, right? If I click on here. Like, let's say I set this value to 1 on this shape key. And I come in here and I make a change, right? So something ridiculous like that. Influence map is the values that assign each mesh sections to bones. If you don't have it, bones won't move the mesh. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, the bones do move, right? So we already have the animation. You mean like weight painting? I think maybe you're talking about weight painting. I didn't know it could be called an influence map. But yeah, so we actually already are animating the bones here. And the mesh and everything. So that's a step we're a bit past at this point. But yeah, so there are some weight paints here. If I select... Usually don't do the Blender streams here, truth be told. I usually do those on the member streams. but we can... So this doesn't really have a lot of influence. We should do a different body part. Let's do the head. The head's got some stuff. So this has got like full influence on it. I think maybe that's what you're talking about. So there's not really a lot of nuance with that, but we do have some of that set up. Anyway, I do want to understand how the shape keys work a little bit, a lot of bit, truth be told. So I'm going to keep watching this tutorial. I have a feeling she's going to make it make sense.
Personally,
here.
I prefer to use sculpt mode for adjusting the general shape and edit mode for fine-tuning. I switch between both modes by pressing tab. Okay, let's adjust the shape of the top lid now. Press tab and go into sculpt mode. Select the grab brush from here. After that, press F to adjust the size of the brush. Bring the top eyelid down like this. Make sure that your brush is small enough so it doesn't affect the bottom eyelid. Also try to work from the front and side view to make sure that everything looks nice from all angles. Here you want to make sure that you're only adjusting the top lid and not affecting the bottom one.
Okay. Kind of a blinking tutorial here.
Nice, now our first shape key is all done. Press tab and go back into object mode. When you drag the value slider between 0 and 1 here, you can see that the shape key animates the eyelid. Here, although I was careful not to grab the bottom lid, you can see that the shape key actually still...
Interesting! Okay. Alright. Let's try it. Let's go into edit mode here for the arm. Let's just do something ridiculous. And now, if I go back to object mode, that's what I'm talking about. Nice. Cool. What if I move this other one? I haven't done anything to this one. Interesting. This is very valuable. Okay. So if I want to shrink this down, this would only be from 3 hit points of damage. I mean, I really want to shrink it with this as like an anchor point. So I kind of want to shrink it so it goes in a bit. And I wanted to keep that as like an anchor point, which is... not exactly something I know how to do, if I'm being honest. Maybe, can I set... I mean, I can always just shrink it and then just move it. Like, that works for me. It doesn't really have to anchor at that point. I think that's what we'll do. And so it raises the question, like, do I want it to shrink, like, smush? Or do I want it to shrink proportionately on all sides? It could go either way. It's kind of hard, because I have to, like, imagine each step. I have to imagine what it's going to be like at 2 HP, at 1 HP, at 0 HP, and then how that's going to look along the way. So I would think, like, proportionally, I'd want to move it a little bit. And then maybe I could resize it on just an axis as well. And then we'll stick it back into the body. The most important thing is that it doesn't clip through the heart hole. And that it kind of like generally blends into the torso a little bit. Seems okay. Might want to blend that in a little bit better. Just a teensy weens. Oh, maybe it's okay. Okay, so that would be shape key for 3 hit points on the arm. And so if I hop back in object mode, then we can like really clearly see the difference between 4 hit points and 3 hit points. So I think that's like one of my biggest concerns with this method of representing the hit points is that it's going to I feel like it's going to be a little hard to tell. Whereas if we have, that's kind of why I wanted both the hit points and the shrinkage, so that way it's a little more obvious how many hit points you have left. Now, there was the idea of having like the armor or the bandages. I'm still not totally into that idea. But to me, this is a little, it's almost a little too subtle. So here, I mean, they look very similar, you know? And if we're thinking about with the animation, I feel like it's going to be really hard to tell. I think I need to be more exaggerated with it and maybe make it even smaller. It's just not, it's not enough change. I think it needs to be changed even more. And also, what happens if I, okay, cool. So if I uncheck it, it won't apply that shape key. I feel like I've kind of got what I need to know about shape keys. And then we just have to figure out how to access these in Godot. And other than that, I think this is kind of all right. I think this is kind of all right. Okay. But I'm going to shrink it down even more than this. Because I just think it's a little hard to tell that there is something changing. And it should be significant anyway, right? It should be something impactful that changes how the gameplay is. And so the more we affect it, I don't know why, I'm kind of mad at this tutorial for changing my tab key. Like, I don't want that. Don't tab for pie menu. Get out of my face. I've been doing this a certain way. I like to keep it that way. Oh, I gotta make sure shape key selected. Probably be in edit mode. Since when I've been working with Godot, like how long time ago did I discover the game engine? I discovered the game engine about a few months ago. So you can actually check out this whole journey. It was in September, actually, on the channel page. The slide out. I like how it doesn't do the full slide out unless I set it up right. So I started in September. It was a coincidence that that's also when Unity exploded. So if you head over to the channel page and you come down to the My Godot Journey playlist, you'll see my first one was 4 months ago. That's when I first started. I've actually unlisted a lot of these live streams, but you can still access them. If you pop open the playlist, you'll see the rest of them. So 4 months ago is when I did my first Godot stream. And then you can see my journey working on a certain game. And now I'm working on this game, starting here about a month ago. And before that, I was kind of bouncing around between a bunch of engines. So you can also find those playlists on here. Unreal Engine is what I gave most of my time to. So I did a lot of Unreal Engineing. And I liked Unreal Engine, but it just seemed a little more... It seemed a little too big for the projects that I'm going to be working on. And I just like Godot. I like Godot. I had tried Unity. I had also been doing some GDevelop. And I really liked visual scripting, visual coding. Unity has some visual scripting you can do. Unreal Engine, of course, has blueprints. GDevelop has like an event list based coding that you can use. But Godot got rid of their visual scripting, and I realized I actually really like text coding. So that sort of ended up being something I liked about Godot. Even though I could do that in all of these, it just kind of worked out that when I started Godot, I was just really into the text coding. And I like GDScript. It was a good first one for me to learn. It's my first text coding that I learned. So yeah, so I tried out some different engines. Godot is just the one that I like the most. And you know what? Besides that, it's the community. The community turned out for Godot, man. Like, people come through, they give great advice. They help me build my game, and I meet all kinds of different programmers. And that wasn't happening when I was using these other engines. So for me, the community is part of what made me prefer Godot. But I like the way everything is so well integrated in Godot. And I love that it's open source. I think it has some really great potential in that regard. And I just like it. So hopefully that gives you some info. Working in it for about 4 months, and it took me a few engines to really settle on Godot. So let me see what this looks like between... Oh, we have to go out of edit mode. This seems a little more significant. I'll try doing the others, and we'll see how that goes. It's crazy you documented all your journey via streams. I love that. I started learning Godot for about 6 months now. It's crazy how much help the community gave me, right? Dude, the Godot community is amazing. And, you know, I guess a lot of that, I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for that. But, you know, with Unreal and Unity and stuff, there's so much out there. There's so much out there. Godot is, like, changing so much version to version, and it's relatively new. So the community kind of like has to help each other, and it just creates such a really awesome vibe, and I love it. I love being a part of it, and that's where I want to be. But yeah, I've been documenting my entire journey, and it even goes before Unreal and stuff. When I was using something called Dreams, which is not an engine I would recommend, but it is something that got me into game dev, so for whatever that's worth. But yeah, I love documenting it. And for me, it helps me because I can go back and look at old live streams and be like, what did I do here? You know, and it helps me learn from myself and share with other people. And I can't imagine developing without live streaming. It just feels like they have to go hand in hand. The other reason for that is I have some serious ADHD. That's why it's hyper game dev. I got that attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So so for me, it's if I didn't live stream, I would never work on my game. I would just never work on anything. But live streaming kind of is my Adderall a little bit for working on the game, because I have to be here, I show up, you know, I try to stay on topic as much as possible. Sometimes people come through and I'm like, you know what, let's be distracted today. But for the most part, you know, this helps me actually work on stuff. So having a live stream schedule and showing up has that extra benefit of being my Adderall for working on the game. I think if I make these other shape keys, that might help clarify. Oh, cool. Wow, and it snapped into the other position. Good. Okay, this is gonna work out. I don't know what this was. Just fine. This is small. It's gonna work out just fine. This is gonna work out well. But I just have to make sure it actually is like kind of incremental between them all. I kind of wish I could onion skin it. That would be really nice if there was some kind of onion skinning. Why do I feel like there might be? It just seems like something that it might have. But that would make this a little bit easier. Not a lot easier, but a little bit easier. Just a little bit. But that's cool. I'm glad you're into Godot as well. It's a really cool one. It's cool to use streams to work with things. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. It just sort of happened. Yeah, so that Dreams I was telling you about is it's a game on PlayStation console. It came out on PS4. And it has game development elements, very severe game development elements. Like, it basically is an entire engine built into a game. And it had Twitch integration. So it let you get like this like badge on your profile that said how long you live streamed, and you could like show off your creations on Twitch. They had connectivity. And so that's why I started streaming, was because I saw that Dreams had this connectivity to Twitch. And just the first day of doing it, you know, people were helping out with the game. They were sharing their projects. And that was it. Like, I was more motivated to work than ever. The game was coming along better. It was just like, this is the only way I ever want to do this ever again. And I haven't gone back on that. If you press the O key, you can access the proportional editing. So if you select the hand in your model and you move it, you can edit the whole arm without your entire thing going anywhere. What? That sounds extremely cool. This is, so I'm going to try that, but also, what is happening here? So when I do them both, it applies them both, which is interesting. Again, it kind of makes it hard to tell the difference between them. It feels a little extreme. I don't love having to switch, because I can't, like, have these both. It's a little awkward. This could really benefit from some onion skinning. Now, you're talking about when... If I just do it here... Proportional editing objects. This is more if we're in, like, edit mode or something, though, right? I'm not sure what it's doing. What is it doing? What is it doing? Oh, so if I don't want to select the whole thing, just some of it? And you're saying something... If I turn it off and try to move with the G key, select it, make sure it's on, move with the G key. Maybe it's because I'm in like a shape key, it's like not working or something. Or is it working? I'm not sure. It doesn't look super different when I turn it off or on. Feature that transforms selected elements while also affecting nearby elements. Try tweaking the size of the selection while moving, scrolling via the mouse button. So that was with it off. Now it's on. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. So the mouse wheel, right. Oh. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, yeah, this. Yeah, this is what I want. Thank you. Wait, Tincho, we don't have you in credits. That is definitely needing to get you into credits right now. What? What? That is exactly what I want. Thank you. This credits list is ballooning. Tincho, Blender consultant. Let's go. Thank you. That is awesome. Okay, good. This is great. Still not onion skinning, but who cares? This is awesome. So I kind of want to redo this then. So if you try to move it with the G key while proportional editing, you can move only the hand. Oh, wow. Oh, look at that. This is awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, and really, I do it for me, so I can just keep track of everybody who's contributed anything to this. And I just want to make sure I know that. I want to make sure I know that. And then whenever, you know, this version of the game is put out there, I'll make sure that there's an actual in-game credits list with everybody on there. Of course. Dude, this is awesome. This is so helpful. So I want to undo a lot of this. I like don't care about what we've set up for these shape keys at all. Like this is not how I wanted it to look. So let's look into resetting it. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep track. I'm trying to keep track of everybody who's helped out. A lot of people have helped out. Anytime people come through and they give some good advice, I try to keep their name down and what they did as best as possible. Might as well. Yeah, it's not, because it's not really just me. Like, y'all helped make it. Like, yeah, there's like tutorials. We all look at tutorials and that helps us. But I feel like there's a different energy when you have like a whole person who's present, looking at your project and tailoring advice to exactly what you need. I feel like that is a special thing. And I care to honor that. Reset to default value. I assume that's going to do what I want. It did not. All right, Kai. Thank you. Thanks for snapping in. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the good luck. And thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. Normally I do the Blender stuff on the member streams, but it just became very necessary today to achieve what we gotta do. Delete all shape keys, apply all shape keys. I mean, it might just be easier if I just get rid of these. Like, I don't need to keep them. I'm just gonna remove it. We'll just do it over. So this will be arm left with 3 hit points. And we're going to use this proportional editing so badly. It's going to make this look so much better. It's always a good time for Blender. Fair point. Fair point. Bye. It's helpful. I mean, you know, it's kind of necessary when you're doing game dev to jump between different programs. Sometimes I get away with only being in Godot the whole time, but can't always. Sometimes you gotta go to a different program. So I want to expand this influence a bit. If I use my scroll wheel, the influence gets bigger. And then we can do stuff. And I would like to shrink it. I'd actually like the area of influence to get a little smaller so it doesn't affect the shoulder. Then I don't have to replace the shoulder all the time. I mean, you really did me a solid, Tencho. This is gonna make it look a million times better than it was. And this is a huge help. Still, it's gonna be hard to kind of figure out what is 3 HP position compared to something else, or the size, and how will it be quite obvious that you've shrunken it down. But at least here we can just get a little more particular about those sizes. Yeah, it's so helpful. Thank you so much. It makes a huge difference. Like, that looks so much better. It's not just like making the whole thing smaller. It's like relatively changed. That's exactly what I was asking earlier. Actually, the bone kind of is the best. The armature is borderline onion skin, because it's kind of giving me like a little bit of a preview of what its length should be, which is kind of helpful. I'll take it. I sort of worry this isn't obvious enough, but it might just be something that we just got to get in there and check. I haven't even made the code for it. I mean, I don't even think I'm going to have time for that today. That's going to have to be a Thursday thing. That just might have to be a Thursday thing, actually coding it. I think we're just doing Blender today. So let's get back in there. Oh, it gives me the full one. See, it would be helpful if it was giving me the last one. I don't love it. I don't love how hard it is to tell what the others are, but I'll get over it. Yeah, I'll get over it. Wow, and then the sphere of influence moves depending on, like, at what point I do it at. Wow, and I just grabbed, like, one little vertex. I don't even need to select it. I can just grab at any point, and it'll just grow from there. That's pretty awesome. So let me just see where that's at. Am I changing colors based on the HP of every limb? I'm not doing color changes. All that happens right now, because for me, it's important that information isn't communicated through color alone. So right now, when you get hurt, it'll flash to let you know that damage has been, taken on a certain limb. But I'm not going to use color because... So I could do tone. I could potentially do tone. But my least favorite thing about that is I think it just kind of looks not good. Like, it takes away a little bit of the character's integrity. So I do want the limbs to shrink, but changing the color I feel like is kind of just getting to pure informational, and I do want to move away from, like, the health bars being here. So this is in black and white, and the reason why is because, I want to show like how the flashing, even the flashing is kind of hard to see in black and white. And I really want it to be heavy contrast based, so you can perceive things without needing to look at color. That's just my preference from a design perspective. But with black and white, you barely even notice the differences compared to if I put it in color. It's like, oh wow, red and green. I see the differences. But in black and white, they're much harder to see. So that's why I don't really bother with it. And I think about people who experience color blindness. It's a lot of people. But not even just that. Just from a design perspective, I think it's not as useful a way to convey information than something else. So that's kind of why I'm doing the shrinkage. Yeah. I'm hoping that the shrinkage does explain the granularity well. You know, like looking at these two, they're not that different. You know? Like, this would be the difference between having 3 HP, 2 HP, 0 or 4 HP, 3 HP, 2 HP. Like 3 and 2 are pretty similar here. So I'm a little worried that this won't communicate that granularity very well, but I think it's among the better ideas so far, and it's worth trying. So I am going to try it, and we'll see kind of how that pans out. So let me shrink this down a bit. Select less of it. Expand the sphere. The sphere is just so helpful. It makes such a big difference. But see, then at some point, this kind of gets to be a little too much, I think. So this is with 2 HP left, but then what about 1 HP? I don't know. I mean, maybe I could go more extreme. I feel like I could be more extreme with it. I mean, these are pretty... Okay, these are pretty different. You can pretty well tell the difference between these, actually. This actually isn't bad. All right, let's add another one. Arm left 1. Go into edit mode. Love the sphere of influence. Man, it has changed the game for me. So, shrink it down. Let's tuck it in. Kind of want to keep that shoulder integrity a little bit here. Now, it is starting to, like, fold in on itself a bit. So I should keep that in mind. That's not ideal. So I may at some point have to have that sphere... Oh, I guess if I make it smaller, then it's not going to fold in as much. That actually kind of works. And this is 1 HP. So this would actually be the smallest before completely vanishing. So we can kind of go a little more extreme with this. Truth be told. Can maybe even shrink the shoulder down more. Maybe something like that. So that's with 2 HP. That's with 1 HP. If you don't want it to fold in itself, you can change the curve Blender uses to affect the influence zone. Oh, shoot. Nice. You got some knowledge, Tencho. You got some knowledge for us. It's like a little T-Rex arm. Think that the HP will be like bar displayed. The other limbs are a visual help. It doesn't have to be that extreme, right? You mean like it doesn't have to be one or the other? That was my original idea, was it doesn't have to be one or the other. It might be nice to keep the health bars like as an accessibility option. like maybe you could choose to show the health bars. So maybe we still do make health bars for each limb, and we have like a bunch of health bars just floating around everywhere, right? And they're off by default, but you could like choose to have them be visible if you wanted or something. Going to the proportional editing tab upper in the viewport. Let's reset the size a little bit here. So up here, proportional size. Oh, the curve time. Oh, nice. So we've got sphere, root, inverse square, sharp, linear, constant, or random. Let's try constant. Nice. Tinsho, you're like the perfect person to help us today. Oh, wow. That's very sharp. There's just like no blending whatsoever. So we probably don't want constant. But that's good to see. Let's try sphere. Oh, nice. Still kind of folding. Shrink it down. Push it in. So there we got the folding. Root. What will root be like? It definitely folds differently. Inverse square. Oh. Try the linear one. Inverse square isn't bad. Let's see what linear does for us. So that was this triangle one here. Nice. Oh, that's way better. Nice. Yeah, inverse square kind of goes beyond our influence, our sphere. Nice. Oh yeah, this is good. This is very good. Now, this arm is already super wobbly in its design, so like that's gonna happen one way or the other. But this is much better. Much, much better. And this is for 1 HP, so we want to get considerably smaller than this. And I do actually want to make sure that it's on the axis so we don't mess up the animations too much. Oh yeah, that goes way better. Nice. I'm going to shrink it as well. And just keep adjusting it little by little until it's the perfect little T-Rex arm. Yeah, I might even want to try resizing it like on a different axis. I don't really know about that. Let me see what these look like. So that's with full health. That's with 3 HP. So kind of different. It's a little subtle, the difference between 4 and 3. This is with 2 HP. Pretty obvious from 4. And it's a pretty good difference from 2, I think, or from 3 HP. And then for 1 HP, we could probably go a little more extreme even. I think the size is pretty extreme because the hand really comes down to a very small point. But we get a lot of thickness over here in the arm, so I might want to adjust for that. I guess I could do it here, right? I could just like select this, make that sphere a lot smaller, and then we can just like adjust it this way. And then I can still keep some of that shoulder shape here. And maybe I want to go back to a smooth for that. It's a great tool. It's really the tool I need the most. And I think I kind of want to keep this sort of straight. And the armature kind of provides a nice guide. If we're not messing that up too much. So 2 HP, you can see we could make some adjustments now that we know what we know. Oh, there we go. Now we can see between them. Oh, cool. Oh, nice. So I have to be in, if I'm in edit mode and I highlight the different ones, now I can see them all. We're not getting onion skinning, but this makes it a lot easier to see the differences. So full health, 3 health, 2 health, 1 health. 4 and 3, I still think we could make some more changes. To 3. If I'm being honest. Maybe shrink it down a little more. Have you tried to change the look of the armature to be more appealing? The armature, you mean, oh. So when you say armature, you mean the bones itself? Yeah, so, you know, I'm not really too worried about deep appealingness. And so if you mean specifically the like waviness that's going on in there, all of this art, I want to be clear, is placeholder art. It's all placeholder art, right? It's me just like learning the tools, doing my best to slap together what I can to represent something. There is an artist who's interested in working on it with us at some point. The viewport look. And so what's more important to me is to convey that these are wobbly. So they kind of have these wavy, lumpy shapes. Because what I really want is for them to actually be like kind of jiggly, like jello. So I'd want to like figure out how to get like a nice shader on there and stuff like that. The armature itself on the program. Oh, interesting. You can do that, huh? Oh, yeah, so will it like fill it in? What if the trees were wobbly? I mean, that would be cool. That would be cool. I would love that. So like, let's say you like run into the tree and it like bends forward. That would be awesome. That would be dope. Or it like shakes if you collide into it. I'd love that. I honestly, I would want everything to be destructible in theory. So you can use your limbs to break things. I don't know about the trees. I hadn't thought about the trees being destructible, but definitely like buildings and stuff, so you can tear off the roof. Or like break an obstacle out of your way, potentially. So in theory, I would like them to potentially be destructible, but that would be a nice effect too, if you just like run into it and like wobbled. It's a great idea. To be more like an onion skin in the viewport on Blender. So, I mean, I would love if I had onion skinning right now. So if I could, if you're talking about these shape keys and I could see each shape key overlapped on the other, I would love that. That would be dope. But it sounds like you're talking about like the armature. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. You know, because if I go into like, you know, if I select the armature and go into like pose mode, right, they get like more solid or whatever. But I don't think that's like what you mean exactly. I'm not sure what you mean, but I'm interested because you've taught me some things that are very useful. So I'm interested. I just don't understand. Okay. But I am glad that at least I can swap between the different ones here. 4 hit points, 3, 2, 1. It's looking a little pointy on 3. It's looking a little pointy. I kind of like that I'm just making all these different changes because it'll kind of give them all a more unique look. If you select the armature and go into the viewport settings, the yellow square on the right tab, you can change how the armature looks. Click on the armature, the yellow square on the right tab. You can change how the armature looks. Viewport display. Display as textured, solid, bounds, wire. It's not like onion skin, but I think ways how you can achieve something similar. And that would only be... Armchairs are cool. Armchairs are cool. Wow, Dark. Wow. What? Why do you say that? Did you not have an armchair before? I do like having arms on my chair. It is quite nice. All right, back to object mode. Let's grab on this. You misheard. Oh, armatures. Yes. Armchairs or armatures. Wow, that does sound like armchairs. That really does. No, they sound very similar. They sound incredibly similar. Now that you mention it, armchair, armature, armchair, armature. The armature of my armchair needs adjusting. There's a tongue twister in there somewhere. Armature, 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 armature. I'ma sit in the armature. I bought a comfy armature the other day. See, 3, it's looking a little pointy to me. It's just looking a little pointy. It was on the green bone tab. Oh. That is quite all right, bro. All good. Don't worry. We be all right. We'll figure it out. I almost want to redo it. Maybe not. Actually, that's not bad. That's actually pretty good. You said it was on the bone tab. It's probably not what I want. But that's okay. Custom shape. Yeah, you're gonna have to walk me through it. If you want to help me with it, you have to walk me through it. But it sounds like it might not be what I want. But consider what you said noted as something that might be something someday. No, what I really want, in theory, would be to onion skin these different shape keys that I'm making, right? So I have the longest one here. Then we have a little shorter here. Then a little shorter here. And even shorter here. I'd love for all of these to be visible at the same time in some way. But we'll make do. We'll make do without it. I think 2 needs to be a little more extreme. Especially this section. It's really, it's very nice because there's a lot of like touch and feel to it. Tincho, you know, you've done so much with the proportional editing save. You've changed my life. You've changed my life. I think these are pretty good right now, actually. 4, 3, 2, 1. 3 and 2 might be a little hard to differentiate. I think maybe we could bring... I don't know. I think I need to really see it in-game to know. So I could do the other arm. I'm not going to do the other arms yet. I'm just going to start with this one arm for now. So all I've done is I've added these shape keys. I'm going to hop back into Godot. Now I've saved it. Since I have Blender and Godot connected, Godot is going to start updating these changes that I've made. And I got to see where these shape keys even show up. So first of all, is the game broken? Probably not. But let's just see. It all looks fine. No problems. We're in good shape. Now I kind of want to hide our health bars for all the work we put into it. I think for right now, they just kind of get in the way of what we're trying to see. So I'm going to hide the health bars entirely for right now. So the health bars aren't going to be there. And what I want now is that same information about how much health is left to change an animation between those different shape keys. Don't say what? What am I gonna say? What am I not gonna say? So I gotta figure out where I want to put this code at. I'm not really sure where I want to put this code. Because before it made sense, if we have an actual health bar in the scene, it's like, okay, sure, yeah, put it in the scene as an actual health bar that exists in there, and put the code on there. But now it's just the limbs. So, I mean, I could put it on the meshes of the limbs. Yeah, maybe... I could also put it into a class script. I think that's probably the best thing, because we have a body parts class script. And this is one script that's applied to every body part. So, right here. We've got the head, leg, arm, and then the other arm. And they all share the same script, and that's this one. And they all are keeping track of their own current health. So the thing is I would need somewhere to house the animation player that changes each one's own size down, or opens up each of those shape keys. I think it makes sense to do it on the mesh, because wouldn't that be where the shape keys live? I guess I need to go find these shape keys. Where are they? Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Godot, Blender. I feel like we kind of figured it out last week or a couple weeks ago, but I don't remember what it was. In Blender, yes. But what about Godot? This is 3 years ago. Oh, here's one that's not 3 years ago. Maybe images? Maybe we got some images that'll help me out. Oh, blend shapes. It is on the mesh. Okay. Mesh skin skeleton blend shapes. Blend shape mode. Is this the right arm? That is the correct arm. Shadow mesh. Skin skeleton geometry. I'm not sure where the blend shapes live. This could be a different version of it. This is 3.2. I guess I'll look for a video. That might be a better bet for solving this. So I'm gonna search Blender shape keys, or we could even maybe do blend shape keys. Nice typing. Good try. Blend shape keys in Godot. This is quite a bit old. I don't know how I feel about that. 3 years ago, 6 months ago. Animation tree part 2, blend shapes and method calls. That could be useful. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 8 months ago, 2 months ago. But I don't know if this actually is going to have what I want, but it might. It seems, it does have...
You probably want to start animating your face. Change your driver window back to the
Oh, but this is Blender.
Timeline, and just click the record button.
So this is not Godot. That's not helpful anymore. All right, let's check out the, what was it, 6 months ago? Let's see what this one's got for us. This is from...
Alright, welcome back. Before we get started today, if you hear any meows or pleads for milk or food, that is the newest member of our family, the little one here in this picture. Her name is Rosa, and we picked her up on the side of the road about a week ago, been dealing with all the medical issues with that. So if you hear anything, that's wrong. But what we're going to be working on today is we're going to be working on blend shapes and calling methods. We're going to start with calling methods. It isn't too complicated, but real quick, we are going to have to create a couple scripts. So I'm...
Okay, but where do we talk about the blend shapes?
You also can do it with footsteps. Just always be careful that you make sure your filters are set up. I cannot tell you how much time I've spent trying to figure out why my upper body was not calling animation events when it was just the filter disabling it. So we have that functional.
This all looks very useful, but...
changing the body's shape, but also if you wanted to counteract something. For example, if the knee bends too far and the mesh doesn't look right, you can then create a blend shape that occurs just when the knee is bending.
Okay, here we're talking about blend shapes in Blender.
A lot of very high-end AAA games will do this in order to counteract the issues with bone-based animation. For now, we're just going to set this to 1. We're going to set the minimum value import automatically. There shouldn't be any issues, but if we go back to the animation player, okay, so look around, did disable the looping. Sometimes it does this, you just have to be careful about that. So if you go down to the character body mesh, you now see another tab on the character mesh. Before it was just skeleton and surface material override. Now we have blend shapes. And so we can manipulate this and change it to whatever we like. Now, Godot does the default to -1 to 1, but if you are...
Maybe I need to like restart the project or something. Because it's just not quite showing up that way. Like there is blend shape mode, but it's not actually showing me. Maybe I need to like apply them, because there is also this like apply blend shape. So maybe I'm still not done with like the shape keys and the export. Back.
Mesh deforms. And you can actually do this in the other direction. So if you put the minimum to -1, you can shrink it down, and now he has deflated biceps. So as a result, you can use this to do very complex interactions with the character, not just with changing the body's shape, but also if you wanted to counteract something. For example, if the knee bends too far and the mesh doesn't look right, you can then create a blend shape that occurs just when the knee is bending and accounts for that. A lot of very high-end AAA games will do this in order to counteract the issues with bone-based animation. For now, we're just going to set this to 1. We're going to set the minimum value to 0 and the maximum value to 1. And if we go to object mode, make sure to set the skeleton back to pose mode, re-enable its visibility, and we're just going to select all this, and we're going to export this as we normally would, and make sure to always use your preset. Alright, and we're back in Godot. It should just import automatically, there shouldn't be any issues, but if we go back in the animation player, okay, so look around, did disable the looping. Sometimes it does this, you just have to be careful about that. So if you go down to the character body mesh,
go to the resource of the mesh.
Before it was just skeleton and surface material override. Now we have
Let's try that. Let's try that. That's a good idea. That's a dang good idea. Okay, so there's the mesh. Resource. Where do I find that? So I also should say, I've hooked this up. I've got Blender and Godot connected to each other. You might already know that, but just in case. I'm not actually importing a, I'm not exporting something and then re-importing it. But that may not matter for what you're saying. I see. You maybe mean just do the whole thing. So if I go to the blend file here, show an external program, instantiate, edit dependencies, view owners. Going to the import. Oh, the import tab. I always forget about the import tab. I always forget about the import tab. Thank you. Okay, we got to upgrade you to Godot Consultant at this point. We must. It is mandatory. It is correct and accurate. So lucky you got the skills in Blender and Godot to help us out today. Godot Consultant. Okay. I always forget about that tab. I always forget about that tab. So far. Let's go, baby! What could be more honorable than being added to that list? Didn't seem to add them in. Most unfortunately. We still just get this normalized or relative. I mean, maybe in the import, there's like information here we could add somehow. Oops. Advanced. I have clicked advanced. Export bones. Deforming mesh only. meshes, materials. Shadow meshes, light map, normal split angle, save to file. I don't know. Well, that's a bit of a hiccup. I wonder if it only appears if you're on the animation editor. So if I create, I'm going to make a child here on the mesh that is an animation player. Let's create a new animation. And I'll say this is just limb shrink. Or we'll say, no, let's just call it limb shrink. Have I used itch.io or pages like that to publish work I've made? I haven't. I do have an itch that I use for the game jam that we do every Friday. So all you'll find on my itch page is game jam stuff. But not even the entries. I hide all the entries. Because I don't really find my entries to be of much value. But you can check out all the old game jams, and I submit an entry to each one, so you can always just see what I submitted. But, yeah, you know, I just really haven't made a lot to publish. This is kind of like the first game that I'm going to finish to share. So, there's really just not much to find out there right now. The live streams is my only expression so far. But this game is going to go up on itch. This game will go up on itch, and that will just be a way that I get feedback for it and decide how I want to proceed in the next phase of development to make it look better and polish it up and make all kinds of changes. And then the goal is to put it up on Steam. But this version is going to end up on itch. Done a lot of game jams. Yeah, done my own game jam. It's an hour game jam I do every Friday. And I try to make a whole game. So, you know, there's a lot of little games that I've made, but I make them in an hour. So they're not really like full experiences or anything. But the idea is to just try to like get that experience of like cramming a full arc of making a game into just an absurdly small amount of time. You know, I've made some games on that Dreams platform I was telling you about earlier, but yeah. Still not much. Still not much. I personally don't identify as having finished a game, other than for the game jams. So this, I plan to be truly a first game that I finish. So if I'm in the animation player, and then I click on it, it doesn't look any different. It doesn't look any different. We just get this normalized stuff. Well, this is a hiccup. This is something to sort out. I'll try restarting, like, the editor. I don't really know if that will really make a difference, but I suppose it's worth a shot. And then other than that, I guess I gotta look into it. So, Godot. Blend shapes not showing up. I don't really know how to even search for this. Blend shape issues. Huh. This is like, you know, more developers of Godot talking about it. But I don't know if I'm going to find something. Blender shape keys in Godot grayed out. It's not really grayed out, but maybe like a solution to this will help us. It's kind of what mine looks like. You have to enable FBX in the project settings and then use FBX or alternatively enable Blender and takes up directly from your .blend. Enable FBX in the project settings. Really? Is that it? Is that really it? That sounds too easy. It's worth a shot. Still sounds too easy. What about you, Tencho? What's your game dev story? What kind of stuff do you like to make or have you made? Sounds like you like using Godot. Okay, so first of all, let me see if it showed up. It doesn't look like it has. Interesting that now it actually is grayed out, and I can't change this. Project settings, FBX. It looks enabled. It's looking very enabled. So that's not it. I'm a little surprised because before we could click on this and change it to relative. I think we've gone even further back from accessing these shape keys. So that wasn't helpful. You have to export in GLTF format and follow export options. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe we can't access shape keys this way? I don't know. You're at the time trying to finish a game and you really wanted to ask me if you should publish it on itch or publish it on another page. You're searching people for feedback. Oh, cool. I'm glad that you found somebody, even though I can't necessarily answer that. I mean, yeah, because I don't have a lot of experience posting games. I can give you my opinion, but that would only really be, it's not a very informed opinion. My opinion is, yeah, itch. Where else are you going to publish it? You know? Like, I think it depends on what your goals are, right? If it's like, you know, something you poured tons of time and money into and you need to make a financial return, you should probably put it on Steam. But I have a feeling that's not the situation. And you can make some money on Edge, but so I guess my question would be, why not put it on Edge? And then why not put it on itch and let's say Game Jolt, right? I guess that's the only alternative I can think of. You know, app stores are getting harder to publish onto. So that may not be a best option. But yeah, why not? What's stopping you from putting it on itch? I guess would be a question I have for you. That way, people can access it and find it and play it. You can get some feedback. Two issues with blend shape meshes and shared instances. Blend shape values are not reset properly in the mesh joins in the scene. Meshes shared other instances not made unique or local. I don't know about that. Or going directly through Steam. Yeah, of course I can only give my opinion on that based on not experience. I mean, to me, if you should have probably planned on putting it on Steam before you made it, if you wanted to go on Steam. But my question still remains, why not put it on Edge? Like, are you worried about like from like a financial, legal, business perspective or something? Like having it in two different places or whatever? I don't really know a lot about that. I do plan on researching that as part of this live stream at some point. The business of like publishing games. But since I'm not at that step, I don't have anything to point you to. I'm only analyzing it before making any actions. I don't have any experience, so I'm asking you. Yeah, I don't have any experience. I have research. I have what you have. I have what you have. In fact, I'd be interested to know what you learn. Truth be told. But, you know, I can tell you what my plan is. And my plan is... Yeah, I mean, look, so for me, it's like I don't know what kind of game you have. Like, do you have like a complete a game? Would you buy your game on Steam? Like, can you actually ask yourself, if you were a shopper on Steam, would you see your game in there and potentially buy it? That could be a hard question to answer. But if not, if the answer is no, not necessarily, then you might not want to put it on Steam. And the thing is, you know, I don't really know what a repercussion could be of putting something on Steam that doesn't get a lot of traction. But Steam certainly isn't going to help you promote that game. And I don't really even know what itch does to promote games, truth be told. But like the game that I'm working on, my plan is to make this, put it on itch, and then, you know, send it to people, promote it. We'll see what itch does to get it in front of people. I don't expect it to do much, though. And then based on that feedback, I'm going to go back to the drawing board, get back into the editor, maybe work with another artist, improve the game in every way I can based on that feedback, and then start researching deeply into how to put a game on Steam. You know, getting the minimum amount of wish lists before releasing it. Marketing, all that stuff. Making sure I do all of this as professionally and mindfully as possible. And that's only after I put this up on itch and get feedback from itch.io. And then I start the process of marketing for Steam, of making this game look a lot better and feel a lot better. But that's just a process that I don't know if it's a good process, but it's the process that I'm planning on. You know, further down the line, if on Steam, if all that goes well and it sells on Steam and stuff, you know, then maybe I look at porting it to consoles. So that's kind of my trajectory. Itch, prototype, fix it up, market it, put it on Steam. Depending on that goes, put it on consoles. Maybe don't even get to the consoles point, though. You know, maybe I just make another game after this. Doesn't do well on Steam, but it was a great learning experience. And now I can answer your questions better at that time in the future. The deal with Godot and consoles is that Godot is free and open source. And so it's harder to get the licenses to port to consoles. But there's a company called W4. And the founders of Godot, or many of them, are part of this company. And you can pay this company to port your game, your Godot game, to consoles for you. So it costs. It costs. And it's not going to be super cheap. But overall, it's completely doable. The trouble is getting the license. And so you can get these folks to do it for you if you have the coin. And so my personal plan is to not even worry about consoles until I have any money that the game has actually generated, right? So if it makes enough money on Steam that I could even afford to do this, then I'll do it. That's just me. I suppose I'm thinking also, welcome, Azzy Hall. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. I suppose I'm thinking too at the future. You're right. I should really end the game development before I even think about publishing. I think I might understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like I'm not going to, I'm gonna me, okay, this is just me. I'm gonna assume that I don't have a great game. Like, I've never published a game before. I'm new to making games, right? Like, my experience is limited. Technically, I'm doing it for a hobby, right? I don't have like a job at Blizzard or something making swords. I don't know. Like, you know, I'm just somebody who's interested in trying to learn how to make games. So I am going to assume that my game is dog crap. Like, I may think I'm going to keep trying to make it fun. I'm going to keep trying to learn and doing my best. But to me, it's naive to think that this will sell anything on Steam. And I wouldn't even approach honoring that as true. So for me, the most important thing is to make the best game that I can as a prototype. Get it in front of as many players as possible, ideally streamers, right? So friends who stream, maybe go into different streams, people who are playing games, see if they'll play my game. Distribute it on itch as best I can, get feedback, and then retool. Get better art, improve the mechanics, say, okay, clearly people didn't like this, or they really liked this, so I'm going to make those changes. And based on how that goes, start looking into Steam marketing. And then really try to polish the game up into something that I could sell on Steam. Get the number of wish lists, right? They say like 7,000, 12,000 wish lists minimum before you release a game. Like, a lot of wish lists. And the reason why they say that is because the more wish lists you have, the more you can safely assume that people will buy your game after it is released. And if a certain percentage of those thousands of people who wishlisted it buy your game, the Steam algorithm will pick it up and show it and recommend it. So that's kind of like the big thing, is appeasing the Steam algorithm, which comes down to wish lists. So if you think you can get a lot of people to wishlist your game, like thousands and thousands of people to wishlist your game, you know, then it's worth going to Steam. Otherwise, I think you're kind of wasting an opportunity. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. And whereas itch is kind of like a place where you can just put stuff out there and try things and experiment and have an audience of some kind to get that feedback. But that's just me. You know, I think you might be... I think it could be setting yourself up for disappointment to put it up on Steam at this stage. And losing money. It's free to put it on itch. You gotta pay to put it on Steam. That's just me. Dragonblade raging at Unity. Something bad happened. Uh-oh. Did it crash? I'm so sorry. I won't dish or dig or diss. I won't shut down Unity. I won't talk crap. I won't do it. But I'm sorry. It didn't crash. But it's not different. It's not different from crashing. That sucks. Sounds like you at least lost something. Unity never crashed for you. Actually, I don't think Unity ever crashed for me either. Oh, this is kind of what I'm looking at. Blender shape keys on .blend import. I have a model which uses shape keys. It all seems fine. Godot does not seem to see them on the blend file or unable to access them. That's my problem. It froze and went not responding multiple times. That's not a crash? I feel like that's a crash. I guess it's not like the technical definition of a crash. I always thought it's a crash if, like, you can't use the program anymore because of something going wrong. That sucks, though. I always felt like Unity was too bloated. Crash would save you from closing in Task Manager. That is the most positive perspective on a crash I've ever heard. Well, at least it crashed, so I don't have to end the process. Yeah, thank goodness. Good thing. That sucks, though. I'm sorry. It's frustrating. Actually, it is much more painful to have to put it down yourself. No comments. No, I need a comment on this. This is what I need. Oh man, we might be in trouble here. I'll give it a upvote. Let's try an itch first. Then, if I think I would buy the game, let's put it on Steam. You're fixing some ideas of mine. Fixing some ideas of yours, my guy. Okay. Alright. And it's on compiling, so it's just taking a while. Or it froze. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. When it's like, do I wait? Do I wait or do I do something? I hate that. I despise that. Godot is open source, but the SDKs needed to export to consoles are closed source. Ooh, this is a good explanation. Welcome, Psychonic. So they can't be packed with Godot and need to be used through third-party services. Nice. Wi-Fi's down. No. Excellent explanation for you, as all. The SDKs needed to export are closed source, but since Godot is open source, they can't be packed with Godot. And so something like W4 can act as that third party for you. I want to say, did you ever find a solution having the same problem? I might as well. I don't know. Whatever. Bump. Dang, I was really hopeful. That's like exactly my problem. But nobody knows. You're on data, so you need to go for now. Save that money! You save that money! I command you. No, do whatever you want. Thanks for popping in, though, Psychonic. Appreciate it. Leave a thumbs up, thumb it up while you're here. Thanks for doing that. It means more people see the live stream, and it goes to more people after the live stream ends. Yeah, thank you, Psychonic. I appreciate it. This has been an interesting one. Done. Let's go. Never hurts to ask. Man, it's a tough one today. Blender JP's animation export in Godot. Okay, that's something. 11 months ago. No comments. Nobody's doing it. We're doing something too out there. It's too out there, man. So this is, I don't even know what we're talking about here. Better Colada exporter? You have to create the shape keys in Blender. Export, and just before exporting the file, well, I'm not exporting it. Check shape keys. So like this, so I mean, this might mean that I have to Okay, let me try this. We're automatically packing the resources. I don't know. I don't really know how to make sure that the shape keys are a part of this. Do I need... I mean, if I check all these boxes, then it's gonna apply it. It's gonna just apply them all in here, and it's gonna look like chaos. So, like, I don't really want to check these or anything. So my problem is, I'm not able to find the shape keys in Godot. The ones that I've made in Blender. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are. I can't find them. We've got a blend shape mode. Hey, Neil. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I just don't know where they are. No idea. Your chats work. Were they not working? Did something happen? Oh my gosh. Welcome back from somewhere. So that's currently what I'm dealing with. I think it's supposed to appear like right around here as like a list. It should be in the scene file of the model. Earlier, every time you sent a chat... Okay. It wasn't appearing. It should be in the scene file of the model. On the live chat, they just never appeared and never sent in. Oh my gosh, that's scary. It's like shouting into a void. They just kept getting deleted. That's horrifying. I don't even understand how that could happen. I'm glad that it's not happening anymore. You didn't say anything bad. So the best I've been able to pull up is this on the import tab, looking at the blend file. We get some info. Like I said, you're sorry you missed the last jam, and you know how to make an HTML and itch now. Nice, that's awesome. I'm sorry that wasn't working out. I'm glad you're here now, though. I look forward to seeing what you end up submitting. And it's okay, I don't expect you to come to the jams. They're here for you if you want to show up or not. Let's not download Godot again. What? Oh, I see. You're going to try to sort it out yourself, and you're not going to download your multiple versions of Godot. I got you. Yeah, you've already got it. You're busy. That's honestly, I never expect I don't expect anyone to come to these streams. I don't even look at how many viewers are here. I don't care if nobody comes. I love if people come. And I'm ready for if you do come. But honestly, it's okay. I don't expect you to come. Have you checked if there's any property on the import tab related to shape keys? Let's see. Meshes, materials. I don't see anything. Root type, node 3D, root name, scene root, apply root scale, ensure tangents, generate LODs, create shadows, light baking, use named skins, animation, import on, FPS 30, trimming on, remove immutable tracks on, import script, something with a path, embedded image handling, extract textures, or embed as basis universal, or embed as uncompressed. Blender. We have visible nodes, visible all, or only, or renderable. Punctualites, cameras, custom properties, modifiers, all modifiers, meshes, colors, not colors, UVs on, normals on, tangents on, skins, all influences, for influences or compatible. Export bones, deforming mesh only, on or off. That's off. And then we got materials, export materials, unpack enabled, animation, limit playback, always sample, group tracks. So nothing that like jumps out to me as shape keys. I thought a mod banned you, so I looked on another live and it happened there too. That's so weird. I wonder what was going on. Has anyone else ever had that happen? I'm so sorry. I wonder if there was like something like with your internet, maybe. Should be on the mesh in the inherited scene in the mesh instance 3D category. There's no import option. Yeah, right. It should be right here. So here's something I wonder. What if I drag in a fresh version of the character? So this is a new... I just dropped a new character in here. Okay? A totally new one. What if I check this one? Oh, it's still not there. Still not there. We just get blend shape mode normalized. But yeah, this seems like where it should appear. It's not on the actual mesh. It's under skeleton? Let's go! Wait, but where is it? I don't have it? Excited and then disappointed. Someone followed you on Edge? Nice, Neil. Let's go. It's on the hand, but not the mesh object. You don't have it anyway. I saw it was missing. Oh, okay. Did I save in Blender? I did. I did. I can save again. So I just saved. Whoa, I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. I just saved. It's re-importing. Oh, Kilophology. Nice. That's one thing about joining a community like ours, is that we can support each other. I love that. Godot crashed? Okay. I didn't do anything. It doesn't matter. That doesn't usually happen. That was a little unusual. I hope that means good things. That we did something so powerful that it'll make the shape keys appear. Perfection. You have a gift today. Yeah. You're using Unreal Engine, Neil? Wow. We made it, boys. So what is it that you're saying that I don't have that should be here? Make sure imported correctly. Save again. Oh, we crashed Godot, yeah. So I gotta get a version that does. You're gonna try to use Unreal for the game jam? That's good luck to you. Good luck to you. I tried one time to do Unreal in the game jam. Maybe twice. But I think once. It's crashing every time. You love Unreal? I didn't know that. You use Unreal a lot? Dude, what's going on right now with this crashing? This is a bit unprecedented here. I don't know what to do. I mean, I could also just try re-importing it like we did earlier. I don't know. Well, it's when I'm saving. So when I come over to Blender and I hit save, right, Godot starts re-importing everything. Maybe there's a bug on importing shape keys on files that already existed. Maybe. That might be tough to work around. If I do what Tinsho had us do earlier, if I click on the blend file and hit re-import here, we shouldn't have an issue. I mean, this worked last time. So they're that re-imported. Godot, it's extracting all data from a blend file. Yeah. So there's a way to do this. I'll link it to you. It's kind of a newer feature in Godot, so it's not the most mature, but it's pretty awesome. Obviously, it can have some problems. But here's some instructions on how to set it up if you're interested. But it's pretty cool. You published an Unreal game on itch? Oh, that's awesome. I'll try to remember to check that out during the newsletter stream on Friday. I might forget, though, unless you remind me. Post an image on live chat with how it looks for you. All right, let's see. I kind of want to try to do this on the phone. Install an update. How about no? I can always show you the newsletter stream later, too. It's not web browser. Oh, okay. Okay, then. That's cool. I didn't know you used Unreal Engine. That's awesome. Discord. Stop it. I'm almost at the important bit. They changed it. Was that a virtual phone? It is a virtual phone. You better believe it. I have my reasons. Yeah, link is in the description. Check it out. Check it out. I mean, it's a real phone. It's a physical phone, and I'm just broadcasting it onto my computer. And the reason I'm doing that, yeah, get up in there. The reason I'm doing that is because if you were here earlier, you may have noticed when we were doing the AI game generation on GDevelop, it was the stream, and therefore the screen was getting glitchy. That's because the internet I have kind of sucks. And it doesn't like when I do too much on the internet at once while I'm live streaming. So by using this phone, we can use our other internet, because I do have other internet, and I can broadcast it on the screen and we don't have problems. Can you tell me how to hide a game? Oh, on itch? Yeah. I can tell you how to do that. Yeah. So come to your profile, right? You're going to come to the top here and hit edit theme, right? And scroll down and you'll have all these options. So I can unhide these. These are all the Game Jam entries that I've done. So if I unhide them, they'll all appear down here. But you'll just hit hide and then they'll go away. That's how you do it. And make sure you hit save. Edit theme, scroll down, do stuff, hit save. So this is what, you're welcome, what Dragon Blade sees on their mesh instance. So what have you, and in, I mean, okay, And you've got blend shapes. What if you sent the entire screen capture? I'm curious to what you've like selected as well. To get to that. I'm also in an instance, so if I come to the main scene and then click on, yeah, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Oh, now we can change it. That makes a little difference. So if I'm in the main scene where I have this set up with editable children, it does at least let me choose relative versus normalized, whatever difference that makes. But I wonder if, I don't know. You know, if I were to export it as a GLTF, right? So if I come here, it's not the way I've been doing it though. We got shape keys checked here. I could export it this way. Hop into Godot. It'll re-import everything. Or it'll import for the first time all of that. And if I drop it in, there it is. Looking all right, I guess. Editable children. Grab the arm. Still nothing. So it's not just the dot blend thing. It's still not there. And we made sure we had that checked. I just wonder, am I not like setting up my shape keys correctly? You know, I wonder if that's where part of the problem is. Yeah, you're doing the same thing instance. Yeah, it's right there. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. You don't even have to click on mesh first. It's just like right under skeleton. It's in between skeleton. I see. So it's for you, it's in between skeleton and surface material override right here. But it's not even showing up for me at all. So I wonder if I'm doing something wrong in Blender. Like if I'm not applying them properly or like saving them properly. Or there's something else that's preventing them from showing up. Because even if I export it as a different file, they need to be enabled. You mean check this? Like that? That won't make it all goof troop like this. And that's like okay that it looks like this. That it looks like chaos. Set their values to 0. Oh. Oh. Let's go. Save it. We gonna be all right. Take your time, Godot. Don't need to crash. We don't need no type of crash. Nothing like that. Sort it out. All right. Let's see. Did that do the trick? Yes, it did. Let's go. Teeth is terrifying. Yeah, it's pretty scary. It's pretty scary. He's gonna get you. They gotta be ready to chomp meat. They gotta be able to grind that meat. Okay. Cool. That worked. Thank you. Dragonblade, saving the day. You're making a game called Risk it all. It's exciting. It sounds like a gambling game. Thank you, Dragonblade. Dragonblade, saving you. You've been saving many a days. Many a days. It looks like I didn't make one for 0 on accident, but that's okay. It kind of is a gambling game. All right. Nice. Let's go. You're at a table with dynamite in the middle. Jesus. Yes. Thank you. 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 Thank you, Dragonblade. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Hey, Tincho. Thanks so much for coming through, helping me learn some stuff on Blender, learn some stuff on Godot, some re-importing. I appreciate that. Take good care. I hope I see you around. And yeah, I'd love to check out your game if you want to share that. Maybe I'll see you in the Discord. And yeah, it was nice. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tincho, everybody. Imagine applause. You really helped me today a lot. You have to light it on either yourself or the other person, and there's a small chance it blows up and a small chance it doesn't. Oh my gosh. It sounds like a very exciting game. A bit horrifying. A bit horrifying. I like it, though. Sheik, thanks for stopping in. Sheik, I'm hanging out, guys. Don't worry, I'm still going to be here. Just so you know. Sometimes if I'm saying goodbye, I worry it sounds like I'm saying goodbye. But I'm just saying goodbye. I'm not saying goodbye. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay. Let's go. Take care, Sheik. And thank you, Sheik, for supporting Hyper Game Dev the ways that you do. Sheik holds down the Discord in so many ways. What would I do without Sheik? You're a member? Nuh-uh. Why does it say Sheik has a membership? That's not true. My chat app is bugging. I don't think you are. I think my chat app might have a bug. But hey, you get to look like you're a member. No, because otherwise you'd have another little icon next to your name. I'm gonna leave it. All right. Yeah, because recently, if you were a mod, the membership tag wouldn't show. It's like Pierogigon and Pepe, both mods, both members. The membership tag wasn't showing up. Very irritating. And then recently, the membership tag started showing up for them. And I was like, oh, great, they fixed it. But maybe they didn't. Because you're a mod who's not a member, but you've got the membership tag. So I don't know. But you'd also have like a membership icon next to your wrench. So I think it's just a bug. But at least you get a nice shiny thing on there. That's why it's called Risk It All. Yeah. All right, so we've got some shape keys made. Thanks to Dragonblade, who suggested the whole shape keys thing to begin with. We now actually have them in the project. Because I did not check a box. I didn't check a box. I didn't check a box over here. Very important. I'm actually going to make a 0 one real quick before we start animating this and making any kind of code or whatever. So let's add one more. Arm left 0. We'll set it to 1 for now, I guess, so we can see it happening. Oh, I guess we don't even have to do that. We could keep this at 0. And this would be the smallest one. Starts IDE. IDE says, IDE is now unstable. Pre-start. Please restart. Oh no, that's not what you want to see. You're kind of having like a losing faith kind of day in development. I'm so sorry. So, about me being started up, yeah, I'm not gonna work. So. It's so disheartening. But it's kind of funny. It's honestly mostly funny. Computers being computers. So, using the trick Tincho taught us, we'll make sure we edit it proportionally. I do want to make it super tiny. The entire program went to ish today. Tons of defects at work. Now freezes and other stuff on a side project. Don't use Unity, guys. No, I don't know. Use whatever you want. Use whatever you want. But you are, if I was like not sure about Unity, the things that you're saying would guarantee that I am not interested. Like, I would be like, maybe I won't start with Unity. You are the opposite of selling it. Oh, we should get off the smooth blend type for the proportional editing. If you use Unity, I hope you don't get popular so you don't have to pay 3 cents per install of your game. Now, to be fair, that's only going to apply till on the next version of Unity. Like, I know what you get popular. I know. So, like, the current version of Unity, they walked it back where they're not going to have the install fee. But the next version of Unity is going to have the install fee. But then they're also going to have, like, not necessarily the install fee, like a different fee that's less controversial. But they still do the install fee if the install fee ends up being less than the other fee. You didn't have problems with Unity until today. Fair point. Sometimes it gets goofy. Something new happened. And it's a client choice. Yeah. All right. But your emotional damage deserves to not be... Your emotional experience deserves to be better. Not that you're saying it doesn't. I think overall the fee is still better than Unreal. That may be true. But, like, I guess what becomes problematic is, like, how they are going to determine this fee, right? So it kind of implies that they're putting spyware, right, like, on your game that people will install on their computers. You know, it kind of has, like, a weird implication of how they're going to track the installs. And that's best case scenario. That is to say, if they're not just, like, guesstimating installs, which is kind of worse. So, like, it's I feel like it's more like the whole scumminess of it all than the cost of it. They track that back. It's self-reported. Okay, all right. You're right. Right, they did say that. Okay. That's good. That's good. It should be self-reported. Still, not sure how you're supposed to decide per installs, but okay. Okay. Fair enough. Also, see you later, Neil. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. Because I was worried about them, like, putting, like, spyware. Like, that seemed like a very bad situation. That was a dumb thing to say, and it was probably said by someone who had no idea what they even wanted to do. Absolutely. Yeah, that seems correct. I'm changing the proportional editing curve up here. I'm going to switch it to linear. So hopefully it squishes it less. And it does. So it's not going to, like, overlap. Well, it'll squish it, but it won't, like, bend as much, which is good. Yeah, and you know, I feel like for me, like my attitude is very much like trust broken. Trust broken. You know, like I read into it as much as I could while it was happening, and then kind of once it was on its way to blowing over, I was just like, I don't care to learn more about this. Like, screw them. Like, I have to like read between the lines of what business decisions you might make. It does seem like Unity is actually clearing out their executive board, though. So it's that, to me, that's the best thing they can do to rebuild trust. They already got rid of John Ricciatello. It seems like they're actually going to try to change the board up too. So if there's trust to regain, they're definitely doing their best to regain it. So I'll give them credit for that. And I think you make a good point that like it wasn't something done with a plan in mind. It was done carelessly. So I'm trying to set up the 0 shape key here. When you have 0 hit points, I kind of want... Honestly, I just kind of want it to disappear. I think I just want it to be gone. But if we animate it gone, then we'll be able to see it shrink. So I should still kind of animate it into, I guess, like a very tiny little piece. An itty bitty little piece that's like inside. I'm gonna go back to smooth here. It's like inside of the body. Make it really tiny, very tiny. And just try to shrink it in. It seems like for the moving, it's better to do linear, and for the resizing, the smooth curve. And then we just shrink it up in there. And then I just need to make sure it's not clipping through. I think it is a little bit. Clipping through this hole, this heart hole that's in here. So I'm probably going to want to move the whole unit a little bit. It looks like it isn't clipping. Yeah, I think that's good. Let me hide the armature because it's kind of in my way right now. What's that? Is that a little bit of the... It's little fingers. It's a few little fingers. Just a few little fingers left. Sorry, fingers. I need you to go. Okay, I think it's hidden now. Nice. So this would be the 0 shape key, so when you have 0 health. Alright. And then, if we come out here, it's not applied. If we move this up to 1, we can see what it looks like when it shrinks all the way down to 0. This will be when you have 3 HP, goes down to there. When you have 2 HP, it's going to be tricky because it's like, I have to like animate these like back, I guess. I almost need to like simultaneously animate this down and animate the next one up. That's with 2 HP left. Because if I stack them, it's going to be kind of weird. I almost wonder if I'm going to need to do it more like this. This doesn't actually look all that bad. This might be the best way to go. I don't know if it makes... I do like getting to define what each size looks like at every step. I think that's going to look better than doing this at, you know, a quarter step every time. But it might be kind of weird to try to animate it, because we have to animate this one to be 1 in Godot. And then I need to animate this to go back to 0, so this one can come up to 1. Animate that back to 0, so that can become 1. And maybe that'll look fine. Or maybe I don't actually have to do that. I don't know. I'm going to find out, though, like right now. We'll see. Speaking of memberships, I think I can gift memberships. I kind of forgot about that. Oh, I can. Dude, I forgot I can gift memberships. I'm gonna have to, like, do that. I gotta think about that somehow. Anyway. I was just thinking about earlier when Sheik was here and they had the membership tag. Anyway. Don't mind me. ADD brain. So I have... Do I still have an animation? I do. So we have the animation player here on the arm. We now have the 0 shape key here. And I'm going to want this animation player to shrink it down every time we take damage. So I'm going to set up... So I guess I have to ask myself, do I want to make a separate animation for each hit point being lost? Or do I just want to say this animation advances? I think I would want to have a separate animation for each one. Right? I also have to unapply the other animation. This is going to be kind of weird. I feel like this is going to be kind of weird. I'm going to say shrink HP 3 is what I'm going to call this. So I'll add a blend shape track. We want this to be on the left arm. We'll say blend shape 3. And I want to put this one up at 1. So I'll insert a key and modify that value to be 1. Insert one down here and modify this one to be 0. Okay. Now in theory, that should do something. It isn't. So, what did I do wrong? That's 1. That's 0. Animation track key edit. I don't really understand that. Maybe I just can't preview it. So let's just have that animation play. I'm going to put a script on the mesh. I might not want this to be here because it's going to be a little tricky. Let's not do that. I'm going to... I'm just going to drop it into debug for now. And can I just like create a function for just like an input event? I see that we did before, but I don't actually really understand how or why it worked. My guess would be I could rename this event, but if I do another function input, like what if, I don't really know how any of this works. If I say event 1, I don't know, and call this event 1. Event 1, event 1. And what if I say event 3? Because I already have a 2 in a way. You just have to trust me. Okay, that is not correct. Okay, so that's wrong. But if I wanted to create a new input, I'm just trying to get a place to fire this. But I don't think I could have like another function called input, right? Could I? Maybe I can. If event 3 is action pressed, debug 3, which I don't believe I've set up yet. Let's just say pass for now. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. Can I say input 3 and then call it an event? Or is that like special? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I guess the input, we were just naming it. And it's not like something endemic to Godot. Noted. Let's add an input. Debug 3. And that's just going to be if you press the 3 key. This is just so I can test this to see if it works. So if that's pressed, I mean, ideally, it would be able to find this animation player. But that might be harder to reference than I think. Not too bad. And then we want to say play, shrink HP3, I think is the name. Limb shrink. Oh, I have to save it. Then it will be different over here. And shrink HP3. Will this work? Did I make something that works? Or not? Debugger is exploding. The input map, I spelled it wrong. Wait, what? Okay, that was something very different. I didn't even... Okay. That's not even the one I pressed, but whatever. So I don't think anything's happening. I'm pressing the 3 key with all of my heart. So what if I say, if that's pressed, let's say print debug 3 and see what that does. No, so then I did not make a button that works here at all. Will it work if I put this in here like that? What happens then? 2 still works. 3 does not work. Attempt to call function play in base null instance on a null instance. So I don't think it's able to see this. So I might need to say, like, get node or something. I'm not exactly sure how to do this, if I'm being honest. If that's not obvious. Is that what doing something is? I don't think we got anything printed anyway, but it did try to run it. So I think the input logic works, but I don't know how to find this. What if I do this? We do another onReady up here. At onReady variable. I'm just going to call it test animation $$ dot slash player. I think if we do it like this, we might be okay. And then I'll say like I capitalized it. Test animation play shrink HP3. No, not that. Okay. Let's see if that works. Or at least doesn't crash it. No crash. Debug 3 is printing. So I think we're okay. And indeed, the animation doesn't work. So I think I've set it up to be tested. I'm a noob in Godot, so setting that up takes me a little bit of effort. But we got it. Now, I just need to get the animation to work right. So I wonder why that isn't working. So if I click on the arm here, I wonder if I can see the value changing. I can't. What if we do it like this? Like, what if I don't make a track like this? I'm gonna get rid of this track entirely. Just trash it. What if I hit the key over here? I'll just drop a key, let it create it itself. Move this over here. Bump this up to 1 and create a key that way. Oh, that works better. Okay. All right. Hey, whatever. If that works, that works. Cool. So now let's see if it plays. It should happen over a second. If I press this debug key. Oh yeah, it happened. Nice. Now I will say, I'm a little surprised. Hey, Entropy, we got a zoop. Zoop. Not a lot, Entropy. I've been working on health bars for my game. And I guess I've decided I don't want health bars anymore. I'm going to use the health bars that we've made for other things. They're good health bars. But the problem came when I start doing the limbs, there was just a lot of overscopy work that could go into those limbs. And I decided not to do that. And instead represent damage to the limbs in a different way. So these are the health bars we did get set up. They work pretty well. The best part is no part. Agreed. And so this red one here, I don't know. I don't remember what you're referring to, but you know what? I agree. If the head takes damage, that health bar goes down, and that's fine and all. But all these limbs, there's some different ways that I was going to approach representing damage to those limbs. One way I had was making like this sandwich health bar with multiple health bars, but I realized that that would be really hard to tell which limb goes to which body part. And so then I was thinking, well, maybe we do these health bars where like it's like a UI element and it's represented on something that shapes like the character, and they go away. Too much work. And so there were some good suggestions about maybe having like armor that falls off and represents these damages. And then it just kind of circled back to an idea we had a while ago, which was to have the limbs shrink every time we take damage. So I went over to Blender and I set up some shape keys for now, just for one of the arms. There's many arms. It's an engineering principle. Mostly joking. Heard. Thank you for giving me engineer humor to have in my pocket. I'll do something with that. I think I kind of understand what you're saying though now. If there's no part, it's better than if you had to make a part. So I made these different shape keys in Blender to represent the different levels of shrinkage. A big shout out to Tincho, I want to say, for helping me set up the size differences. Shout out to Dragonblade for even giving me the idea for the shape keys and for helping me get them into Godot in the first place. And now I'm trying to animate them in Godot. And so, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. It almost... I think that must just be because of the animation. Because the shoulder doesn't animate. Let me hide these health bars again. The shoulder doesn't animate. And the reason for that is because when I made the walk cycle and the run cycle, the arms weren't attached to the body. That's fixed now. I just haven't gone back and reanimated it to include the shoulders. So you can kind of tell, like, it doesn't move around here. There's no bending happening there. That's something I need to fix. But when I test this animation that shrinks this arm, it almost looks like it's not shrinking the shoulder at all, which is a little concerning. But maybe it just appears that way because it's not being animated, and it's actually fine. It might actually be fine. So right now I'm pressing a debug key that's making this arm shrink down. And so I have some concerns. You know, like, you can kind of see it. It's visible. My biggest concern is that this isn't as informative as having a health bar that ticks down, or even numbers that appear. But I really want to avoid putting UI in there if I can. So, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of trying out this shrinking thing to see if this actually feels like a good measure, a good visual, a good feedback, a good amount of feedback for the player to know they're taking damage. I'm going to keep adding some more in here That's just if you've taken 3 HP damage. So let's say you've taken, or if you've taken 1 HP at damage and you have 3 HP left. So let's push it and let's make another one. So I'm going to add, sure, let's just duplicate it. And this will be shrink HP 2 if you have 2 HP left. And for this one, I actually wanted to modify a different one. So that'll make, oh god. Oh no, that's not what it looks like in Blender. What? What? And indeed, the shoulder isn't moving at all. Okay, there's some weird stuff happening here. That's not how it looks in Blender. This looks different. There's an extra consideration to make here, which is that... Oh, and it looks like, oh, they might be stacking it, too. So I think it's stacking HP 3 onto HP 2. I guess I don't have to go to 100%. We could do it like partial or something. This honestly is making me want to do one shape key to rule them all. Let me duplicate this. I'm going to do HP 0. How have you been, Entropy? How's your game dev art creation journey been lately? I'm going to bring this down to arm left 0 shape key. I mean, in theory, that should totally eliminate it. It does not. It absolutely does not. This is not what it looks like in Blender, y'all. So here's one concern that I have. So in Blender, we're working with a different pose, right? So here you can see the arms are put out in front. This was before I made the character in T-pose. So if I drag the same file in, like a fresh version of the player file, it's going to be in T-pose. But because I've already set up a bunch of stuff with this, I don't really want to switch it with this one. I could, but it's going to be a lot of work. And because I set the rest pose after I brought this in, this one has it and this one doesn't. Or this one has it and this one doesn't. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, one of them has the T-pose, the other one doesn't, even though it's the same file. And the reason why one does and one doesn't is because I didn't, like, literally drag in a new version of that file after changing the rest pose. So part of me wonders if that has something to do with it looking weird. To test that, I would have to add an animation player. Really, I don't think I have to add an animation player. I think I could just do the blend shape here. Well, but that's the other question I would have then, right? So forget the animation. Looking at this one that isn't in T-pose, if I drag the 0 to 1, yeah, we get that weird shape that isn't intended at all. And if I do the same thing to our T-pose one, does it look any better? Oh, it does. Oh no, do you know what this means? Do you know what this means? This means I have to replace the player character in here. So that way it acts on it from T-pose and not from this pose. There's gonna be a lot of effort. There's gonna be a lot of effort. I mean, you can already tell. by looking at it that there are a lot of differences. For example, the textures. That's not the hardest thing to change. I can almost stomach that. Changing the textures. But there's all this logic that's been embedded in here. And so I'm going to need to... There's also the hierarchy of it all. Oh man, it's going to be kind of messy. So I can't even really do it in here. I have to create a new scene. I really wish this one would just assume the new pose. But as far as I can tell, there's no way to do that. Ugh. That's real. Real frustrating. So we do have the player character body here. And that contains a lot of stuff. And then we have the alien, which is that instance scene that we were just looking at, which has in the wrong position. This also means I need to reanimate everything. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of implications of this. This is a big situation. Will this problem have been avoided by animating in Blender first? That is a possible workflow, right? First of all, I don't know if that's a possible workflow. I think it is. It seems like you can import animations from Godot, from Blender into Godot. What would have avoided this is if I would have made sure my model was in T-pose before I added it into Godot. That's what would have prevented it. Instead, I brought it into Godot with this pose of it going forward. And then I moved it into T-pose in Blender. So that would have been the way to avoid it. As far as the animation stuff goes, yeah, I don't think that would have made a difference. I think that is an option for the workflow. I do think it's an option. It's not one that I have any practice in though. But yeah. Yeah, so if we're in Blender here and I grab the armature and oh, I hid the armature. What? Oh, I know what that is. Because I just unhid everything that was hidden. We only want to show the armature. So if I head into pose mode here, we have a rest position and a pose position. Oh, I don't want to be in edit mode. I want to be in pose mode. So I basically had to set this pose position. I mean, it's really weird. It's really confusing in a lot of ways because nowhere in the Blender file does that character moving its arms forward even exist. It doesn't exist anymore in the blend file. It's just not like there's a rest position and a pose position where the arm is moved a little bit. But other than that, that moved forward one is totally gone. I've completely changed that. And so I basically just moved the bones out and set that to be the pose and rest position. And once I did that, it didn't update what I already had in Godot. Regrettably. But I can drag the exact same thing in here, and now it's applied. And so if I try to apply those run animations to it, oh gosh. I mean, it's gonna look awful. Where would I even do that? We put this on here. So suppose well, anyway, let's see. So if I create a new inherited... This is what we gotta do. This is what we gotta do. So I gotta do it anyway. So I'm gonna create a new version of the player character. This is a whole thing. We're in a deep mess. We're in a deep mess this week, but it's something that I just needed to learn. And it's something I needed to learn the hard way, and it was gonna happen eventually. And that is start in T-pose. Start your models in T-pose, period. Because it's gonna make everything easier down the road later. And now I know. Now I'll never make this mistake again. But today, I have to own up to that mistake. I must collect on it. So in the player, let's say this is Alien T-pose. That's what I'm going to call it. And you can see all the logic is off of here. So I now have to move all this stuff over there somehow and get it to work the same. Now, if everything's named the same, it shouldn't be hard to just swap these out in the main scene. That should be pretty doable. So if I can maybe even grab this alien, get its transform data, and paste it over on the other one. This is it. This is the task for today, y'all. This is the new task. I can't even get into the shape keys or the limb damage until we fix this. We've taken on a new task. So now I've got the position on there. And then I can, oh, they're like snuggling. If I hide the old alien, this one, and we hit play. Oh, actually I need to put it in the player mesh, or the player node. What happens? What do we got? Yeah. Square one. I mean, some of the collision, some of it will still work, actually. But, you know, the health bars, I mean, we made them invisible, but they wouldn't show up anyway. It could be worse. It could be worse. It could be worse. Interesting that the feet don't touch the ground. Let me see the other alien. It must be in the animation that's pushing them down further somehow or something. Or it never was touching the ground. We could just have them both there so we can see them both on top of each other and the differences. Yeah, it's weird. It kind of works. With the animated one. But, like, maybe it is floating. Or maybe it's not floating and it just looks like it's floating. I'm not sure. Not the most important thing right now, I guess. I guess it doesn't necessarily look like it's floating. I mean, it kind of does. Well, maybe if I go by a cow, it'll be more obvious to see. I mean, definitely we're floating over that cow. We are flying right over that cow. Okay, alright. Curious. That could be the collision on the terrain. But I don't think it is. But it very well could be. The ground collision is at 0, so I don't think that's it. It's at 0 on the y-axis. So I don't really know what that's about. Confusing. Like, I'm just, like, doing the first task, which is even putting this in here, and it's already, like, mysterious. I mean, that does look like it's floating. That is not touching the ground. So that might be an issue with my model in general. In Blender, that it's not actually making contact with the ground. Oh yeah, look at that. That's floating. That's a floater right there. That's what that is. That's a total floater. Well, I guess I can change it. Let's get it over with. So I'm going to move this down. I'm sure there's some even easier way to do this. I don't know, but then it's like, how do I even... That's... Okay, there you can kind of see a little better. I mean, the feet are pointing upward a bit. So the heel contacts first, and then it starts clipping all the way through before the feet touch. So, I mean, there's some other problems with the model here. But maybe we could let it clip a little, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. Let's just try that. Apply the transforms, hit save, let it re-import. We're cleaning some things up. We're cleaning some things up today. Did that be different? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see it clipping with the ground now, I think. Wait, actually I have no idea. Wait, maybe I don't know if it is clipping. Because it still looks like the cow is going underneath the foot. I mean, it looks like it's more on the ground here to me. It's a messy situation. It could be that the collision that's generated as well. No, because it's not actually colliding. Actually, it is colliding with the ground. It is colliding with the ground. And we have the collision defined. What if I get rid of the leg collision? Just humor me for a second. Do we fall through? We do. So it could be getting bumped back up by that collision. I think that makes sense. So it's probably these positions that's pushing it up more than anything there. I mean, indeed, that capsule is going very far through the ground. It's basically unacceptable. So many little sloppy things, but it's a prototype. That's the point, is that it just gets a job done for now. There we go. Now we're clipping right through them. Let's go. Hey, man, I'm glad to be fixing this stuff now. You know, it's a blessing in disguise. We're improving it in ways that it needed. I consider that very good. All right, this is it. I probably should have made a commit before I started doing these changes, but we'll be all right. I'm going to save it like this. I'm going to pull up GitHub. Let's make a commit. We got some work to do. We got some work to do today. What's this video going to be called? I guess, HP bar dilemma. Re-importing player character. We're all over the place. replacing player model and added shape keys. Began the process of replacing the player character model in order to properly use shape keys that shrink the character's limbs as they take damage. Model is technically in T-pose, but existing implementation is not. And so it isn't taking the shape keys effects correctly, resulting in distorted limbs, arms specifically. New model is added into the main scene. And the old one is hidden. Adjusted the collision of the legs so the feet actually touch the ground. I guess that's about it. Oh, added a debug option 3 for testing the shape key animation. I think that's about all I did. All right. Oh my goodness. What a day. What a day. How are we doing on time? Only 5.5 hours. Well, we better keep working. We better keep working, young lady. All right. So, the feet collide, which is just great. Now, some things that are notably missing. You know what would be a nice first thing to get in there? The damage flashing. So when we hit something, we're supposed to see a limb flashing because it took damage. There's a lot of things to think about here. For example, the arms, right? Why aren't the arms colliding? Well, that's because the collision is only set for the arms to be facing this way. And the collision actually was never animating to begin with. Which, like, how do you even do that? How do you animate collision? I guess it would need to be, like, on a per bone basis. That sounds like it's going to be interesting. Right now, the collision is just, like, static. It doesn't move with animation or anything. So, that's going to be something to think about. But what does work, so if I bring back the character, what does work is this flashes. So let's see if we can get this to apply to our new T-pose model. Also, the T-pose model doesn't have the heart. It can. It can. So in order to get that, also, oh, okay, it's searching it. In order to get that, we just have to hide this one, and then there's the heart. So if I want that flashing, I need to change where in the body part script it's looking for the mesh. So right now, when it's going to look for those meshes, it's checking for something called alien. But this is right now named Alien 3. I'm going to call this Alien scene, Alien player. Let's call it Alien player. Oh, we can't do an underscore though. Oh, actually I can. So we want to do Alien player. And actually, this should just fix that. We should have the damage just already applying. Nice. Let's go. Let's go, modular logic. So that was easy. I don't think this will be as hard as it seems. It's a little annoying, but so much of this has been set up modularly enough that I don't think we have as momentous a task ahead as it kind of seems at first. I have one question. A problem that I've had is that when I die and it reloads, the textures like kind of change in a weird way. Does that still happen with the new model? It probably does. I think it's more the lighting that's set up in Godot than, or with the, yeah. See how it's like glowing in this weird way? It only happens when I restart the game. It's a super weird bug. I don't know if it's a bug, but it's something. Okay, so that was easy enough. The animation's probably going to be the toughest, because I'm basically going to have to redo the animation, I would think. We could change the textures. There's the damage labels. We could set up the damage labels. That's just debug stuff, though. You know, there's actually a lot less to do here than I thought. This is a really good process to go through, I will admit. And the reason why I say that is because ultimately I'm going to want the player to be able to turn into different things, not just a human shape. I also want them to be able to turn into a cow shape. So get 4 legs that walk on the ground. And this is kind of giving me a little taste of what switching out the mesh could be like. And it's really not that bad, as long as the names match. It's actually pretty easy. Because the only things that are contained on here, we have the HP bar, which the HP bar, we're retiring the HP bar. I think that would have been probably the most effort. But the HP bars, we're kind of thinking of just using that elsewhere in the game for like enemies and stuff. So I kind of don't have to worry about that coming over. That's actually it. Dude. And then the damage labels. Dude, this is actually not a big task. Other than the animation. The animation is probably the hardest part. That's the hardest part. So if I think we can actually take a look to see how this is going to look crazy. To see how obnoxious this is going to look. The legs will look fine. The arms are probably going to be a freaking disaster. And I think I need to repoint a reference in order for it to apply. But I shouldn't have to do much. Come to the main scene. Make these children editable. Where is it? Alien T-pose. I added it in here. I saved it. Come to the main scene. It should update it in here. And it should be visible in here. Let me just try reloading it. I'm not sure why that wouldn't show up. But it should. It should be in there somewhere. Probably. Maybe. There's a chance. Alien player, editable children. Why is it not showing up? I mean, this is called Alien T-Pose, for one. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. This is before I saved it as a scene. That's why. So I have to actually remove this, unfortunately. Not a big deal, though. Delete that. Come back in here. We have to put this scene in there. What? Did its arms just move into a new... Oh, shoot. That's because of the animation player, I would guess. Huh. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Wait, this raises some questions. Did I need to replace it at all to begin with? Is the only reason we're not seeing it in T-pose because an animation is holding it forward in the old pose? What? Okay. All right. Interesting. What if I get rid of the animation player that I put in here? Save it as such. Drag this in. So maybe I don't have to replace it. I mean, I've enjoyed replacing it. This has been very instructive. So then the question becomes, how do we design the shape keys such that they respond to the existing animations in Godot? It almost makes me think we don't want to do shape keys. Because the shape keys are conflicting with the existing animations of the movement. The arms moving would be the implication, I think. So if I take the animation player, put it back in. Save it. Now here it hasn't snapped into that position yet. Oh, this is the wrong one. That's why. Oh, so I didn't even really test that before. So it starts out in T-pose, then it snaps there. I'm so confused. So wait, this one isn't? Oh, because that one isn't the scene. Right. Right. So the Alien 3 scene... Is that... Which one is that? Is that this? Wow. Guys, I don't think I need to replace the model at all. I don't think I have to do that. I don't think that's a thing. I think we can keep the one we already have. And I don't want to retarget some of these things. So let's undo that. Luckily, it was very easy to undo. Not a big problem. I mean, if anything, we got to fix some collision that needed to be fixed. That's a win. Now it animates. When the foot animation goes into the ground, it clips because it wasn't. Because I didn't know that there was that problem at the time. But yeah, everything works normally. So if I were to... If I wanted those shape keys to shrink it proportionally, they're just not going to. They're just not going to. Unless the character was in T-pose all the time. So there was no need for me to make it in T-pose first. You don't have to make it in T-pose first. You can add the T-pose later, and it's fine. Godot will sort it out. I just didn't realize that we had the original position codified in the animation player. So like, for example, this other one, if I get rid of the animation player and I save it, and I'm going to make sure I drag that one in this time because I didn't last time. And I drag in the T-pose scene to the main scene. It should stay in T-pose. Oh, so it goes into the pose that it's last left in. Which is weird, because I just got rid of the animation player. But it's just like, remembering, stop that. Forget that position right now. Show rest only. Why would it remember that position? I don't really understand that. Now if I drag it in, it'll stay there. But, I mean, obviously I wouldn't want it to show rest only. If I come to the one we've been working with. Yeah, but it's not in this position, right? It's not in that position. If I drag in a fresh one, this is apparently in a bad place in my file system. It doesn't go into feed, it just puts the arms forward. Feed is when it turns around. And if I come to our normal character, and I set its armature, or its skeleton, to show rest only, does it not animate? Yeah, then it doesn't animate the skeleton at all. So we definitely wouldn't want that. But what would be interesting, if I apply, I don't know if I can hit that debug button and do the shape key. There it goes. So there it shrinks and it doesn't look messed up. So the shape key was designed to look good in T-pose, but the shape key needs to be designed to look good in literally any position that the arms are animated in. So to me, shape keys are the wrong way to do this, which Dragon Blade may disagree. I don't think Dragon Blade is with us anymore. I don't mean like Dragon Blade passed away. I just mean I don't think Dragon Blade is here. But I think I have to go against the shape key advice because the shape keys are conflicting with the animations. I think the shape keys work if they are the animation, right? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Dragon Blade, too tired. Understandable. I don't remember if you said you mind or you have thoughts about it or not. Is that what you're saying I do too? But I think I have to because there's just that conflict, and I'm not really sure how to resolve that. You know, for the examples that we had seen when we were looking this up, they were showing like blinking animations, right? And in that situation, the eyes don't have bones in them, and they're gonna like morph to different shapes. You know, they're not gonna bend and twist and things like that. What's the conflict? Okay, So here's what I've discovered. When I set up those shape keys in Blender, I set them up to work in T-pose. So if I apply the shape key here, it shrinks down just like I set up. Now, if we're not in T-pose, that is to say, we're doing the normal animations, and I apply it, it doesn't look like what we planned. This isn't a very egregious example. So let me come to the script and show you an egregious example. So let's do that same test again. We're going to make sure it's applying on T-pose. Now, if I play that on this left arm, it shrinks, it disappears, just as I set it up in Blender. If we're not in T-pose, and I apply that animation, it just ain't right. It looks like it grew a sword. Like a little stabby bit. And I think that it's because that arm position animation is conflicting with the shape key. Whereas when it's in T-pose, that's how it was set up, so it works. And so I think this maybe isn't the best use for shape keys, use case for shape keys, since there's going to be an existing animation applied to the limb. If there wasn't already going to, like, for example, with blinking, the eyeballs aren't going to have bones that contort and stuff. Maybe it works fine. Was the animation done in Godot or Blender? The animation was done in Godot. The arms animation was done in Godot. So maybe you're implying, you're not intending to imply, but just following your logic. Perhaps. If I were to animate it in Blender, I don't know, I could account for those deformities somehow. Or Blender would be able to handle it better. My desire is to animate in Godot as much as possible. I will let go of that stubbornness. I will. But yeah, the animation, the arm swing animation was done in Godot. It honestly makes me wonder, if we couldn't just create shape keys within Godot. Probably not. No way to fix it a fast way. What about the slow way? I gotta ask, what's the slow way? What's the slow way? Of course, if you're too tired. I understand. Real quick, I gotta use the loo. I really wanna... Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna find some music. One that I can't explain. Fair enough. Honestly, truly, fair enough. Heard? Too long and tired. Yeah, don't bother. Get some sleep. Get out of here. I command you to leave. No, I'm just kidding. Do whatever you want. But, thank you for responding, though. I appreciate it. I'm going to play some music from the person who made the music that we do with the intro and outro stuff. I'm gonna be right back. Honestly, I'm thinking we just do this the way I was originally gonna do it. And the way I was originally gonna do it was just changing the scale values. It's not gonna be ideal, but it'll give us a prototype of the behavior, and we can walk away from this with some degree of work done here. So I'm gonna pull up this BRB music here while I use the loo. And I'll be right back. And we're gonna apply this less than ideal solution. Oh, we're doing it at 2 times speed. Maybe don't do it at 2 times speed. Yeah, take it easy. We're not in a rush here. It's okay. Take a look at our alien chugging along, doing its thing. Spin that alien around. No, don't make the arm small. Please don't make the arm small. No small arm. We're gonna get a good shrinking by the end of this episode. I'm committed. And then give me that BRB. Give me that BRB. Yeah. All right, real quick. Gonna use the loo. Okay. I've returned. Let's make these limbs shrink, baby. Let's shrink them down. Let's shrink them on down. They're too long. They're too long. So I'm gonna not do the shape keys way anymore, even though I loved it. It was a great thing. I learned so much about shape keys. I'm gonna have to retire that idea for now. Because it's conflicting with the animation. So what I'm gonna do instead, and we can always go back, you know, if Dragon Blade returns with the great solution that makes it not necessary for us to forego shape keys, then maybe we'll bring them back. But for now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually just scale the limbs down, which is gonna be much less desirable in certain ways, but that's okay. So the reason why this won't conflict, so I'm actually going to do the bones themselves. I love that we don't have to make a new model. That is wonderful. That's great news. Let me save this and let me make a commit of that. No more replaced model. Undid the replacing of the model, but kept the collision change and debug addition. Apparently, there is no difference between the T-pose version and not. The T-pose version just didn't have an animation player associated with it yet. And so it wasn't showing the inevitable arms forward position. Okay. Great, wonderful description. And I'm just gonna pass this debug event for now, so it doesn't do anything. Debug event 3 is pass. No description needed. And let's shrink these arms down. So I'm gonna get the bones. If I come to our alien here, I'm gonna actually shrink the bones themselves. So they should still animate just fine. And now that we have the shoulder attached, I mean, ultimately, I do want to animate the shoulder more, too. So this will be kind of interesting and fun. So the thing is I need to actually calculate these values. I know we can animate this. We can animate this. We can animate it. Actually, we could keep a lot of what we set up already. I mean, I wouldn't say it was a lot, but we can keep it. So actually, let's put that debug back. Wait, put the debug back. And what I can do is add indeed an animation player to our arm. Well, there already is one. Shrink HP 0. And instead of doing a blend shape, so trash that, instead of doing a blend shape, I don't know if I want it on here, though. I feel like I'd want this animation player somewhere else. I don't think I need it to be on a per limb basis. I mean, that could be nice for, like, organizational reasons. No, actually, this will be nice because the body part script will be able to find this more easily, and we can keep it local to this scene. So actually, I am going to keep it in there. I'm going to rename it, though. I'm going to call it Animation Limb Shrink. And then I'm going to grab the skeleton 3D. Let's start with the arm. And I'm going to adjust the scale to go down so we could make it... This is for 0, though. I don't want to do 0. Let's do 3 HP first. So I'm going to bring this down, let's say 0.5 on each. See, that's a little too much there. Let's say 0.75. And then on the z-axis, 0.5. It seems like a little aggressive. So, you know, it's not going to be as nuanced and as particular as we could do in Blender if we designed it carefully. All right, it's going to be a little less perfect. But that's okay. I'm okay with that. Let's make it a little shorter. Say 0.65, maybe? I'll have to experiment a bit. And then I can do this as a keyframe. Delete that track. Add a new track. We don't even have to add a new track. I can just hit keyframe here, and it'll give us a keyframe for that. And then come back to the arm. Set these back to default. And that can be a new keyframe that we use. And now, in theory, we should have an animation that goes between them. There it goes. It shrinks, and it should remain undistorted. So this is shrink HP3. Let me come to the debug script and make sure this does shrink HP3. And so we should see it shrink down and not look too bad. Oh, okay. Attempt to play call function. No, it's a null instance. Oh, okay. Oh, because this is different now. I renamed this to animation underscore limb shrink. Okay. Just a little correction, that's all. Oh! Invalid get index debug 2 on base control. What am I? What? What even is this? What? Did I, like, type something? Oh, I commented all this out on accident. Whoops. I see. I never ended the string. Okay. All right. We're serious now. Okay. So it's already starting it out small. Let's not have that be the case. Yeah, let's not have that be the case. So I'm going to make sure this animation player doesn't have the arm shrink applied. Oh, it's applying it. You better stop that. You better stop that. Did we mess up the defaults, perhaps? I think I might have I think I might have baked in the arm shrinkage. I did. Okay. Okay. Now we're serious. Arm is... What are you doing? Don't be shrinking on me. Why is it auto shrinking it? What did I do? What if I cut this animation? It's not even there anymore. It still shrinks it. What did I do? 1. Oh, maybe hit save. Maybe you gotta hit save. What? No, yeah, that node is definitely not there. How did I break this? How did I break this already? We haven't even gotten started. Come on, I was cooking. We were cooking here. I'm actually genuinely confused, though, why it shrunk. It shrunk here. Maybe this version isn't up to date yet. Yeah, this one has the wrong values. Please don't. It's his special arm. It is his special arm. I mean, literally. I mean, look. Like, this... There's a lot of, like, disability allegory going on in this game. Because it's all about limbs being hurt and then changing their shape and then actually impacting the gameplay itself. So literally, it's his special arm. Truly. Welcome, G-Wiz. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing good. I am setting up damage representation via shrunken limbs. I did get health bars set up, but I'm just not really happy with it. And so, you know, they just kind of take up a lot of space, and they just kind of piss me off, and I don't like them. So, I'm going to try shrinking the limbs as a way to represent that they're taking damage, which works out well because the game is about having special limbs and that impacting their ability to do things. So it kind of works better than just the HP bar going down. And so I tried doing shape keys in Blender, but the shape keys are conflicting with the existing ARM animations. And so what I'm going to do instead is just set up an animation that shrinks the bone scale, and hopefully that will work. I might have baked in those numbers on accident. So let me paste this in a way that doesn't bake that size in, I hope. I pray. Please don't you. Don't you dare. Oh, it's shrinking it again. Why is it just the animation is just like playing on its own? Is that because... Why is it just playing? I thought I might have resolved that. This one has it bigger, and that has it smaller. Why is it shrinking right away? It should wait until I play the animation. I've done something terribly wrong. Terribly wrong. So as soon as I hit play, it shrinks the arm. Don't do that. You're embarrassing me. What if I just start that over? What if we just do a little do-over on that? What if we just have a little do-over? I'm just gonna delete the animation entirely. I'm gonna adjust the bone size to be back to normal, and we're just gonna make it a do-over situation. That's what we're gonna do. So there, it's not shrunken. And let's just try it again and see if we don't get the same result, which is what I want. So I'm gonna add an animation player onto here. That's an animation tree. That's what that is. That's an animation tree. Add animation player. Welcome back, Neil. Just like you said you would. Animation, I'm gonna call it limb-shrink. Jivas, I loved the Steam video that you put out, by the way. Super helpful. That was a really cool one. They're all cool. That one was really cool. Animation limb shrink. Hi, back you, Neil. Jivas. Ooh, Jivas a little spicy. I like it. Animation limb shrink. And so this should actually resolve that bug, which is great. And now I want to add a new animation. We'll call it shrink HP3. Or, yeah, we'll do HP3 first. Shrink HP3. Come to our skeleton, click on our arm. Now I want to make sure this is not applying it permanently. It's just for the keyframe. It's just for the keyframe, man. That's all it's for. So I'm going to actually make the blank keyframe first, right? So this is just all at 1111 over here, all at once. Then I'm going to come down here, and now I'm going to change it. I think it was like 0.5, 0.65. Oh, I don't remember this one. 0.5? I don't know. Something. That seems a little extreme for one hit point down. 0.8? Sure, we can start with that. We can always change it later. Create a keyframe. Goes back to normal. Now you're gonna stay big? It stays big. So who knows what I did, but now we're good. And now if I shrink it, it shrinks! Okay. We're good. I don't know. Something applied it in a place I didn't mean to. So you can see it shrinks, you know, and this is why I don't love it, is that it's almost hard to tell. Almost. You know, I feel like the player can get used to it and can learn that it's taking the damage, but like a health bar is very obvious. You can see the hit points going down. We can tell that one arm is much smaller than the other, but yeah, I'd almost want it to be more aggressive. So it looks a little squished in a way that I don't prefer. I mean, all of it defies logic, so, and physics and whatnot, so it doesn't really have to be perfect. But I would like it to just sort of have at least similar proportions to what it originally had. I would prefer that. So I'm gonna come back to the skeleton, go to the arm, make it shorter over time. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of, I mean, that's, oh, I see what you're saying. You mean like have it be gradual. Yeah, and that's kind of what the animation is doing, right? Maybe it's too fast. Maybe I need to make it like slower, or maybe I need to make it even faster. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for, actually, now that you mention it. Let's make this thicker. I'm gonna say this is 0.6. Save that as the keyframe. So I'm just gonna press our debug key to shrink it and see how noticeable it is. You know, it's you kind of see it. Welcome back, Tincho. Have you archived to make the shape keys work? Managed to make the shape keys work? You know what? I didn't. The shape keys were conflicting with the existing animation, and so the arm was getting all bent in the wrong ways. So like a shape key may work better. So shape keys were something we were doing in Blender, where on the arm itself, I set up these different phases of its size. So it would shrink over time. I think it's easier to see in edit mode, because we can just click on them. So you can see the arm gets smaller over time here. Now the tutorials that I was looking at were often talking about like eyes closing, like eyelids. Now an eye isn't going to like have bones in it that curves and twists and all that like the arm is going to, right? It doesn't have any of that. So like an eyelid going down is like not a big deal. Yeah, this looks good here. It looks good here. But when I brought it into Godot, it didn't look good because the animation on the arm was conflicting with the shape key. And so it was all wonky and it looked wrong. So I'm actually not using the shape keys at all now. Now I'm not using the shape keys at all. I'm glad I learned about them, but for now, instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up animations in Godot that shrink the bones themselves. So on the arms, we have these values for the bones. And so if I just like shrink these, we can change the size. And so I'm animating, I'm just gonna animate between that. And if there's some way to get shape keys to work again someday, I'll implement it. I wonder if it being faster will look more obvious. Like if they shrink like really quickly. I don't know if that fully makes sense. It's hard to say, but let's try it. Let's make it, what's that at? 0.6? Let's make the animation 0.6 long. I don't know why I feel like it being faster would be better. They look like crinkle fries. Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. That's not bad. And the thing is, you know, we can make the shoulders smaller too, so that will help it look a little more effective. Yes, they are. They essentially are crinkle fries. So I mean, there's a whole. How deep do you want to go on this? There's a whole thing here. Basically, okay. You're giving me more practice in explaining how this all works. Basically, these aliens, okay, are really just little heads. That's what they actually are. Our little cowboy hat heads. This is what they are on their home planet. On their home planet, wind pearls are developed by winds that blow in opposite directions, and these little creatures are like, wow, look at those wind pearls. Well, if they secrete onto those pearls, they get to have a body, and they become a little sombrero head with a little swirly solid body. Okay? So that's the lore here about why they are the way they are. Now, let's jump way ahead here. So humans sent mice into space to see how they'd survive. One mouse got away, and it landed on these aliens' planet. And these aliens found out that if they consume this mouse, they will grow from their secreted on orb, they will grow limbs like a mouse. And so the alien who first tried this says, hey, guys, we gotta go get more of this meat stuff from Earth so we can all have limbs and build our great civilization. So you are one of these aliens who has been sent to go get more meat. So you start out as a head with just a little body. And the first thing you're going to get is a cow. And so you're going to get cow limbs. So the reason why I did the crinkle fries, eventually you'll get human limbs and stuff like that if you eat humans. The reason why I did the crinkle fries is because I wanted to somehow represent that these are not the same as the body or the head. Ideally, we get like a jiggly shader, you know? So this is like prototype phase, just slapping it together the best I can to get something that eventually we work out. But what I really want is for these to not be crinkle fries and for there to be a shader that actually makes them kind of morph and like, you know, wiggle a little bit. So for now, the crinkle is just representative of what will eventually be a shader. So that's the crinkle fry story. Looks good to me. Crinkle fries are a monster. Yeah, right? They got Stuart Little, but they're coming back for Remy. Yes, exactly. They're coming back for him. You're going down. Yeah, yep, pretty much. So, yeah, so let's get these arms shrunken up a little bit. Remy's the Ratatouille one, right? Isn't that who that is? Wow. I love it. So I feel like you just like aged yourself. I'm just like dated yourself. Like, oh yeah, Ratatouille, right. Oh, okay. Hello, Gen Z, millennial, cusp. So I want to say that we have a different animation on the arm that goes, so let's I don't know why we want to duplicate it. We could duplicate it. And this one's going to be for 2. Stuart Little is older. That's true. Stuart Little is older. Okay. Elder millennial. These delineations are very important. Either you are this or you are that. You're right. You dated yourself even more. Hey, I just called you younger than you may be. That's a compliment. Even though it was because I made a mistake. So I don't think that counts. Yeah, Stuart Little, actually, that is an old one. Wow. Yeah, that's more when I was, that's more me. That's where I'm at. So this one should be the same size, but I want to make it even smaller You had millennial siblings, you're 21. Oh! Okay. Oh, you are a youngin'. You're a youngin'. I got you, but you youngins can teach us old ladies a lot. With your spongy, malleable brains. Okay, now I'm just being offensive. Now I'm just offending you. I'm sorry. That I could that was wrong of me. Who am I to judge the squishiness of your brain? Please, what did I tell you about talking about other people's brain consistencies? Stop. Don't do that. They don't like that. Sorry. Let's make this arm tiny. I guess I could just adjust these values here, but then I'm just guessing. Will it actually show me? No, it won't. I mean, I guess if I type it and then just, like, do that. Like, make it, like, 0. Yeah, then you kind of see it. That's, like, a workflow. It's, like, kind of a workflow. If we make it 0.4, adjust that. Let's make this 0.4 as well. Adjust that. Quite a bit shorter. I don't know that we need to change the other vector. I mean, it's looking a little flat. You're making a dynamite model in dynamite model in Blender. Nice, Neil. Let's go. For your Risk It All game, right? That sounds like a fun thing to model. Yeah, how's it going? I'm assuming you're asking Neil. How is it going? Or are you asking... Who are you asking? So it's starting to feel like we really need to do the shoulder. I really need to do the shoulder as well. Let me try. I'm going to add another debug so we can see it go between these. So I'm going to head back to my debug page. Because I haven't actually hooked this up to taking the damage yet for now. Just so I can do this. So I'm going to actually need to make more. I'm going to need to make a lot of these. I won't do it for every single limb. I'm just going to do it for the arm for now. And then we can swap them out. So let's say debug 4, debug 5, because we need it for 2 HP, for 1 HP, and for 0 HP. So 3 is for 3 HP, 4 is for 2, 5 is for 1, and 6 will be for 0. We'll just add the number 4 in here. Add the number 5 and the number 6. And then we're just going to put a bunch of crap in here. Just a bunch of crap. As much as possible. Very good. That's a lot of goods. That's a lot of goods. I'm going to say debug 4, make that 2, add another one, debug 5, make it 1. This doesn't exist yet, but like, whatever, it's fine. It'll sort itself out. Debug 6, make that 0. Can't really test all those yet, but just don't press them. Don't press them and there won't be any bugs. Okay. So there's, when you take 1 hit of damage, you can kind of tell. And now if we take another hit, oh, okay. So it got big first. So I actually need to make sure that they blend from each other. This is going to be tricky. That's going to be a little tricky, right? Because I actually should add a debug for making it big again. So let me add one more debug. It's going to be a little tricky. Because with the health bar, so the way that the health bar got set up, big props to my 2 cents for helping set that up. My 2 cents! The way the health bar was set up is, and then I added some animations in here that make them go from right to left, so it shrinks down when you take that damage. And the way that this health bar works is it's duplicating animation players every time it detects that you've taken damage. And so you could take multiple hits of damage and it would queue them all up and play them. Now, if I wanted to do this, I feel like we could do the same thing. I think we could do the exact same thing. I guess it has to go from one to the next still. So I guess it's fine. I don't know. I just kind of needed to chalk that out because that means I need to make sure that the one before it, which is different than the way this worked, I need to make sure that the like keyframe that it starts with is the size of the last length, which is kind of freaking annoying because that means I have to adjust all the sizes to blend into each other. This is honestly a total pain. This is actually pretty unpleasant. And it might be good to handle this in code somehow, you know, rather than animating it the way that I am. It might be easier to do it in code because then I could just have these values set once instead of, because what I got to do now is I have to make sure I update for HP for 2 HP left. I have to make sure the first keyframe scale matches the last keyframe in HP 3. This has to match, which is super annoying. Especially if I make like little changes to try to adjust it here and there. That's going to be a total pain because I got to make sure it's the same in each one. Whereas if I do this in code, I could just run the function and make sure I'm updating those values only one time, and it will apply it either way. I think that's the way I have to do this. And I don't know if I can handle it. It's been a long stream already. Do I have the brain power to code something like that right now as a noob? I don't know. Maybe. So we could look at the existing health bar script, which we can probably use for this. So in the existing health bar script, the way that it's working is those animation players that are getting queued up when damage is taken. It's running these functions. So the animation is actually just playing these functions. And the function is tweening the HP bar value from where it's already at down to a new value at a speed of 1.25. This is definitely the way we got to do it. This is 100% the way we got to do it. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to add a new thing on here. Now this is for the head. This is actually for anything. This is for a lot of things. It's going to be a little tricky because we have to have the property exist. So here we have HP bar. It's going to be a little tricky because it's going to be a different bone name. I have to access the bone name. Not only do I have to access the bone names, but it has to be modular. So that's going to be fun. No, it might be. So the bone name here is arm_L. That's going to have to change. Because otherwise we're not going to be able to find it the way I've got this set up. Unless we add an underscore in. Because right now on the body part script, we can actually look for the mesh. So we can actually identify the individual mesh. I could use this same thing. And so the way it identifies the mesh is by checking its own name. So the name of this detection area, so when damage is taken, it looks at its own name. So my name is area_head. And this code is splitting the name after the underscore. So it's just seeing head. And then it's assigning the mesh based on if it matches after the underscore on alien. So here on alien, we have alien head. So it'll find a match and it'll know that that's that. And the way that it finds that match is by checking it further down here to make sure that the names are equal. So if we look for mesh somewhere. So here it'll show, right? Which one is it gonna show when you heal a limb back, or if you hide a limb, right? So if you take too much damage, a limb is gonna disappear entirely. And it finds that limb by checking to see if that name matches. So here's the problem. The bone names are arm_L, so that's how it knows to hide that. Or to bring it back if we heal. Same thing. It checks to see if its name in the second half matches, which mesh matches the second half of the name. But these all have arm_L, arm_R without an underscore. So I need to make sure the bones also don't have an underscore. So that way we can use that same logic to match up the name of the body part that collides with the bone that we want to shrink down. Okay. All right, that's something I can do at night after doing a bunch of stuff today. Probably. So over here in Blender, we're naming these bones somewhere. Perhaps here with the vertex groups? Or maybe the modifier? Where are these names being done at? I don't quite remember. The modifier doesn't seem to be naming anything. So I think where it gets named is in the vertex group, but I could be wrong. So let me just try renaming this one, arm_L. I'm going to save it, and let's see if that changes it in Godot on the bone. Hopefully it's that simple. Freaking better be. Better be. 3D. Whoa. Okay. That broke something. It didn't like that. It did not like that. Unless that was already broken somehow. And the bone... the bone still has an underscore. Okay, let's undo that change. Yeah, let's just change it back. I'm sure I'm sure if I just change it back, everything will be fine. I won't have broken anything. It's not the end of the world if I gotta redo some of that. Okay, it crashed. Cool, cool, cool. So we definitely are gonna have to redo some things. That's alright. I didn't do much. It's actually going to save me some time, because now I don't have to go back and undo those animations that I don't need anymore. This has been a very exploratory stream. Very much exploring options and seeing what happens and what is going to work best in the long run without necessarily setting everything up. Okay, actually, it remembered all this. It didn't remember the Did it remember the debug buttons I set up? It did. The script didn't remember though. The script definitely forgot. Oh, it didn't. Good. That's actually great. So everything is the same? Good. Well, just because that's the case doesn't mean that we still aren't going to have a problem if I go renaming bones. I'm going to go ahead and delete this animation anyway for now. Yeah, I'm just going to remove them. I'm just going to get rid of this whole animation player. I'm just going to burn it to the ground. I'm going to come to the debug, and I'm going to get rid of all of this for now. Yeah, we're just going to get it all out of there. So everything's normal, everything's fine, no problems. Stop your whining. Cool, great, good. Looks wonderful. I'm gonna also hide the health bar. Did it save that little bit of code I didn't finish on here? Oh, it sure did. Wow, I gotta say, that crash did a lot for us. I mean, it didn't... maybe I hit save and I didn't realize I hit save. That has to be it. What's this error? Node not found. What's looking for it? Oh, I see. In the debug, we were setting up this, but it's gone now. So let's just comment it out. Okay. Renaming bones. Let's try renaming it now. Now that didn't really seem to actually rename it though. Can I change it in Godot? Maybe I can just do it in Godot. But then if I update it in Blender, I don't know. Let's just try things. Let's just try stuff. See what happens. So I don't feel like I can rename this in any way. I'm clicking, I'm right clicking, I'm left clicking. No renaming happening here. So that doesn't seem to be doing anything. For the vertex group, it's the only place I see it named this way, but it doesn't mean that that's where it's named that way. Armature, I don't know. I mean, we do see up here, it has arml_3. Is that the shape key? Yeah, that's the shape key that it's showing up here. I don't actually really want the shape keys anymore, truth be told. I'm actually going to uncheck them all. Alright, let's try it again. Let's try renaming it, save it, see if we still get a wonky arm out of that. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine, and it doesn't go weird. Please? Okay, I can deal with a crash. I don't care. It literally doesn't matter. Go ahead and crash, Godot. Live your best crashy life. I've had the most crashes today than I've had ever in Godot. Dragon Blade was having crashes in Unity. It's just crash time. It's crash time. It's as Stormrun would say, it's the solar flares. Okay. Does it look weird? Oh, it looks... Yep, that looks weird. And the bone name isn't changed. It's the same. So it just makes it look wrong. And the bone name doesn't even update. Wow. Oh, and it doesn't animate anymore either. So it seems like what might be breaking there is in the animation itself. So down here, if we rename this like that, I wonder if that would fix it? Probably not. But it's worth a try. That's different. It's different. It's different. Renaming the vertex group is not helping us. It's not doing us any favors here. I think that is the incorrect approach. So then the other alternative is I just rename, or I just accept that it has the underscore and we insert an underscore. That's going to be kind of hard, don't you think? What does this look like once I rename those? Back to dangling. And if I come to Blender, it's probably going to crash. It's probably going to crash. If I rename the vertex group and save it, Godot is probably going to crash. It didn't, and it fixed it. Well, that was easy. But we still don't see... I still don't know how to change the name of the bone. So let me just look up that a little bit. Blender change bone names. Is this even like a thing? Like, do we... You can rename your bones either using the name field in the bones properties. So just like basically not where I was. Okay. Cool. Oh, God, I'm so stupid. I'm not stupid. We're all smart. It's okay. I apologize. I don't think I'm stupid. But it seems more than obvious to me now that we would come to the armature and rename the bones right here. It seems heavily obvious to me now. All right. Rename them. Rename them. It's kind of interesting that that vertex group information translated over and it didn't like it. Now, some of these are going to be tough, right? Because we don't actually have a pelvis to connect to. We don't have a shoulder. So this is going to be a little trickier because there isn't a name to associate with it. So we kind of have to say... So if we want to move those, it's going to get a little weird. And the system kind of falls apart. Truth be told. It super falls apart. Meaning I might be on a fool's errand anyway. Okay, cool. Cool, noted. Well, whatever. We'll change the bone names and we'll go from there. Because there is no thigh. I mean, if anything, this should be leg, right? If I wanted it to match. For one thing, we should call this leg. We should call this leg. There's nothing pelvis, though. So the pelvis, we can't animate in that same way. The shoulder, I can't animate in the same way because there's nothing called shoulder for it to match with. So I'd have to define that separately, which I could. That would maybe be easy. No, it wouldn't. Well, we could say if it is a match. I don't know. It's kind of tough. The hand, we'll figure it out. It's a little annoying, but I'll live with it. Which kind of makes it seem like why even bother renaming it in the first place? If we're just going to match a bunch of stuff anyway, we might as well do that. Oh, this is the leg. Oh, for crying out loud. We have thigh versus leg. What's the difference between the thigh and the leg? I guess the thigh is like the shoulder, perhaps? I just don't remember. I have no idea. Leg. Oh, we want to do skeleton, thigh. What's thigh looking like over here? Oh, thigh is way up here. And the leg is in the middle. So that's a knee, is what that is. As far as shrinkage goes, I think I'd want it to be at the thigh, though. And we could maybe call this knee. And we have a foot, too? Dang. I hope renaming this isn't going to mess up too much. It might. It might. So I'm going to call this knee. This isn't the most valuable everything. What's foot? This is a wild setup. Fine. Leg, call this knee. But if we're gonna do the shrinkage, we definitely want at the top level. Actually, I might want to be doing the shoulder, not the arm. Hold on. Because if I do it at the shoulder, it should shrink all of it. Right? Yes. So forget shoulder. I actually want that to be called arm. And I want this to be called elbow. It's not really elbow, but who cares? Elbow left. This is what we want, y'all. Elbow left, arm left. Then we don't have to worry about pointing to all these different ones. That's the way to go. Arm left, elbow left, hand left. Make this elbow right. Just gotta think a little bit. But not even just think. Because if I were to just think, I wouldn't have been able to figure this out. I have to, like, go in there and, like, tool around and realize what will or won't work. That's just the way my brain works. My ADD brain works. I can't plan that ahead of time. I can't foresee that. But now that I've had the experience, maybe next time I will foresee it. Which is part of what this is all about. It's all about trying to practice setting this up in a small, tiny game. So when I make my dream survival game, I will have experience doing this limb damage stuff. And, you know, they probably won't shrink. But still, if I want to, like, change them, I don't know. Maybe it's really specific. But whatever. It's fine. We reuse things we learn. Justification. Done. Arm left, elbow left, hand left, neck, head. Don't care about that. Arm right, elbow right, hand right. Leg left. So then the pelvis. What is the pelvis? What even is that? That's kind of more. Maybe I want to do pelvis as the leg. So it's on like a top level. You don't really see that. It's kind of embedded inside of the body. Oh, and that kind of like looks weird. Whereas the thigh, oh, it all looks weird. Oh god, shrinking the leg is gonna be interesting. I think you might need to change this bone setup here. Because, see, the bone is, like, bowing out to account for these crinkle fry limbs. I kind of think it shouldn't. I feel like they should just be, like, normal legs. Because that distortion is gonna be a problem. Because it's, like, kicking the legs back when I go to shrink it. Oh, I guess I just won't shrink it on that axis. Okay, that's fine. I can live with that. So, yeah, so the difference between the pelvis, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. This is kind of a annoying thing. I'm going to say let's shrink it at the pelvis. So, retool. And if anything, I feel like it should be a top level. The more it's the top level, the better. Right? Like, relative to the root. I mean, the legs are... the legs are outside of the root, which is interesting. Okay. So let's reimagine this, actually. I'm going to call this thigh left. Full circle. And then call this leg left. Is that what full circle is? Call this... Well, first rename leg right, thigh right. And rename pelvis leg right, thigh right, knee right, foot right. Sweet. Leg left, thigh left, knee left, foot left. Good. Arm right, arm left, elbow left. Okay, looks good. These are our renames. Let's see if saving it, A, causes Godot to crash, and or B, causes what we've already set up to completely break. And or C, none of the above. Okay, certainly A. At least A. That's okay. A is not too bad. I can live with A. It's B I'm afraid of. Hopefully, at worst, we just have to rename some things, like, manually, which is, like, not a big deal, right? Okay, it don't look too bad. It don't look too bad, but does it animate too bad? Oh, yeah. It animates real bad. Okay, cool. So, now that I've renamed every single bone, it's like, where do they go? Where are they? What bones? What are you talking about? So, okay, cool. I'll just fix that. It's probably as easy as just renaming the tracks. It's probably all it is. Yeah, the tracks all still have the old names. Shoulder we now call arm. So in theory, the left arm should animate. Oh, but you know what? I didn't do any animation on the shoulders. So that's not a good test. Arm left is now elbow. I think I might have made a mistake here. We need to fix. I've made some terrible mistakes. Undo everything you've done, okay? Slow your roll. Take a deep breath. Sort it out. All right. So I think if I get rid of it all, we lose this reference, which is not good. Rename this arm left. Rename this elbow left. Hand left. So the whole left arm should... Yeah! Dope. Easy. Easy. Okay, cool. A little annoying, but fixable. Hardly unfixable. So this is going to be arm right. Gotta be careful not, because see what I was doing the first time was I got rid of this stuff. Do not do that. That's incorrect. Elbow right. Hand right. No more pelvis. This is now leg left. I think we decided to keep this as thigh. So it did come full circle. Leg left is now knee. Is that what we said? Yes. Leg left is now knee left. Foot left, just take out the underscore. Keep on going. Pelvis is now leg right. Thigh just doesn't have the underscore. Leg right is knee right. And foot doesn't have the underscore. All right. So the walk animation should be revived. Very nice. We do have some, so the feet do clip in the ground and they didn't before. That's because of some change I made. I have to actually update all the animations, which is just great. The run, I haven't replaced the reference names, so I do have to go through and replace it on the run as well. That's great. That's just great. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine with that. It'll all be worth it, right? Arm left. This is elbow left. Here we've got hand left. Indeed, you got it. Arm right. Elbow right. Spelled correctly, I would prefer, ideally. Hand right. Take out the underscore. It's just a little underscore. Leg left. This stays as thigh left. I keep saying the word thigh, and it makes me hungry. It makes me hungry for chicken. It's a little embarrassing, but it's true. This one is gonna be knee left. This one is foot left. It doesn't have to be fried chicken. It could just be chicken. I forgot what this was. This was leg right. Keep that as thigh. Get rid of the underscore. This one is going to be knee right, and that's foot right. Okay. Run animation should be restored if I have typed these correctly. Indeed, we still get clipping through the ground. That's okay. I'm going to let that go. What? What's with the rocket kick? That's new. That's a new thing. Huh. Okay, cool. That wasn't intended. Maybe I renamed one of these incorrectly. Might have messed up one of these. I bet it was one of the last ones I did. Thigh right, knee right, foot right. What's missing? What am I missing? Oh, foot left. I didn't get rid of the... But it shouldn't be the left one. Should be the right one. Thigh right, knee right. That's what we did for all these. I mean, I'll try it again. That was incorrect, technically. Maybe it's wrong on the walk cycle, not the run cycle. Let me go over there. Switch to the walk. Oh, there we go. Thigh right. Forgot to remove the underscore. Okay. Alright, wasn't gonna be perfect the first time. Just a little revision. No big deal. Something about it looks... I mean, now I'm just analyzing the walk cycle, and I don't know if I'm actually analyzing... Like, maybe it was just not animated well to begin with. So I can't really tell if it's messed up. I think that's the way that it was. I guess I could come in here. Look at it from the side. That looks fine. I think that's about as good as that ever was. Okay. So that's renamed. Please, God, hit a save. I do not ever want to do that again. And then there's, well, there is the feed walk, which is another walk. This is really just a debug one. But I gotta fix it. I gotta. Arm, one more round. One more go again. This is elbow left. Elbow. Whoa. Elbow. Hand left. Correct. Scooch it down. This is gonna be arm right. This is going to be elbow right. Hand right. This will be leg left. No underscore. Get rid of the underscore from the thigh. Wait, what? Whoa, I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? Why is there 2 leg lefts? What? Why would there be... Oh, leg becomes knee. I see. Gotcha. I don't know. My brain, guys. My brain. Leg. I don't know. I just like looked at it. It was not what I thought. I forgot that we were doing knee. I really yeeted doing this from my brain when we did those 2 walk cycles, walk and run cycle. I was like, we don't have to do this again. Forget it. Nope. You do have to do it one more time, kiddo. Don't worry. You'll be all right. Thigh right. Knee. It just like kind of doesn't make sense. That's okay. Okay, that looks good. Let's test our feed walk. This was supposed to be like if you eat something, the character turns around and it goes and it eats it. So that's why this is there. Okay, cool. Looks fine. We got it. No problem. All right, save that. Never, ever, ever, ever do that again. Okay, so now in theory, I can reference the bone from the script. So I need to actually send the information. I think it is on the health bar. So the health bar does check what is damaged. And this signal I don't think that's what that does. I don't think that's what that does, Lise. I don't think we're actually connecting the limb information. So if I come to my messenger script, where we are receiving and sending signals, I think there's one for clear area damage. I think area damaged is the one. I'm gonna hop into my body part script. Area damage goes to damage detected. And it looks for the collided body part. So here it's checking to see, is the collided body part the same as the self? So this is where we're going to get that information. So if I have this print, let's say print collided body part. And so what I should see, let me extend that just a little bit so it actually shows up on my zoom. That would be ideal. So that's seeing area underscore arm left. So hopefully I can actually use the split function on this. I don't actually know if I can use the split function. I guess we could try it. I guess I could try it right now with the print. That's going to be interesting. Can I? So like, let's say I just only wanted it to print everything after area. Could it do that? I don't know if it could do that. Name.split with the underscore as the delimiter. This is pretty experimental. So print, but we don't really want that. I don't even know if this is going to work. We don't really want to say name. We want to say collided body part split. What I'm worried about is this ID number that comes after it. I feel like that's going to be weird. And it's, I don't remember the syntax. Like that. And we want to say 1. Print collided body part, but split it. Is that gonna work? Is that gonna work? Like, just be honest. Is it? No. No, it is not. Non-existent function split in base area 3D. That, you know what? That makes sense. Oh, so I guess we could say collided body part. Can we say dot name? Yes! Love to see it. And it just says arm L. We gonna be alright. We gonna be alright. So we can receive that information now. Oh. Yes! I love that shit. Yeah. Let's go. Alright. I can't explain it. It just like amps me up, man. Woo! Alright. So I'm fine. Everything is fine. I am just a person. It doesn't matter. It's coding. Who cares? I don't know. I care. So I want to say, forget this. Comment that out right now. And I want to say, on the health bar script, we need to receive that body part hit. So I need to, in the ready function, connect area damaged. To body part hit. So I'm going to make a function for that. Func body part hit. And we're going to say update a variable. Variable body part hit. And I guess I should do like an underscore so they're different. Put an underscore there. Put an underscore here. And then we want to receive an argument, and we're going to say body part name or body part hit set to body part name. And let's see if we print body part name, what do we get? What do we get? Or, sorry, body part hit is what I want. Nice. Prints it. That's the only place that we're calling this, right? So if I comment that out, I don't think anything's going to appear in the output. Nice. Beautiful. I'm a coder now. Okay. So I want to say, actually, we could be more specific. We could say equals body part name dot split, set the delimiter, and then put the array. And then when we print body part hit, it should just say arm left or whatever. Oops, I did something wrong. I did it wrong. Can I get index 1 from underscore? Oh, I need to put a little parenthesis there. Little parenthesis. Closing it doesn't have an opening counterpart. Okay, cool. No, it's fine. It's fine. What did I do wrong? I already forgot how this works, but we'll sort it out. We'll get there. Everything's fine. On the body part, what do we do? Can I just copy it? Can I just copy it so I don't have to think about it? Thank you. It's everything's so much easier if I don't have to think about it, right? Health bar. Just paste that. Just spank it on there, all right? Closing parenthesis doesn't have an opening counterpart. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, there. Bam. Okay. Now let's print it. Sort it out. Bam. Arm left. Let's go. Sweet. Good. So we've got that working perfectly. And now I need to patch that to a bone to change its size. So I'm going to uncomment out this in the damage function, which is going to get called by an animation. It's already being called, so we don't even have to set the animation up again, actually. Get tree, create tween. Tween property. This is where it's going to be a little tricky. It's going to be a little tricky. Body part hit. Value. I don't know what. I don't know. I don't. This is going to be a little tricky. Because this is going to. But, yeah, I don't know how to reference a bone. I don't know how to reference a bone. This is a little bit more out there. So if I go to the bone, and what if I just drag a bone in here? Nothing? Nothing? Okay, all right. GD script reference a bone in code. You select the bone and ask it to look at the player either through code or in engine. Godot stores all bone transforms in one skeleton 3D node. Oh, so we want to actually look at the skeleton 3D to find it. And then that's how we're going to find the bone names. Add bone, clear bones. Get bone children. Get bone name. Returns a string. This will return an array. I would think we want to match up a string. But I still somehow returns the name of the bone. Of which bone? Bone ID X as an integer? How do I know what the bone integers are? Okay, cool, cool, cool. So I guess I'll want to print that. I guess I do want to print the array. Get bone children. But that return, I don't know if I know how to, am I going to know how to look at that? Guys, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I still need to potentially... GD script bone IDX. Like, how do I even get that? How to properly create a hierarchy of 3D bones with GD script. Like, how do I know what the ID is? All operations on bones are done using their numeric ID. You convert from a name to a numeric ID and vice versa. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. That's kind of sounding like what I want. This is Godot 3.0, so that's useless to me. Absolutely useless to me. If I just change this to 4.11, that doesn't do anything. That puts it 4.2. I'm on 4.1. So if I search for skeleton, what was it? Working with 3D skeletons? It's gonna be a little tricky. Get bone count. Find bone. Oh, that's interesting. Find bone, and that'll return an integer. But I can define a string. This is where my newbiness is going to really show here, for sure. So I'm really just guessing in so many ways. So what if we just do get bone children? I'm just gonna print it. I don't know what I'm doing, y'all. Let's comment this out for now. And I'm just gonna say in the ready function, print get bone children. Just get bone children. Let's be a little bit more specific. That's not gonna work. It did work. It just printed. It just printed it like get bone children. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Cool. So, returns an array containing the bone indexes of all children in a node passed in the bone IDX. I don't know how to do that. GD script. Let's see. Let me ask Copilot. I honestly think Copilot might be able to handle this. I think it's possible. I don't know. This is out of my league. And I'm on my own here, guys. I'm on my own. How can I get a list of bone IDXs in GD script Godot 4.1? Below is my failed attempt. Please correct it. Impress me. Ooh, it's taking its time. It's like... It took so long. Oh my gosh. Hey, but if it pulls it off. Let's go. We'll print the bone index and bone name for each bone in the skeleton. Let's go. Wow. That's a lot more effort than I would have thought. Get node armature skeleton 3D. Get bone count. For I in range bone count, variable bone name, skeleton bone name I, print bone IDX I, bone name. Wow. That is quite a lot. All right. I mean, it kind of looks like it'll work. Oh, we gotta fix the indentation. There we go. Okay. It might work. Oh, it hella worked. Thanks, Copilot. Oh, interesting. There's a lot going on here. So the IDX... I mean, I'm still not really sure what I need to do with these, right? Because I just want to match... I want to say... Take the body part hit... change the scale of the bone with the name that corresponds with body part hit. Ideally, I don't even need to know the ID. I mean, it kind of defeats so many purposes. I mean, but I could like do like a match and say like, if it's arm L, then change 1. Or whatever it ends up being. So that's, the 1 is cut off. It is there. It's right there. That's interesting. That's interesting. I'm about nearing the end of my shift here. So I don't know how much I can achieve here. But this is very interesting. Let me comment this as get bone info list. Let's ride with Copilot for a second. Let's ride with Copilot for a second. Let's see what Copilot can do. If body part hit is the name of a bone, how can I match body part hit with a specific bone in skeleton 3D in order to modify the scale of the matching bone? I'm not even going to give it any more than that. I'm going to see if it remembers in the conversation that I said I'm in Godot 4.1. And stuff. If body part hit is the name of a bone in skeleton 3D, you can match it with a specific bone by iterating through all the bones in the skeleton and checking if the name of the current bone matches body part hit. Once you find the bone with the matching name, you can modify its scale using the set bone scale method. Here's the corrected code to match body part hit with a specific bone in skeleton 3D and modify its scale. This code will iterate through all the bones in the skeleton. That seems unnecessary. And check if the name of the current bone matches body part hit. If it finds a match, it will modify the scale of the bone using the set bone scale method and print a message indicating that the scale of the bone has been successfully modified. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. So it's checking every bone. If bone... This honestly might work. This honestly might work. Just guessing. Let's add it in. Fix the indents. Is that a breakpoint? Did it add in a breakpoint? I don't know what this is. I assume that that's a breakpoint. Okay. So this is going to make it 222, which is pretty extreme. So we should notice that happening. Okay. Let's make sure we're actually matching it to the right thing here. So I'm going to say... I mean, maybe it'll just work. I'm just gonna run it. We're just gonna run it. We're gonna see what happens. Yeah, it didn't do anything. I don't think this can be in the ready function. I think that's the wrong place for this. Because that variable there, that's not going to be updated. So we're going to pull it out of the ready function. I'm going to drop this into the body part hit function instead. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, I see. I need to indent. I see. I only want to pull back this one. There we go. Okay. What's gonna happen? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing is gonna happen. If the bow name, so it's putting body part hit as like a string here. So that's not correct. We definitely don't want that to be a string. That won't work. Let's see if that makes the difference. Non-existent function, set bone scale. Oh, it's making up stuff. It's making up stuff. All right, so we gotta, if we want to change the scale of the bone, that's something that Copilot ain't gonna help us with here. Set bone parent, pose, position, rotation scale. Set bone pose scale. So it almost got it right. That's all right. We just gotta guide it a little bit. Just give it a little nudge. Just a little nudge. Let's head back to the script. Set bone pose scale. I don't know if I did that right. We'll find out. Oh! ChatGPT! Let's go. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, take that. Yeah. Go push. Excuse me. Sorry. I apologize. That was sorry, it was wrong of me to behave that way. So, anyway. Good. Oh, man. Wow. Let's freaking go, dude. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Oh, hell yes. Hell to the yes. Yes. Skibbity bop. Let's go. Frick yeah, dude. Frick yeah. Oh man. Oh, just delicious. Okay. I'm fine. So, couple things. So I would want to set up the skeleton elsewhere. I don't see the point in setting it up here. So I'm going to set that up out here. Okay. And And then I also want, so the bone count equals skeleton get bone count. Let's put this in the ready function, right? So I'm going to say variable bone count. And then bone name, let's set that up in there as well. Just get all this mess out of here. Variable bone name. So then that should identifier I not declared in the current scope. Okay. I didn't know that, so I don't know. I obviously don't know what I'm doing. I obviously don't know what I'm doing. So I guess we don't want to freaking do that here. I mean, it almost makes me think we want to do it because this needs to be able to change, right? Okay. Look, I don't know all the way what I'm doing anymore. I know that. I know that. All right, you know what? Let's just put it back. It worked. Let's leave it. Just leave it. Just let it. Just don't fix what ain't broke. Don't break it. Just don't. I don't know how to make the sayings work in the way I want. I just know you need to stop. At least you stop. You need to stop. Stop. Take the W. Take the W. No reason for that W to become an L. It's hard to make a W into an L. It ain't easy. There's some extra shapes in there, some extra lines. It's not easy, you know, to go. You don't want to do that. It's wrong. But does this still work? So I moved the skeleton setup elsewhere. Yeah, it still works. Yes, it does. But I'll keep all of this here. I'm not sure why did the eye thing even happen? Oh, because I tried to do bone name. I see, because the 4i, I see what I did wrong. I see what I did wrong. So I couldn't keep this elsewhere. We can do the bone count thing the way I was doing it. But it doesn't really need to be in ready. Like, why bother with that? Why even do that? Do you know what I mean? Let's set this up here. Let's keep this here. This is fine. This is a good place for it. No problem. I mean, you could really keep it all there. None of it's relevant unless you take a hit. At least you don't gotta fix what ain't broke. You ain't gotta fix what ain't broke. Don't fix what ain't broke. That's first lesson of anything. Okay? Don't fix what ain't broke. Now, what I'm gonna need to do is I need to have these values change, right? So if bone name is set to body part hit, skeleton set bone pose scale, I, iterating the range, change that particular one to 2. I still don't really know what break does. Can it explain what break does, please? What does break do in your code? I just don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know what it does. I don't know what it means. I support it. The context code I provided breaks the keyword in Python. It's not Python. That is used to exit a loop prematurely. Oh, so it doesn't like keep checking it once it finds the one. It's used to exit a loop once the bone with the named body part is found and its scale is modified. Without the break statement, the loop would continue iterating through the rest of the bones in the skeleton even after the desired bone has been found and modified. Interesting. So the thing is I need to get this logic. So I think I can actually just move it, right? Because we are updating body part hit somewhere else. So we can just say, I can snip this out of here. I don't really want it to create a new variable every time. That's the thing. That's why I was moving this stuff out. So, and with the bone name, I mean, no, create it within the function. Create it within the function. Let it create it. This is correct. So I'm going to come to each function that runs via the animation, okay? Normally this would just drop the HP bar down. But now what I want it to do is I want it to, if we take damage, emit doing this. Now this would change it if we get a damage of 3, so let's say I want to change it to, whatever. This is not what I want it to be, but let's make it 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Expected okay, we're good. And so let's say we're at damage HP 2. Bring it down to 0.3, 0.3, 0.3. I think we need to indent it less. Think we need to indent this a little less, like that. If it's HP 1, bring it down to 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. And if it's 0, make it all 0. Now, it seems like a lot of code to have to copy every time, and like we could find a way to not have to copy it every time. But for now, in my infinite noobishness, I'm gonna just do it this way, so I can at least see if it works. Kind of hard to tell. I don't think that's working. I think working is not what is happening there, would be my guess. That would be my guess. Now, it is going to also happen immediately. It's not tweening anything, so that's one thing. I wonder why that isn't working. Because these scripts are definitely running. So, I mean, but it's not printing anything. So if I were to tell it to, like, just say, if we hit it one time, print HP 3. When we first take a hit, that should run and it should print HP 3. Oh, but that's all the head. Right, that's why. Because it's only looking at the head damage. Well, then we should see it on the head, not the arm. That's where we should see it work. So let me see if that works. If we do that. What? The leg is shrinking. It shrunk the leg. There, it shrunk the head. It's kind of working. So I think what's happening is this only works on the head, right? And so it's doing the head and the leg. I don't know why it's doing the leg and nothing else. That part confuses me a little bit. Well, I'm about at my time here. So I think this is just something tomorrow I'm just gonna have to hop back into and decode some more. Because I think we're on the right track. This code just needs to be made more modular and more specific to my situation. Because this is only gonna this isn't checking to see if limbs get damaged. This is only seeing if the head got damaged, which should mean we don't even need to clarify if it is the head or the limbs. So I don't know. This is gonna require a little retooling. What I'm gonna do for now is not put this in every one of these functions. I'm going to keep it in just here for now. So for now, whenever limb we bump will blow up, and then tomorrow in the next live stream that I do, so make sure you check that out. I'll give you a link to that in a second. In the next live stream we'll figure out how we get these swole limbs to actually become shrinking limbs. I would say this was a lot of progress. This was a lot of learning today. This was a ton of learning, and I feel more comfortable than ever using these tools. I still have a lot to learn. And I couldn't have done all of this without the wonderful help of the people who come through. Thank you for coming through and offering your support with your words and your suggestions. It all means so very, 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 very much. Thank you for that, truly. I love doing it, and yeah, I'm very appreciative. So here's what the deal is. If you want to watch, if you're watching this after the live stream, and you want to watch the last episode. Actually, before we do that, fake out. Before we do that, I do want to tell you about the patrons. Thank you to the patrons for helping to contribute to Hyper Game Dev. As we talked about earlier, without them, I wouldn't be getting the financial support that is unburdened by a huge cut from YouTube. With that said, those of you who support on YouTube, I still appreciate you because it's something and it's easier to set up on YouTube. And you might notice there's a couple people who are patrons and YouTube members. What the heck? How lucky am I to be supported by wonderful folks like you? So thank you for doing that. And now we're gonna get into the real part. If you're watching this after the live stream and you want to check out the live stream before this, tap or click in the bottom left. And if you want to see the next one where I get these swole arms to shrink small, tap or click in the bottom right. I'll see you there. Let's sort this out. Thank you for watching, and remember to thumb it up. All right, see you tomorrow. I get a little